Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku was accused, imprisoned, tortured, and became Ronin the Vigilante Hero Part 8 last part. Before we start, please go support YehosuaHernandez for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chpater, the life of Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yayorozu. Insert suns and stars by really slow motion and feel inspired. And just as the mention was made before, Izuku was finally able to start a new life. The boy was aware of everything he had done in the past, but that did not stop him from being a hero and always helping those who need it. His friends, for their part, also kept their promise and went to help him. Daily finishing school or on their days off, they would lend a hand, and it was thanks to that the boy was able to advance much faster in his work. Another surprise was the inclusion of new members to the green-haired boys' circle of friendship. These being the rest of the girls of Class B, starting with Pony and Ibera. Both girls slowly approached the green-haired boys' social circle, asking to be helpers in the reconstruction, surprising them all without exception, but after a while they decided not to pay much attention to this because they knew that both were good people. Over time they both began to hang out more with the boys, asking for help when something was too much for them, or even at school, which eventually made them both finally friends with the green-haired boy and the boys. From there followed Kendo and Reiko, who were the last to join, thus managing to even finish faster because the quirks of all together were of great help. Uraraka's parents, for their part, were impressed at what they saw. Momo created articles that helped her either destroy the rubble to make it smaller or to move it more easily. Kirishima destroyed the large rubble with his quirk and quickly carried it away, even managing to exercise in the process. Shoji, due to his body build and his quirk, was also able to carry some large rubble on his shoulders without any problem. Every day without exception the boys and girls of the UA helped greatly. Pony horns were resistant, and their ability to handle large numbers was incredible. Ibera's vines, despite seeming fragile, were quite resistant. In addition to the use of her quirk, was of great use in the works, demolishing and wrapping debris, preventing them from hurting. Reiko Yanagi, although she was somewhat shy and reserved, did not show any failure or complaint when helping, especially when it came to using her quirk. In short, not a single one of the boys failed, not even Hagakure, who, despite not having a quirk of strength or support like those of her friends, was always waiting to help. Izuku is not to be mentioned. The boy always handled everything perfectly without stopping more than just to eat. The boy destroyed debris with his fists, carried them with the help of his whips, and thanks to his flying technique and the speed of one for all, he was the fastest of all. But although it seemed that everything was going wonderfully, the truth is that not everything was perfect, or at least not for the parents of the brunette, because they felt sad since their daughter or her partner never went to help them, even though her goal to be a heroine was to provide them support. But well, finally the effort paid off. The day came when the city was finally ready, because in addition to his friends, many professional heroes already recovered had joined Izuku and his team, including Miruko, who, although now had prosthetics similar to Izuku on her leg and arm, did not give up and helped the green-haired. The professional heroes provided all the necessary support, along with the employees of their agencies, and even the civilian population joined, inspired by the green-haired man's acts of never giving up. And so we arrived at today, which was Sunday. Sunset was already near, and Izuku's friends had already finished. Only one person was missing, a certain green-haired man who did not stop collecting the remaining debris. His parents and friends, only him, they looked at him with admiration. Izuku was already close to finishing, but his girlfriend, seeing him, spoke to him. Yayorozu, Izuku darling, you're going to hurt yourself if you continue like this. You're overdoing it with your quirk. The green-haired boy finally finished, and immediately after finishing he flew towards his girlfriend. Ronin, landing in front of Momo, my love. Years ago my training to control my quirk was to clean the beach of Dagobah. There I understood one thing, and that is that not only saving people is the job, social service also counts, honey, and if I have the strength to do it, then I will continue helping. Yayorozu just smiled and walked towards the boy to give him a slow and soft kiss full of admiration and love. Yayorozu, okay, but it seems to me that you're already done, right? The green-haired man just extended his arms, looking around, and then smiled. Ronin, well, I think so, but… Momo looked at her boyfriend in confusion. Yayorozu, but? Ronin, sorry love, it's just that I remembered what my mom said. Yayorozu, what did he say? Ronin, she said. No matter how hard you work, always find time to help others. That's the job of a hero. The brunette smiled tenderly, making the green-haired man feel his cheeks turn a light reddish touch. Yayorozu, honey, you're amazing. Ronin, I had a good mother Momo, that's all. The boys then gave each other a short kiss. Kirishima approached and gave his partner a hug. Apparently for the redhead with shark teeth, the green-haired boy's words had been very manly, although as the boy did not expect that, he made a slight moan of pain. Ronin, wow, you've got strength, bro. Jiro, hee. Well, you already know him. The violet-haired girl approached the green-haired boy, even giving him a light punch on the shoulder. Jiro, hey, by the way, since we're done with the help, do you want to celebrate the end? Well, do you know how all this ends? The green-haired man smiled but began to think about the question because there were still some problems. Ronin, I don't know guys, I can't go out yet and you know it. Jiro, well yes, but you shouldn't have to do it, genius. Ronin, are you so evil as to go out and lock me up and then make a video call? That's cruel, even for you. Jiro, ha, it's not a bad idea, but no, stupid, I mean you can't go out, it's true, but we don't have that punishment, or do we? The green-haired man put his hand to his chin while he thought everything over carefully, although Tokage, on the other hand, decided to ask the same question but to another person. Tokage, what do you think, Momo? A little party wouldn't hurt, would it? After all, they've made a great effort to help. Momo was drinking water, but the scare the green-haired girl gave her when she appeared in front of her made the brunette almost drown. Yayorozu, coughing yes, of course. Every victory must be celebrated with a party, but please don't do that again, Setsuna. Tokage, sorry Momo, but you see? You agree with me and it's obvious who doesn't like celebrations. The green-haired girl smiled and gave the purple-haired girl a thumbs up, who smiled back, happy that she had achieved her goal. Jiro, so what do you think, Izuku? The green-haired man just looked at his friends and then at his girlfriend while he thought calmly, and then smiled defeatedly. Ronin, well, with this I put an end to that whole damn Shigaraki and all for one thing, so yeah, let's celebrate. The green-haired boy smiled and looked at his friends, knowing that he no longer had anything to do there because what Jiro had said was true, and his punishment was only to help with the lifting and cleaning of the city caused by the disaster caused in the battle. What came after that was the task of rebuilding the buildings was now the total responsibility of Uraraka's parents' company. The green-haired boy just turned around and walked towards his ex-in-laws, who smiled at him with kindness and gratitude. Ronin, thank you. I don't know how to thank you. Amaya, nothing like that, Izuku. In fact, we should be the ones thanking you, boy. You are a great person and you showed it not only to us but to the whole world. You are not what they think. You are a great human being. There is no monster in you, just a boy who wants to do the right thing and who has achieved it. Ronin, wow. That's more than I expected him to say, hee. Kiyoshi, boy, the truth is that. The green-haired man just put on a serious face and approached the man to put his hand on his shoulder. Ronin, I know you were expecting her to come and I'm sorry, but we can't do anything now. Well, we all put in our time to help. I want to believe that she couldn't and that she must feel bad, but don't doubt that when she leaves school she will help you. Not because she is your daughter, but because that was her goal and her motivation to become a hero. You raised a good person, so cheer up. Let's not think badly of people just because of a mistake they made. Amaya, it's true, dear. Remember that even when we called her to ask how she was, she said that she was too busy and that she had trouble breathing because of the heavy tasks at the UA. Kiyoshi, that's true, but anyway, thanks for the help, Izuku. Ronin, you see, I'll tell him that they said hello when I get to the academy anyway. The green-haired boy smiled, but inside he was upset. He had told a vile lie and that hurt him because although they demanded things from them at the UA since they were their last months as students, they also had free time, otherwise none of his friends would have agreed to help him. The brunette simply did not want to help his family, even though, as he said before, they were part of his motivation as a hero. Izuku was somewhat upset but decided that he would not be the one to tell the truth about this to his ex-partner's parents. The boy decided to control himself and smile, but in response the boy received a light hug from both adults before saying goodbye. Amaya, it was really nice meeting you, Izuku. Ronin, the pleasure is mine, thanks for accepting our help. Kiyoshi, well, an extra hand never hurts. Now go and celebrate a little, you've earned it. Ronin, thanks. The boy smiled and extended his hand to the man who shook it in a form of respect and gratitude. The green-haired man was about to leave, but his friends had other plans. Jiro, I'm staying. I'll go get what we'll need for the party. Tokage, I'll go with you. Kinoko, I'm going with you. It's better than watching boring Monoma in the arcade bragging about I don't know what. Kendo, that's right, I'm going with you girls. That fool brags about anything and is boring. I better go with you. Pony, me too. Say, me too, hee. Kirishima, what can I do? I'll stay too. I'll go with them. Tokoemi, at least you won't be the only old friend. Yui, well, you're right that it will be entertaining. I'll go too. Shoji, well then I guess I'll go with you guys too. Pony, aren't you coming to see you? Tsuyu, I appreciate the invitation but I'm staying. In fact, if you don't mind Jiro, I'll take your sound equipment right away. Kero. Jiro, not at all. It would be a great help, thanks Tsu. Reiko, I'm staying too. I'll help you if you allow me, Ajui-san. Everyone shuddered upon hearing the girl's voice since, as she didn't talk much, the boys had forgotten that she was still there, and the fact that she was hiding behind Tsuyu because of her shyness didn't help much. The poor little frog had jumped slightly in fright. Tsuyu, with a drop of sweat from nerves, yeah, sure. Thanks for the help, Reiko, and don't worry, you can call me Tsuyu. Reiko, okay, Ajui-san. The green-haired boy just smiled nervously, just like his girlfriend. But after this, and now with the plans made and the teams organized, that's how all the boys separated and continued on their way. Izuku flew with Momo until they reached the academy. The boy was upset and his girlfriend knew it, and even understood it. His friends were surprised to see him enter the recreation room so suddenly, and walked directly towards Uraraka, who was surprised. Uraraka, my Midoriya W, what can I help you with? Ronin, nothing to me, nothing to you? Uraraka, surprised why the question? Ronin, tell me what it takes to not be two-faced. Tell me and I swear I'll get it. Uraraka, but what do you mean? The boy was fed up. He had already said he wouldn't interfere, but the girl's hypocrisy was so great that Izuku finally exploded. Ronin, annoyed, you can lie to me, you can lie to everyone if you want, but why to your parents? Tell me, how much motherhood does it take for you to tell them that you have too many things to do without helping them? Because let me tell you something, they always waited for you. Uraraka, boo, but I. Ronin, but what about you? What the hell kind of excuse are you coming up with this time? I'm not saying it's your obligation to do it every day. I understand that you might not see it that way, but a while ago, when you told me your motivation for being a hero, I never thought you'd do such crap. The boy realized his mistake in letting himself get carried away, so he simply calmed down. Ronin, Sai, I didn't say anything to them because I know very well that it doesn't concern me. They are your parents, and they will always support you in everything, but tell me, is this how you repay them for that support? The green-haired man just turned around before Uraraka could say anything, but that didn't stop her though. Uraraka, you don't know. There are times when I want to forget everything that happened and move on, but I can't. Izuku just stopped and turned his head slightly. Ronin, I wish I could help you, believe me, I would. If I were a magician of great power and level, I would erase your memories, but since I'm not a magician and magic doesn't exist, you're screwed because you'll live with that. The green-haired boy was clear, both harsh and in his words, and continued on his way to his girlfriend. For her part, the brunette couldn't say anything else. The impression she had received from Izuku and her guilt was enough to keep her quiet. Izuku, for his part, decided that he was going to calm down. He didn't have to get involved. If the brunette decided not to help her parents, it was her problem. He didn't have to get involved at all, and he even scolded himself for having said that, although they also knew that in some way he deserved it. Even Momo was a great help so that the green-haired boy could also calm down a lot. The girl kissed her boyfriend and hugged him until she knew that he was okay. Once she was sure that the green-haired boy was much calmer, they managed to divide the tasks for the party they would have later. For her part, Reiko used her quirk to carry the violet-haired girl's sound equipment, while Tsuyu also gave her a hand with the connections. the rocker girl's base as well as other things that Jiro asked her to transport, and once this was finished she went to help Izuku and Momo with the food. For his part, and following the instructions given to him, Todoroki stayed with Ojiro, Hagakure, Shinso and Mei to arrange the green-haired boys' rooms so that they would all take up space without being crowded, since this would be the first time that the entire Ronin squad would get together in one place. The boys did not take long because fortunately Mei, just by taking a look and remembering the number of members, knew how to arrange everything, even using one of her babies, which consisted of reducing the size of things, thus achieving the green-haired boy's bed in miniature size, which she placed on a piece of furniture where the green-haired boy had some photos with his friends. Back in the kitchen, Izuku was cooking with a noticeably visible joy. Tsuyu had already finished hers, so she had happily retired to her room to get ready. The other boys had already returned, even bringing Kami with them, who had taken advantage of the fact that it was Saturday to join the celebration. Kami, I hope you don't mind. Yayorozu, not at all, Kami. It's great that you could come. Are you waiting for us in the arcade? Kami, of course. The girls are going to wait for them playing video games too. I'll keep them company. We'll smash the boys to pieces. Hee hee. Ronin, have fun. The console is all yours. Hee hee. We won't be long. The boy just smiled and put what was needed in the oven, then washed his hands and sneaked off with his girlfriend to his room, surprised by the lack of a bed. Ronin, I swear there was a bed here. Yayorozu, well, Mei along with Todoroki, Shinso, Ojiro and Hagakure had come to accommodate. Maybe she knows where it is. Ronin, as long as I didn't blow it up, it's fine. It took work to make it comfortable for you, princess, hee hee. The girl noticed a slight smile on her partner's face and hugged him from behind. Yayorozu, what's wrong, honey? Ronin, nothing, it's just that I remembered Eri. You know it would have been nice if she came. Yayorozu, yes, I know, my love, but you know that right now I couldn't, hee hee hee. I still remember when the big family reunion was, hee hee hee. Flashback. The green-haired boy had returned to the academy completely exhausted. It had been his first day helping and his strength was not yet at. His exhaustion was quite noticeable, but that would never exhaust or break his fighting spirit, and now that he was being helped by his friends, he would never give up. The days passed normally, even being somewhat fun for the green-haired boy, who felt more and more energetic without knowing that on Sunday someone would give him a big and pleasant surprise. The green-haired boy had woken up shortly before his partner, a little heaviness, but overcoming his laziness, he managed to sit up in bed. The boy turned to look at his girlfriend, who was sleeping comfortably and peacefully. Izuku just smiled and kissed her on the shoulder and cheek. Ronin, good morning, beautiful. The black-haired girl, who was still fast asleep, just smiled and snuggled up more. Izuku smiled tenderly and got up to take a quick bath, put on his clothes and head towards the kitchen, preparing breakfast for his friends. The boy was quite animated, and this could be seen in his movements. Izuku was even humming a song until he saw the slightly disheveled and sleepy-faced brunette cross the door frame with a smile. Yayorozu, someone woke up in a very good mood, don't you think, darling? Ronin, well, don't blame me. Yayorozu, do you need help? Ronin, I have everything ready, but could you help me by putting water for coffee? The others shouldn't be long, and I still have dessert in the fridge. Yayorozu, oh, what a delicious dessert. The girls seemed to wake up a little upon hearing this last word and headed to the refrigerator, but Izuku threw his whip, closing the huge refrigerator and surprising the girl. Ronin, don't cheat, honey, and do what I told you. Yayorozu, hey! Come on, Izuku, the others haven't arrived yet. Ronin, hee hee hee, and that's why you should wait, honey, it's a surprise. The girl just looked at him and made a slight, rather cute pout. Yayorozu, evil. The green-haired man just smiled, and with his whip he attracted his girlfriend to kiss her slowly, but at that moment they heard footsteps, so they separated just as slowly. Ronin, you were saying? Todoroki, good yawn, good morning, brother. Ronin, good morning, Shoto, how did you sleep? Todoroki, fine, I guess. Where's Momo? I know you slept together, so don't lie to me. Yayorozu, like you and Tsuyu? Todoroki, there you are. Yayorozu and Tsuyu? Todoroki, I let her sleep a little longer, although I have no doubt that she is about to wake up. Ronin, well, if you want to wait for her, go ahead. The bicolor thanked this with a simple gesture and poured himself a glass of water to sit quietly so that later, as the minutes passed, the others began to arrive, including the girls from the other class, the last being Hagakure, who was distinguished by the cute bunny pajamas she was wearing. Everyone ate breakfast peacefully, even making some jokes until they finally finished their breakfast, and now it was time for dessert, which Izuku was able to bring with the help of his black whips, showing that they were cheesecakes, which, although small, looked delicious. Ronin, ready, here's your dessert. Hagakure, wow, they look amazing. Yui, I still don't believe how you do this. Ronin, talent and a lot of patience, hee. Although I think it would be much easier if I had the teapot's ice quirk, but it works just the same. Tsuyu, tasting is it chocolate? Ronin, mocha actually, coffee, chocolate, although I added a final touch which is cheese. Tsuyu, true, the coffee is present and not bitter, meaning it's well balanced. Wow, it's delicious. Todoroki, finishing his well, that was pretty delicious to be honest. Ronin, and if you're ready then we can go now. Yaoyorozu, at your service, Captain. Ronin, ready? Hagakure, not me. Ronin, well, those who are ready, go get ready. We'll see you here and we'll go. All yes. The boys left, leaving only Izuku, Todoroki, and Kirishima, who waited patiently until they saw their friends and partners return. So now, with everyone ready, they left, heading to their workplace, where they continued with their heroic and humanitarian work. Izuku had taken advantage of these days to also start practicing his flying because he knew it would be very useful for transporting the debris, although to be honest it was much easier said than done because without a doubt flying was more complicated for him than his gliding with the wings, but slowly he was able to handle it a little better. After all, practice makes perfect. For their part, the boys worked quietly and without stopping until late in the afternoon. The first surprise came, and that is that the chestnut's father called the green-haired boy. Kiyoshi, Izuku, can you come down? The surprised boy did as requested, finding himself face to face with the couple. Ronin, what's going on? Surprised. Amaya, well, I've been consulting with my husband and we both agree that at least for today you can go to the academy with your friends. The green-haired boy was surprised, as were his friends who had come closer, listening to what the adults were saying. Ronin, say I'm sorry but I don't think I heard well, how did you say it? Kiyoshi, you can go to the Izuku Academy, everyone can leave, every day they come and stay until we finish. I think that even if we can't give them a day off we can send them home early, right? Ronin, well yes, but don't you think we should continue? Amaya, calm down, kid, we can manage on our own for a day. Go rest, you deserve it, and don't even think I'll take no for an answer. The boy just turned to look at his girlfriend, confused, who raised her arms just as or more confused than her partner. Izuku had no choice but accepted leaving with his friends before the gaze of Mr. Uraraka, who smiled at him friendly. The boys left, and used their methods so that they would finally manage to get to the academy. The green-haired boy was still surprised by what had happened in the center of the city, but when the elevator doors opened the second surprise of the day would make its appearance, and when the green-haired boy passed by the elevator he met Todoroki, who looked at him fixedly. Ronin, what's going on? The bicolor looked at Shoji and Kirishima, who looked back at him somewhat nervously. Ronin, hey, you guys talk now. Kirishima, well, what happens is it's something that doesn't, well, how do I explain it? Ronin, enough with the games and tell the truth. The bicolor just sighed and looked at his brother. Todoroki, you're definitely going to want to take this, bro. The bicolor patted his adoptive brother on the shoulder and let him advance. The green-haired boy was tempted to use his quirk, preparing for anything, but then as he passed by he saw how in front of him were Kota, Katsuma, and more importantly Eri. The boy knew he had to see his daughter, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Momo appeared behind Izuku and saw the children being surprised too. At that moment Eri looked up, finding her father face to face. For Izuku the seconds became years. The boy felt his eyes get wet, and without knowing exactly when it happened the boy knelt down, and then was knocked down by the little white-haired girl who was also crying. The boy hugged his daughter tightly, clinging to her as if she were a memory and not wanting her to disappear. Eri, Dad? Ronin, Eri, my daughter, my special girl. Eri, You're here! Ronin, that's right, daughter. I promised you that you would never be alone again, my little one, and I will keep that promise. Besides, you made me promise that I would take care of my family, and that is what I will always do. Momo quickly joined the hug, and the three of them shed tears. Izuku finally felt that his family was complete. The boy hugged both women and looked up to see how, in front of them, the other two children were still in shock. Izuku stood up and walked towards them calmly. Ronin, what's wrong with you guys? Have you never seen a ghost? Koda, is it really you? Ronin, he, and who else? Katsuma. Izuku. Ronin, I'm surprised to see you here, Katsuma. Mandalay, he, I think I can answer for that, Izuku. The leader of the hussy cats came out of the kitchen bringing with her a glass of milk which she drank happily. Ronin, Miss Mandalay, nice to see you here. Mandalay, he, thanks kid, I say the same. Ray, and there is no greeting for me? The white-haired girl appeared only to be greeted by Izuku respectfully. Ronin, Mom, what a surprise, no, don't get me wrong, but what are you two doing here? Ray, well, it turns out I was going to come with Eri until you finished with the reconstruction, but your daughter was really desperate to come, so we decided we would come today, and I also remembered how Eri got along with Koda, so I called her and… Mandalay, well, I remembered the report of the incident on the island, and I remembered how a certain child thanked you for saving him, so Turan, I hope it doesn't bother you. The green-haired boy just turned around to see how his daughter got along wonderfully with the black-haired boy and the brown-haired boy. Izuku just smiled to look back at his elders. Ronin, I could never be bothered with this surprise, shedding a tear, thank you, both of you. The green-haired boy just turned around and started playing with the children, as did his friends. The boy spent the rest of the afternoon, and even made them food, which obviously only increased the children's admiration for the freckled boy, because the truth is that the green-haired boy had a truly incredible taste. Everything was laughter and fun until the inevitable happened, and late at night, the children, as well as the adults gathered there, had to retire to their homes. Obviously none of the children wanted to leave, much less Eri, who clung to the arms of her father and mother. Eri, Dad, Mom, no, I don't want to go, I don't want to leave you. Ronin, I wouldn't want to flee either. Eri, I am afraid that if I leave, I'm afraid I won't see you again. Ronin, stroking the girl's hair, I won't go anywhere, daughter, I promise you that. The green-haired man smiled, and then the brunette smiled too and joined her daughter and her boyfriend. Yaoyorozu, we would also like you to stay, daughter, but we have to work, and leaving you alone at the academy is not a good idea. Eri, do you understand, right? Eri, yes. Ronin, but fortunately for you there are cell phones with tiny cameras. Maybe you won't be able to come every day, but you will be able to see us flee. We can make video calls and you can talk to us whenever you want. Eri, really? Excited. Yaoyorozu, it's true, daughter, and what a good idea, Izuku. The little white-haired girl smiled and hugged her parents, who responded to the hug with tears. So after this the boy said goodbye to the other children, and so all with a smile they walked towards the elevator, and Izuku could see how the three children had their classic red tennis shoes, which made him smile. At least now he knew that his daughter was okay. Flashback end. The green-haired boy just turned around and kissed his girlfriend passionately. Momo responded to the gesture with the same intensity until they heard footsteps approaching. The couple slowly separated, looking into each other's eyes only to smile afterwards. Ronin, well, I think one of us needs a bath. The girl looked at her partner seductively and smiled, then looked at the bathroom in the boys' room. Yaoyorozu, you're lucky I have some clothes here, honey. Ronin, really? Why? Genuinely confused. The brunette just smiled and approached her boyfriend to kiss him and caress his hair. Yaoyorozu, because I think I'm going to take a bath. Ronin, okay. The brunette understood that her partner hadn't gotten the hint, so she looked at her boyfriend with that same seductive gesture and kissed him again, then winked at him and turned around, walking towards the bathroom with a sensual step. Yaoyorozu, you will bathe with me, genius. The green-haired man only blushed in surprise, but after getting over this, he only gave a slight smile. Ronin, even better. The green-haired man took off his clothes, just like the brunette, and so they went into the bathroom together. Although contrary to what one might think, The bath was quite tender, after all, a nice, unique and private moment for both of them. Finally, the happy couple went out and got ready quietly, only for their friends to come in a few minutes later, and so the party began. The music, the atmosphere, and the food were all beyond perfect. The boys had known for a while that Ibra, despite her strong belief in religion, was a calm person, and this was further demonstrated when the girl played songs by the well-known band Skillet, surprising her friends. The songs Hero, Monster, and Feel Invincible, among others, resonated in the room, but everyone saw the happy and calm face of the green-haired girl with vine-like hair, which surprised them because the rhythm was a little heavier than they believed and thought the religious woman would tolerate. After a while, the girl realized the strange looks from her friends, so with genuine doubt she asked them between laughs. Ibra, hee what? Ronin, nothing, it's just a bit weird, well, let's see. Yayorozu, hee what izuku means is that it's weird, good to see that you like, if not rock in general, at least such a heavy rhythm. Ibra saw how her friends also nodded along with the couple agreeing with them, so the girl smiled slightly. Ibra, hee. Personally, I'm not a fan of this type of music, but it turns out that Skillet, besides having good songs, is also a Christian band, and well, I guess I can make a small exception, right? Ronin, okay, wait, what? The boy looked even more confused at the green-haired girl who smiled innocently, although on her side Jiro integrated approached the player. Jiro, so they are Skillet. Yayorozu, do you know them, Kyuka? Jiro, I had heard of them but I never heard their songs as such. Are they a band from Tennessee no Shiozaki? Ibra, yes, they have been playing for about years and have good albums. Ronin boy, are you a fan? Ibra, hee well besides, it's not like I'll deprive myself of good music just because of my religion, right? I'm not that big of a fan of heavy genres, although I do have a certain affinity for rock. Ronin, wow, that's surprising, at least coming from you. The green-haired man just smiled before turning towards the food table. Ronin, well then let's see what else your great band has to offer. So the party followed the normal course, they danced, played and ate enjoying the atmosphere. Even Reiko opened up more, surprising everyone and more so her classmates, because for the girls of Class B it was not normal for the dangerous girl to show her emotions, expressions and much less to socialize as much as she did that afternoon. But everything has an end and this was no exception. Cami was the first to leave thanks to the distance she had to travel, but after that there were only a couple of hours left for the party to end and the boys to leave peacefully. Jiro took his team with the help of Reiko, who again used her quirk, and Ibra, who also used her vines. Finally everyone left, leaving Izuku and Momo alone, who after returning the bed to its original size laid down, and then fell asleep hugging each other with love. And so the rest of the days passed peacefully. Fortunately, the heavy pace they had for having helped in the reconstruction had made them get used to Aizawa's strenuous work, so as soon as they felt an increase in their level of tasks they did not worry at all. The boys did not give up and gave their best. It was no longer strange to see them study together. Momo, Izuku, Tsuyu and Todoroki helped their friends study, and after so much time, all their effort paid off well, and after a week of hellish exams the boys managed to pass, even with great honors, arriving at their graduation with a big smile. The event was held at the academy, in a place where both classes as well as their families could fit without any problem or inconvenience. So now both girls and boys were elegantly dressed according to the occasion. Class A and B were behind the stage, covered by a thick red cloth. Both classes were extremely nervous except for Todoroki and Izuku, who looked from time to time at the guests slowly moving the cloth without their presence being noticed. There were only a few minutes left for the ceremony to begin, and Todoroki, with a cold and serious face, approached Izuku. It reminded everyone of their first meeting in the locker room during the first sports festival, with the difference that now Izuku looked back with the same defiant gesture. Todoroki, scared Midoriya? Ronin, not even a little, Todoroki. Kirishima, oh hey you two, what's wrong? Is the truce and all the great brotherhood over? Todoroki, I told you, I didn't come here to make friends. Ronin, I didn't come back from hell with a message of peace and love, did I? Both boys stared at each other until they both raised their hands to shake and then hug. Ronin, but the truth is that I am grateful to you, brother, thank you for not doubting me. Todoroki, you don't have to be thankful, after all, helping without expecting anything in return is the true work of a hero. Ronin, and that? Which fortune cookie did you read it on? Todoroki, that I learned it from you. Thanks for being my friend and my brother Izuku. Ronin, don't be thankful, soba face. The boys separated and fist bumped, leaving everyone surprised. After this, the green-haired boy approached Kirishima, who looked smiling. Ronin, what? Are you feeling sick? Kirishima, seeing you and Todoroki makes me feel pretty good for the end of the world, Ronin, so before it's over. The green-haired boy extended his fist to his red-haired friend, who looked at him with curiosity. Kirishima, what is this? Ronin, it takes courage to ask for forgiveness, but it takes even more courage to accept our mistakes and acknowledge our guilt without blaming someone else. That's what you did, swallow your pride and see. Kirishima, that not everything is always as we see it, that there is always a second way, and that trust cannot be betrayed by something that villains showed us. Both boys smiled and fist bumped before forming up again in their respective places. The green-haired boy's friends knew that the boy had his reasons for talking to both of them, but that didn't stop them from being the ones who threw themselves at the green-haired boy and hugged him. Izuku just smiled but reciprocated the gesture, although upon hearing the director step on the wooden stage, everyone quickly returned to their places. Momo quickly kissed Izuku before returning to her place at the front of the line. Yayorozu, consider it lucky, dear. The green-haired boy smiled and looked back at the front. The boys moved forward, and when Aizawa and Vlad indicated the two classes, they came out standing in front of everyone. Izuku saw the seats, being able to see how Momo and Todoroki's family were sitting together in the first row, although leaving a small empty space between them. The green-haired boy didn't have to be very intelligent to know that that space was for his mother. The boy saw the two women who were on the sides of the empty space, and knowing that they were watching him with a nod, he thanked what they both did. The ceremony was not very long, boring or tedious, but rather it would have emotional overtones. The green-haired boy saw how the president of Class B at Tsuka Kendo gave some words of motivation, then the vice president, and with that Izuku it would be confirmed that Momo and Ida would also speak. And indeed that happened. The blue-haired boy spoke, but it was quite boring and short. Phrases like respecting school supplies and his classmates, the speech he always gave. Izuku already knew he would say that, so the boy just mocked him, giving a simple but discreet ha. Although after that Momo came, Izuku paid close attention to this because it was his girlfriend, and he was also curious because he did not know if the brunette was going to improvise or already had something written and prepared in advance. The brunette approached the pulpit and breathed, trying to calm her visible nerves. Yayorozu, but well, a part of me thought that they would make me speak in public and that I should write and prepare a great speech. Now I regret not having listened to him at the time, Some people laughed lightly at the joke, including obviously the green-haired boy's friends and their families. Izuku also couldn't help but smile because he knew that what his partner said was serious, as well as having obtained the answer to his own question. Momo, seeing this, was able to feel a little more comfortable, and using this comfort to her advantage, she breathed once more before speaking again. Insert what are you going to do when you are not saving the world? By Hans Zimmer, and enjoy. Yayorozu, when I was a child I thought that being a hero was an incredible and easy job. Obviously I let myself be guided by the thousands of comics that I read. I suppose now I know that it is not, that in real life this job is much more complicated, more difficult, and crazy than what is shown in the vignettes of a comic. But that does not mean we should give up. We all make mistakes, but we also have virtues, and instead of focusing on the bad we should do it on the good, because once we see that we are good at something we can make the bad change for good. Let's make our weaknesses our virtues and strengths. Today we will become professional heroes for the good of the future, but we are not the only ones. We can all be heroes. We do not need a super suit for that. Someone very important to me said that it is not only about heroic work, but that service also counts. We can all help to create a better world. It does not matter if it is the smallest thing, because if we all unite, we can do wonders. The girl turned her head quickly to look at her partner, who smiled back, and then when she looked back she saw her parents, who smiled at her proudly in an indescribable way. Yayorozu, today as heroes we all promise to fight for a bright future, but there will be days where we feel that this will not be achieved. There will be dark days where people will even speak badly, but that is why I ask everyone not to stay with just one thing. We can always search for the truth, not what they want to sell us. Because just as they taught us at the UA, we can always redeem ourselves. Second chances exist. You just have to know who to give it to, and believe me that this way we can achieve a better future. The girl turned around one last time, watching as Izuku smiled and nodded his thanks. The girl just turned around and finished her speech, thanking him with a slight bow, and returned to her place in line. After that, the ceremony continued as usual. Each student was called to the front, handed over their provisional license, and was given an envelope containing their diploma, as well as their pro-hero license. For a second, Izuku thought the license wouldn't be granted to him, but when it was his turn to hand it over, Aizawa spoke. Aizawa, Izuku Midoriya, the first time I saw you I thought you were just another useless person. The poor handling of your quirk was a sign of your great ineptitude and inexperience. The green-haired man wanted to answer, but out of courtesy he kept silent and stared at the black-haired man, who continued speaking without flinching. Aizawa, but as events at UA unfolded, this negative feeling towards you changed. You made my vision of ineptitude change to admiration. I admit that, like everyone else, I made a mistake, and I admit that it was largely mine. I was the one who insisted so much. It was my sense of duty and desperation for fear so great that it clouded my judgment. I acted wrong before and I did it again after, but still you never gave up, boy. You made your power your own, and it didn't matter who taught you, because you marked your own path. It wasn't UA, it wasn't Tartaro's. It was only you, and that will lead you to great things. Izuku Midoriya, today I give you not only your graduation diploma, but I also give you your hero license. Under the name of Ronin, promise that you will do the right thing, boy, as you have always done, because you earned it, as well as my respect. Izuku just looked at his teacher to take the envelope, and with a firm step he thanked them, making a slight bow, and then left with his classmates. Aizawa and Vlad King stood in front of the crowd and said a few words. After that the director spoke, and after shouting aloud plus ultra, everyone knew it. They were no longer simple students. Nizu, now fulfill the duty for which you were at UA. Go out and show the world why you are graduates of here. Go out and be heroes. No more students, no more homework, no more staying in the dorms. Now they were ready, now they were finally pro-heroes. The excited boys shouted to the sky while their parents applauded proudly of them. Izuku excitedly fixed his gaze on the empty seat, although at that moment the seat was not empty at all, and Izuku with surprise could clearly see two people. Two women too important to him, and there standing were his teacher Nana Shimura and his mother Inko Midoriya. Both women shed happy and proud tears, both of the green-haired boy and the brunette. The boy shed a tear and after a couple of seconds raised his arm, which held the envelope tightly towards the sky, while the freckled man gave a bright smile. Ronin, in tears, I did it, Mom, I really did it, thank you. Thank you for never losing your faith in me. The children finished their celebration and were finally able to go down with their families, who proudly welcomed them. Obviously, the Todoroki family celebrated with enthusiasm to Izuku and Shoto. Both boys were hugged by their father, mother and brothers, although obviously Izuku was hugged with enthusiasm by Eri. Momo approached and suffered the same effusiveness of celebration. The girl was hugged by the white-haired woman as well as by the bicolor sister. For their part, Natsuo and Enji approached to congratulate her calmly, although Eri, as with her father, hugged her mother with enthusiasm. Enji greeted Raichi and Mari to Rei, leaving aside the hostility life, because now that they knew each other better they could interact in a more friendly way. After this, the parents of the brunette congratulated both the green-haired and the bicolor. The green-haired friends also approached and distributed the congratulations. Mari, seeing this, had an idea, and that is that her daughter told her about her friends, so she, knowing their names and some faces, remembering having seen them at the violet-haired concert, approached kindly. Mari, I see you've already made new friends. Yayorozu, yes, I've already told you about them, haven't I, Mom? Mari, of course, daughter, although, well, excluding your friends, whom I had already met at the concert of the talented Kyuka, I hadn't had the luck to see the others. Kendo, that's right, pardon my manners, let me introduce myself. My name is Itsuka Kendo, former class president of Class B. It's a pleasure to meet you. The orange-haired girl gave a slight bow, although the name was enough for both Raichi and Enji to approach with some curiosity. Enji, did you say Kendo? Kendo, impressed. That's right, sir, Itsuka Kendo. Ryuichi, by any chance are you the daughter of Master Akaguro Kendo? Kendo, do you know my father? Both men were surprised because that girl was the daughter of someone who, even without using his quirk and with the pure fighting techniques he knew, could defend himself and emerge victorious without any injury. The girl's father was a martial arts legend. Mari also knew the girl's father, so she was also slightly surprised, although like the men, she decided not to mention anything because if the girl hadn't boasted about her father, it was for a reason. Ryuichi, yeah, well in fighting tournaments and stuff like that. Mari, but then you also tell me that you are friends with Izuku and Momo. Ibara, we too, let me introduce myself, my name is Ibara Shiozaki. Pony, nice to meet you, my name is Tsunatori Pony. Mari, nice to meet you Pony. The woman quickly understood that although the blonde spoke Japanese, her natural language was English, so she decided that she would use her English lessons in action so that the girl would not feel bad. Pony, seeing the woman's response, her eyes lit up and she was surprised as well as happy. For their part, Reiko and Yui also formally introduced themselves. Mari, well girls, it's a pleasure to meet you and also congratulations to everyone, you will start your own story at your own pace so I wish you good luck. All, thank you. Ray, what's more, it occurs to me that just this once we can reward them, right? They earned it. After all, it's not every day they graduate from the greatest hero academy in all of Japan. Kendo, no need, thank you very much. Yayorozu, that's true ma'am, thank you, but it's not necessary. Mari, none of that Momo, you deserve it, all of you, what do you think if we go to the house, can I ask that they prepare something for you while we arrive so you don't have to wait so long? Ray, well I was going to propose my house, but now that I think about it, there are several people. I wouldn't like them all to be crowded. Mari, in that case it's decided, I'll send for the vehicle so we all get in without problems. Yayorozu mom, really, there's no need. Ryuichi, Momo, don't argue with your mother, you know she made a decision. Yayorozu but. Genji, so it's decided? Ryuichi, yes I think so, I'll make the call. Mari, I'll call Kazami to prepare the food right away. Yayorozu, I guess there's nothing we can do. Ronin, I don't think so. The brunette's parents made the calls and after a short time the car arrived. For their part the adults spoke with the parents of the green-haired boys and the brunette's friends informing them of the meeting. The parents were surprised by this but accepting that their children deserved it after the hard effort they accepted that the meeting would be held so another car had to be called for them. The kids got in, and were surprised because even though it looked like a normal car on the outside, the elegance was clearly visible inside. Ronin, how elegant! Yayorozu, sorry Izuku, I didn't mean for you to feel awkward sorry. Ronin, it's okay my love, I guess this is normal. Mari, what else are you missing? Wait until you join us at some of the parties we have occasionally. Ronin, what? Yayorozu, I told you. The girl just covered her eyes in shame but Izuku just smiled and kissed her, reassuring her slightly. Ronin, calm down, Momo. It was bound to happen, right? You already told me, I think I can handle it. Apparently the gesture fulfilled its objective because the brunette no longer felt this pain. Mari for her part smiled happily for her daughter. The trip lasted as long as necessary until after a while the children finally arrived at their destination with their families where as soon as they got off they were received by a great banquet which even still had things to finish. Everyone was surprised but they celebrated, the families lived together, and enjoyed without exception. Eri was one of those who enjoyed it the most because she spent time playing with her parents and her friends until she fell asleep tired. The party lasted as long as necessary but finally ended at night. Although far from discouraging them, it lifted their spirits even more because they knew that from tomorrow on they would be and do the work of what they were, professional heroes. Insert A New Hope by Danny Elfman. And so it was, early the next day each of the boys woke up, put on their hero costume, loaded their license, and left their houses to start working with excitement. Every day was just as they dreamed, although there was a negative side, and that is that the boys began to do heroic tasks, and although this will sound dreamy and incredible, it was not entirely, since izuku was still frowned upon by a certain sector of the population who doubted that the boy was the hero that everyone believed. Even some media continued to attack the boy's actions daily, and although this did not matter much to the green-haired boy, it did make no agency want to give him work with the exception of the Hussycats agency, Gang Orca, Mirio, and obviously Endeavor, but the green-haired boy declined these opportunities, and after talking about it with Momo, they decided to create their own agency together, which obviously surprised people, causing a stir because they did not believe that someone like Momo Yaoyorozu, despite being a couple, would also work alongside the freckled one. But the truth is that except for the controversy, the creation of his own agency encouraged his friends and colleagues to also create their own, and as Izuku said in an interview, Ronin, at UA, we're taught to be self-sufficient. After this, it was no longer strange for anyone to see some new agencies, both solo and couples, the most notable case being Todoroki and Tsuyu or Kirishima with Tokage, even Uraraka with Ida. But the surprises did not stop coming, and after a year, Rei, with the help of Fuyumi and Endeavor, managed to finish her studies and got a job as a full-time teacher at UA, and maybe even though the woman could not be a hero as she would have liked, as Momo and Izuku would say, you do not always need a suit to do good. The woman would be a hero in her own way, guiding future generations. Life was good for everyone, and although the green-haired boy's detractors said otherwise, the truth is that with Izuku actively participating in the battlefield, the crime rate had dropped considerably. Few people felt strong enough to face the boy who killed the greatest villain of all, and those who believed it fell easily, either before the boy or his friends. Although the real surprise would come from Izuku and Momo again, and after 2 years of planning and some setbacks, they finally took the big step shortly after both turned, which was to live together. And at first each one lived with their family, and although this did not bother them at all to either of them or their families, the truth is that they had already entered into talks to pack their bags, but for one reason or another they never carried it out, and it was not until Izuku quickly thought of his house in Yuzudafu that the brunette had not accepted. The boys decided to join their parents at a dinner where they gave them the news, where at first Ryuichi was reluctant to accept this because they were talking about his daughter, although after seeing how Izuku and Momo talked he decided to accept because he knew that the green-haired man was someone very trustworthy, Mari. Endeavor and Rei would not hesitate to give their approval, making the boys happy, who the next day started packing. The young couple told their friends, who were happy and congratulated the couple. Todoroki felt a little late because he was still with his family, but Izuku had given him the motivation to also look for his own home with his little frog to his time. Ronin, it's not a race, do it when you're ready. So the boys moved, but to their surprise they didn't do it alone, but little Eri had also joined them, who after saying goodbye to her grandparents decided to accompany her parents to live with them. Tears rolled down the eyes of the Yaoyorozu and Todoroki family, but they weren't of sadness but rather of happiness and pride. Their children, after all, had already grown up. Now in their new house, Izuku, Momo and Eri were glad to have settled it before, because now they only needed to put things in order. Endeavor had given them the deeds to the house, so now it was legally back to the Midoriya family. Izuku had plans for his home, and the boy had planned some remodeling in some parts as well as adding a new room. Also, although it seemed that they had everything covered, the truth is that they had to get new furniture because some had been damaged or needed repair. Fortunately, Uraraka's family helped them with the repair and remodeling of some aspects of the house as a gift for their move, so they worked quickly. But things did not stop there, and their friends also offered to help them by arranging things or even with the transportation of the new furniture, and even to put them and assemble those that will need it. Although the biggest surprise as far as Izuku is concerned was given to him by Mei and Melissa, because the blonde, not long after he moved to Japan, gave him an exact replica of his old arm. Izuku was surprised because he didn't know what to say other than a deep thank you. The pleasant surprise reminded him of everything that happened, and that made him smile. The boy thanked the blonde many times and decided that he would put a shelf for his old limb, although before this he would play a joke on his bicolor brother. Flashback. We can see how some of the boys who were helping the green-haired boy had managed to take some time from their activities to go out, and by something in rest mode, the boys had managed to get a few slivers of time from their heroic labors to be able to help their best friends. On the other hand, Izuku was in the kitchen connecting and calibrating the stove until he heard noises coming from the living room where Todoroki was. The green-haired boy smiled evilly and left his calibration work, being observed with curiosity by Momo. Ronin, Moko, did the others leave? Yaoyorozu, yes, Shoto stayed to fix something in the living room, I think the bookseller. The green-haired man just smiled evilly and started to move forward. Yaoyorozu, where are you going, darling? Ronin, you'll see. The green-haired boy walked discreetly and took the metal arm out of the briefcase. Izuku advanced slowly and with the help of his telekinesis he moved the bookcase that was very close to the wall enough to alert Todoroki, who was putting up a shelf. The boy noticed this, and knowing that the furniture was about to fall quickly went to stop it. Managing to do so with some ease because although it didn't have any books yet it was quite heavy, the boy was having trouble holding it up. It was in those moments that he regretted not having gone out with his friends or failing that, asking one of them to stay in case something like that happened. Although he quickly remembered that there were more people in the house, so without a word he asked for help. Todoroki, Izuku. Brother, help. The green-haired man smiling pretended to run, hitting the ground quickly and stumbling pretended. Ronin, what happened? Trying not to laugh. Todoroki, no, don't you see how I am? Holding the weight with problems. Ronin, okay, what do you want me to do? About to burst out laughing. Todoroki, brother, hurry up and give me a hand. The green-haired boy couldn't help it and let out a light laugh and then threw his old arm, which fell at Todoroki's feet, who upon seeing it could only make a face that denoted disbelief. Todoroki, ha 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 ha, Izuku, you are a clown, this is serious. The poor bicolor couldn't stand it anymore, and the distraction made him lose strength. Soon the boy felt like the furniture was about to fall on him, but Izuku threw his black whips, managing to stop the fall of the furniture, and the bicolor thus preventing him from hitting himself. After this, Izuku explained the joke to his adoptive brother, who despite his desire to hit the green-haired boy smiled. Some time later both suffered a reprimand from Momo and Tsuyu, but even so Izuku did not regret anything. Flashback end. Although days later the surprise of the green-haired boy by the pink-haired inventor made him shed a few tears, and everyone finally understood why the girl had acted so mysterious for so long. Flashback. We can see how the family of both boys as well as their friends were in the living room of the house. There was a little while left for everything to be ready and look like new, but the reason for this meeting was because Mei wanted to give Izuku a gift, and called everyone. Ronin, you know this isn't necessary, right? Hatsum, yes, but well, I think it concerns everyone because, well, this is my apology for being a little blunt since the day we started rebuilding the city during our student days. Shinso, hey, that's true, you owe me an apology for that. Yaoyorozu, what was it about Mei? Hatsum, well, the reason is that it's been almost 3 years since you fought with everything and managed to defeat the monster, and the threat that all for one represented, and I know that you risked and lost a lot. In fact, more than any of us could imagine or perhaps even bear. The freckled man only nodded slightly as he remembered everything that had happened since he accepted One for All. Hatsum, but this isn't time for regrets, is it? I gathered everyone here because you fought not only for your survival but also for humanity. You didn't give up, and it's thanks to that tenacity that we can all be here, Izuku. I made this and I wanted to give it to you. The girl then took out something that made Izuku open his eyes completely, and that was that the girl had the sheath of his sword, the katana that Stain had given him. The surprising thing was that the handle was there when he remembered that it had been destroyed in their fight. Mei made a slight bow and gave Izuku the weapon, who, unable to believe it, took it, feeling the weight which he still remembered. Ronin, Mei, what is it? Mei, what are you waiting for? Take it out so you can convince yourself. The green-haired boy took the handle and carefully took out his katana, which slowly lit its edge in its characteristic red color that it had. The green-haired boy, surprised and without realizing it, shed tears. When he took it out completely, Izuku saw that it was complete. It did not lack any detail. The boy held it in front of him and closed his eyes, activating his One for All and causing the sword to burn an incandescent red glow, and also be surrounded by the characteristic green rays, which surprised everyone. The boy opened his eyes and put away his sword to hug his friend. Ronin, but how? Hatsum, well, it wasn't easy, believe me, I had to find all the pieces, and while it took me days, I even made a baby that helped me a lot. Then I had to make sure no one suspected this, as well as learn more about metallurgy and how to forge swords. Seriously, sometimes I thought it wouldn't work. Ha ha ha, your katana really is special. I even thought I would have to put artificial light on it so you wouldn't suspect. Hee hee. I'm glad to see it still works. Ronin, hee hee. Thanks, Mei. The boy bowed slightly to Mei, who was smiling, although what she didn't know is that when Izuku took his sword he knew it. The weapon might seem fully repaired, but he knew that it wasn't. It was permanently and irreparably damaged, and it had already fulfilled its task. It had helped the boy in his work. Izuku smiled because despite the above, he knew that although he could not use it in battles anymore as he had done before, the truth is that his sword was waiting for a moment longer, because although it didn't seem like it, it still had a last reddish glow to show. Izuku bought a shelf where he put his sword right next to his arm. Both objects would always remind him of what he lost in order to win. A reminder that no matter how much darkness there is, if there is hope, no matter how small it may be, the light will shine brightly. Flashback end. The days passed after these two events, and soon these became months where Izuku spoke with Momo. There was a matter of utmost importance that the boy urgently wanted with his girlfriend's parents, and could not wait. The brunette accepted, although she also tried to make Izuku tell her what it was about, but the green-haired man would not speak until his girlfriend's family was reunited. The brunette, seeing that it would be useless to get information from her partner, decided to wait for the meeting to happen, so they planned it well and told her parents, but unfortunately for Momo, they could not go because they had to take a trip where it would take them at least a couple of months to return. Obviously this discouraged the green-haired man a little, but it also helped him choose his words carefully. Time passed and things were calm for the Midoriya/Yaoyorozu family. Things at the agency were wonderful and their personal life was incredible. Even now the no longer so little Eri proved to be a genius like her parents. The girl was even loved by everyone. Izuku and Momo couldn't be more proud of their daughter, even starting to organize her documents for an upcoming adoption. Time passed and passed, but finally the moment arrived. The boys couldn't have other things to think about because that day was the deadline the brunette's parents had to return. Today was the day Izuku would tell the truth to his father-in-law Ryuichi, the truth about One for All as well as the truth about his mother. Izuku was slightly nervous because, as they had agreed, as soon as the brunette's parents arrived in Japan they would go talk immediately with Izuku and Momo, so the green-haired boy was too busy trying to think his words one last time. The boy was sitting on the bed while he tried to control himself. The boy activated his One for All and let it flow through his body, relaxing a little. For her part, Momo was taking a shower calmly, although with doubt about the content of the talk that would happen in a few hours. Back in the main room, Izuku was already calm and sure of what he would do, even heading to the kitchen for a glass of water, although at that precise moment his adoptive brother called him. Izuku was surprised by this, but without wasting time he answered. "Ronin, what's going on?" The green-haired man only heard sounds of blows and explosions in the background before the two-colored man spoke. "Todoroki, there's trouble downtown." "Ronin, yes, I heard. Bakugo and them are busy on the south side, but you can take care of it, right?" "Todoroki, believe me, if I didn't need your help, I wouldn't have bothered you. There are several of them, and the leader escaped. It would help us a lot if—" At that moment the communication was cut off. Izuku could only hear an explosion before the dead tone of the phone indicating the end of the call. The green-haired boy did not hesitate, and then ran to his room where he took out the briefcase where he had his hero suit, but when he opened it he noticed the absence of it. So surprised he decided to go to his girlfriend, who was finishing bathing. The boy could smell the aroma of the fragrances that she used mixing with the smell of humidity. "Ronin, Momo." "Yaoyorozu, what?" "Ronin, where is my suit?" "Yaoyorozu, what thing?" "Ronin, where's my hero suit?" "Yaoyorozu, I put it there." "Ronin, where?" "Yaoyorozu, why do you want to know?" "Curious." "Ronin, I need it." "Yaoyorozu, don't even think about running away to act like a hero. We've been planning this dinner for a long time." "Ronin, my love, Shoto and the others may be at risk." "Yaoyorozu, our evening will be at risk if you go out." "Ronin, tell me where my Momo suit is. I'm telling you about a great feat." "Yaoyorozu, great feat. I am your girlfriend and I am your greatest feat." The green-haired man just stepped out and leaned against the wall, sighing heavily and looking toward the bathroom, but after a couple of minutes he remembered he still had the prototype. The boy didn't waste any time and quickly went to the closet, which he opened, and after searching a bit he managed to find what he was looking for, although at that moment, and to his nerves, he could hear how the bathroom door opened. The green-haired boy didn't have time to waste, so he took the briefcase, he opened the window, and flew out, leaving only a note that he wrote quickly. After a couple of minutes the brunette entered the room with a calm step. The girl had a towel wrapped around her torso, and with a smaller one she was drying her hair. Yayorozu, sorry for saying the last thing, darling. I don't want you to think badly of me. It's just that, well, this talk is something that has had me somewhat intrigued. Besides, Shoto will be fine. After all, he is the son of the #1 hero and Izuku where? The brunette observed the room carefully, although after seeing the closet and the open window she just had to put the pieces together in her mind. This, added to a small note she found on the floor, only made her face go from confusion to annoyance in a matter of seconds. The girl bent down, taking the note, which only said, "Sorry, I won't be long, I love you." The brunette just crumpled the paper in her hand and looked annoyed at the window. Yayorozu, annoying Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy flew covered in fire while he put on his suit so that no one would see him, and after a while he managed to guess the part of the center where his friends were thanks to a huge flame of fire. Izuku didn't waste time and headed there. Although upon arriving he was greeted by a villain with a transformation quirk who threw a somewhat tired-looking Todoroki at him, the green-haired boy took his brother and helped him get up. Ronin, so this is what you were talking about, are all the kids here? Todoroki, yes, the others are busy and couldn't come. I didn't feel comfortable calling Bakugo or Ida and Uraraka, and I did, but they didn't come. They just said they were busy and… Ronin, I understand you. Todoroki, I know today was your talk and I'm sorry to interrupt it, but… The bicolor was interrupted because the boy was going to be hit by a huge monster, but Izuku flew and was easily able to stop the impact, and then with his pyrokinesis surround the monster with fire, who began to scream in pain until he fainted. Ronin, look, let's do this quickly. I don't have time, and anyway I'm sure Momo is going to kill me when she gets back, so let's hurry, okay? Todoroki, understood. Both boys prepared themselves and began to fight synchronously, although as Todoroki had previously deduced, the villains, upon seeing the green-haired man, doubted their actions. Without a doubt, seeing Izuku face to face was something impressive, but knowing that he was going to fight against you and knowing that your chances are minimal made it even more terrifying. Soon the heroes were reducing the number of enemies. Although the boys could defeat the villains, the latter had their own versions of the Nomus, which, although they were not as lethal as the originals, were not weak or easy. Fortunately, without Dr. Murata on the field, they did not know how to mix quirks, so they only tried to enhance their quirks, making those who had a strength quirk become deformed monsters due to their muscles. Izuku and Todoroki fought with good coordination, managing to finish off the Nomus, and leaving their friends to freely take care of the villains. Todoroki, wouldn't it be easier to end all this with your Ryujin no Ken Wakuri? Ronin, are you forgetting that I no longer have my sword? Todoroki, can't you get a new one? Ronin, sorry, it's not like I can search for fire-resistant katanas on Google. Todoroki, no need for sarcasm. Ronin, sword that I use, a sword that melts from heat, and watch out. The green-haired man took out his revolver and shot a Nomu that was behind the two-colored one. Ronin, you know what? I've had enough. You use this, I'll finish this shit. I don't have time anymore. The green-haired boy threw the revolver to the two-colored man, who began to shoot without stopping. Izuku, for his part, breathed. It was true that he didn't have his sword, but that wouldn't stop him. After all, he wasn't a one-trick hero. The green-haired man put his hands together, and several spheres of fire appeared above him, which landed on the Nomus, and even though they moved, the spheres followed them. Izuku took off in flight, and placed himself on top of the strongest Nomu to prepare his attack. Ronin, get out of here, all you heroes! Roar of the Alpha Hellwolf. The green-haired man extended his arms, releasing the strong attack which charred the monster. At the same time the spheres of fire were also launched against the Nomus, making the same effect. These caused a slight explosion that stunned the villains, giving the necessary opportunity to the heroes. Ronin, now! At that moment the boys went against the villains again, managing to defeat them easily. Soon the villains were unconscious except for one who was tied up. They had left him conscious to account for himself. Todoroki, hey, you don't think you can, you know. Ronin, I have to go and you know it. Todoroki, come on, you're intimidating, it won't take you long. Izuku just sighed tiredly. He would help, but if he wanted quick answers then he would have to be more rude. The freckled man quickly grabbed the villain and hit him in the face, preventing him from fainting, and then shook him violently, managing to wake him up completely. Todoroki, by the way bro, he's Chinese so it won't be difficult. Ronin, Chino? And how are you so sure? Todoroki, for his eyes and his wallet. The two-colored man took out the villain's wallet, which had his identification card, which showed that his nationality was indeed Chinese. Izuku relaxed a little because he knew that there would be no difficulty in terms of communication, but remembering the lack of time he despaired a little and decided that he would hurry up the improvised interrogation. Ronin, who's your stupid boss? The boy shouted this, but the villain didn't respond, so the green-haired boy slapped him and shook him again. Ronin, I know who you are, now tell me who sent you, damn it! Speak, son of the Great Wall, speak even if it's in Mandarin. Villain, maud its gosses, vu any saves rain. The green-haired boy just turned to look at his brother, confused by the accent. Ronin, what are you doing? Todoroki, don't believe me, but I think he's speaking French. Ronin, French? What kind of Chinese is that? Hey, I don't have time for this. Tell him to stop playing or Momo will kill me. Todoroki, and how do I tell him if I don't speak French? The annoyed green-haired man hit the villain and held him tightly again. Ronin, speak in Christian. Villain, you any emintimides pa du tout idiot. Ronin, no! I already told you to speak Chinese and French well. At that moment Izuku's other friends approached and saw how the green-haired man slapped the villain. Ronin, you're Chinese, we live on the same bucking continent, now stop talking like Jar Jar Binks and tell the truth. The green-haired man was desperate, so he began to choke the villain until he noticed the presence of his friends. Ronin, I'm almost done, just give me a minute. Todoroki was a little nervous until he turned to look at his friends, and an idea came to him. Todoroki, is Ibra with you? Pony, he stayed to tie up a villain, he shouldn't be long in coming back. Todoroki, bring her in now. As I recall, she speaks French, I hope this works. Izuku hit the villain again, and finally after a couple of minutes the religious girl finally approached, finding Izuku hitting his enemy. Ronin, he's speaking well now. Villain, Premier Mort, Jene Pao Pa Aux Heroes, Les Tuesday. Ibra, good heavens, what do they need? Todoroki, do you speak French, Shiozaki? Ibra, yeah, well, part of my education led me to speak French fluently. But Pony said they needed help and I don't know how that would help them. Todoroki, okay, you'll be our translator. Ibara, what about me? Ronin, look, just do it quickly and believe me, I will be very grateful. Now ask him where the damn boss is. The girl thought about it for a bit but decided to help. Ibara, monsieur, pourriez-vous nous dire os votre patron? Villain, ce n'est sant que de enfants stupides et surtout si garçon aux chevaux verts, Illinois est just un plus stupide. Ibara, but well, he said that we are just stupid children and referred to Izuku using the word with E. Ronin, what? Word with an E? Shiozaki, give this son of a. Todoroki, Izuku. She's religious. The green-haired man just sighed tiredly. He was running out of time and patience. Ronin, Ibara, tell this piece of M-word that I myself will tell it the F-word. Ibara, regardes un morceau de bien, merde ouil vous apprendra à. Villain, je n'ai pas peur de lui, c'est juste un grand stupide bien que son père soit le plus stupide d'avoir un fils idiot comme lui. Ronin, what did he say now? Ibara, he said the word with E again, now referring to your father. Ronin, son of a, tell him his mom is A-H. Todoroki, brother, that word doesn't have an H, it has a P. Ronin, true, And double that his sister is AP and his grandmother is a cheap P and charges double because she has no teeth. Ibra, si bien d'accord, tu ms fait dire que ta sœur est un P ne vais pas dire ca. Votre grand-mère est un P bon marque etl facture le double parce qu'elle n'a pas dents. Villain, et bien tu moins il soit plus courageux et plus puissant que le putain de lettre la bat à côté de lui que aime charmant lui sous le pénis. Ronin, did he say it again? Ibra, this time he referred to Shoto with a word that is understood as buwell. Ronin, what do you mean? Come on, Ibra, just say it. I don't have the time or patience right now. Todoroki, Momo will hang him up. Ibra, well, he referred to Shoto with a word that means bootlicker and another that rhymes with Jean. Todoroki, what? Well, tell him he's an LS. Ronin, a Shoto that part is written with C. Ibra, I have a dictionary if you want something funny. Todoroki, just tell him lick that. Then the villain started speaking quickly, making both of them see him. Ronin, now what? Ibra, he says we made a mistake and they'll dance on our corpses. Ronin then got fed up and approached the villain. Ronin, oh shit, I'm already late and you know what? Screw it, you asked for this, now Ibra, turn around because you don't want to see this. The green-haired man took the villain by storm and punched him in the face. Ronin, who's your boss? How do we find him? Say it right now, or I'll cut your peas off and shove them in your mouth. Ibara, the bees? Ronin, the P. Shiozaki, Harry and Harry, tell me now P. Give me my weapon Shoto, give me the weapon! The bicolor passed his revolver to Izuku, who loaded it and pointed it at his head. Ronin, it's over, Stingray Eyes, tell me now. Who's your stupid boss? Villain Tyra. Ronin, what did Shiozaki say? Ibara, he said shoot. The green-haired man didn't hesitate and quickly pulled the trigger, making the villain scream in fear, although nothing came out of the gun, not a single bullet. Ronin, brother, you emptied the magazine, this thing has no bullets. Todoroki, sorry. Ronin, I'm trying to kill someone bro Ray. The green-haired man quickly loaded his revolver and pointed it at the villain again. Ronin, okay, either you start talking now and without F and with all the letters or I'm going to blow your brains out, and I said brains, not those. Todoroki, Izuku. Ibara, scared, began to pray in Latin at an incredible speed, scaring the villain even more. Ibara, Domini Sanct Pater Omnipotens. Ronin, that's it, Shiozaki, call the gentleman and tell him to save a place for you. Todoroki, Izuku waits. Ronin, tell me something. Todoroki, that's enough. Ronin, no, it's almost over. Forgive me, father, for I have sinned. The green-haired boy was about to pull the trigger. The villain, faced with the green-haired boy's actions and the girl's reaction, broke into a cold sweat and without thinking twice, desperately shouted loud and clear. Villain, pay attention. Ibara, he said wait. The villain at that moment quickly gave the address, overcome with fear. Ronin, tell me what gave it to her. Ibara, yes, I know where it is. The green-haired man just breathed and looked at his watch to see that it was late, so he put away his revolver. Ronin, my time's up. I have to leave. You guys take care of this, okay? Without your reinforcements, he won't do anything significant. Todoroki, understood. The green-haired man just breathed and said goodbye to his brother. Todoroki, I'll see you at your funeral, I guess, hee. Ronin, shut up. The green-haired man knocked out the villain and approached Ibara. Ronin, it was a pleasure working with you on this, Shiozaki. Ibara, don't worry, say hi to Momo, I'll officiate your funeral. The girl just smiled, as did the green-haired boy. Both raised their arms, bumping fists, so that Izuku was then sent flying from the place. The green-haired boy didn't take long to get home, feeling relieved that his in-law's car wasn't in front of his house, so he quickly entered his home only to be greeted by a ball in the face courtesy of Momo. Ronin, I really hate that you're the only one who doesn't trigger my predatory sense sometimes. Yayorozu, you know they could have arrived already, right? Ronin, you know as well as I do that I can take a bath in 5 minutes or even 10 at the most. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong with you? You've been acting very mysterious lately. Ronin, I went to save my brother and our friends. Those guys are replicating Nomus. They are still very weak, but they are still monsters, threats, and unfortunately for me I have to stop them because if you don't, you know what they can do on the streets besides. Yaoyorozu, you know that's not what I mean. The girl shouted this because she knew her boyfriend wasn't acting like he normally would. The boy seemed more reserved, and also when Momo saw the broadcast of the fight and the interrogation, she saw him even desperate, which obviously worried her, so she decided to confront him, being the moment of his arrival home the perfect moment to carry out her plan. Izuku, on the other hand, lowered his head. He knew it. His girlfriend knew him well enough to know that something was wrong. The boy sighed and Momo knew she had succeeded. Her partner was finally calming down. The brunette, genuinely worried about Izuku, simply approached him and hugged him. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, we had already talked about that. If you have a problem, say it and we will solve it together. We did that before and it always worked well for us. Ronin, I know Momo, it's just that what I'm going to do now is difficult. Yaoyorozu, are you telling me it's harder than facing All for One? Because that was really hard, and yet you did well. Ronin, well, it's not a fight, but it's just as important. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, what's going on? Ronin, one for all and all for one. In the end, we were two sides of the same coin. One of us had to die for the other to live, and I know I said that killing both the Graded Scrotum Face and Shigaraki would end my problems, but the truth is that no, as the possessor of one for all, there is still something I have to do, Momo, and that is what we will talk about, or well, I will talk to your parents today. Yaoyorozu, Izuku. Ronin, it's about the truth, Momo. Yaoyorozu, but what truth? Ronin, the truth about one for all and your paternal grandmother, the story of my power, and why your father never mentioned it before. The green-haired boy said this, raising his face and staring at the brunette. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. What did her partner know about that mystery? Momo knew that Izuku wasn't lying. She could see it in his eyes. The green-haired boy, for his part, separated and walked towards the room. Ronin, I'm going to take a bath. I won't be long, Momo. Yaoyorozu, yes, honey. The boy went into the bath while he remembered something. Ronin, I spoke before about destiny when I first saw the multiverse before my eyes. At first I thought that maybe mine was to be with Uraraka, given the large amount of things I saw like that, but after knowing what I know today, and knowing what I'm going to talk about today, I think that my true destiny, if it exists, was to be with Momo. The boy took a bath, and just as he said, it didn't take any time at all. The green-haired boy went out, hurried to get dressed, and saw that Todoroki had sent him a message that somewhat relieved him. Todoroki. We defeated these villains, neutralized their laboratory, and destroyed their research. Tsukachi took a copy of the data to have evidence against him. We managed to win. Those Nomus could cause a problem. The green-haired man just breathed and smiled slightly, knowing that there was one less problem. Ronin. After all, I wasn't really necessary. I just went to speed things up, right? Todoroki. You were a great help, brother, thanks. By the way, Dad went to pick up Eri, so they don't worry. Ronin. Thanks, that's very helpful. By the way, don't forget to investigate. There may be more of those Nomus. I doubt these crazy sick people are the only ones continuing the investigation into that crazy Murata. Todoroki. Sure, I'll tell Tsukachi. Now focus on your own thing, because from now on you're on your own. Rest in peace, brother. Ronin. I don't know if you're talking about me sleeping well today, or if you just wished me dead, but thanks anyway. The green-haired boy locked his phone and finished getting ready to then make sure that everything in his home was in order, as well as that the food was ready. The boy made sure of this along with his girlfriend, and immediately after assuring it, surprisingly, his in-laws knocked on the door. Both got nervous but managed to control themselves. They gave each other a short kiss, and then Izuku quickly went to open it. His in-laws came in, and although they looked tired from the trip, they had an honest smile on their faces. Apparently they had left their suitcases in the mansion before going with the boys, and that was why it had taken them a while. But once the explanations were made, the talks came. The boys updated Mr. Yaoyorozu, who also informed the boys, and it is that despite the fact that the relationship of the green-haired boy and the black-haired girl was public knowledge, there were those who did not accept it, and during the trip these were sometimes intercepted by questions of this type, although the answer that Ryuichi and Mari gave surprised Izuku, and it is that his in-laws they defended themselves against any false accusations. Izuku thought that the news he was going to give could be damaging because there might be a chance that they wouldn't believe him, but after all he couldn't regret it anymore because they were already there. After this relatively short talk came dinner, where the brunette's parents praised the freckled boy's culinary skills and accepted him. Despite his cooks, the boy had talent. Dinner passed without any setbacks or annoyances, but quite the opposite. The warm atmosphere of the home was reflected in the good humor, even making light jokes from time to time. The green-haired boy looked at his girlfriend, who smiled back in support of what he was going to do next. Finally they finished dinner and Izuku knew it. Just as dinner was over, the moment of truth had also arrived. The brunette's father looked at the boy and put on a serious face. Ryuichi, so Izuku? Ronin, if you could escort me to the room, I would greatly appreciate it. The green-haired boy stood up and walked forward a little, accompanied by his partner, and followed by the others. Upon arriving, each couple sat on a chair facing each other. Izuku didn't know how to start the conversation and could be seen slightly nervous, so as soon as Momo noticed this, she calmly took him by the hand, managing to calm the boy down. Yaoyorozu, everything will be fine, Izuku, just tell the truth. Ryuichi, well kids, honestly coming here is not a bother. In fact, it is quite nice to hang out here and the food was delicious, but you mentioned that there was a matter to discuss personally with us, Izuku, and taking into account that you are not one to joke about such matters. Ronin, well yes, you know me, I've been with Momo for more than 4 years now, and I think it's a pretty acceptable amount of time for you to know me pretty well. And well, honestly, this is a topic that I suppose I should have talked to you about as soon as I woke up from the coma. But I analyzed the situation, and for obvious reasons I decided that talking about this in the academy facilities was not correct, and it would be strange since honestly, this is a somewhat delicate topic. Mari, we understand, go ahead boy. Ronin, breathing well then, okay, here we go. Before starting I will be totally honest, and it is that one of my greatest fears with this talk is losing the affectionate and friendly communication that you have with me, although well I speak especially for you, Mr. Ryuichi. Ryuichi, we started off on the wrong foot, Izuku, I admit it, but that's not your fault, well it was both of us. Ronin, yeah well before the fight I managed to get some important information that helped us win the battle, and although there were times when things could have gone wrong, in the end we managed to win well. One of the things I found out was the inhumane treatment and forced labor that Nanami Aiba, or well La Brava, was subjected to by the League of Villains, who after her release kidnapped her, and that. But well, with this information in my possession I was able to make a plan, and that is that in exchange for security for the subject known as Gentle Criminal I managed to get a favor from her, and that is that, as you know, La Brava is known for being a professional hacker. Which is why when she had her criminal life with Gentle they could not track them, but well I'm deviating. The point is that the favor I asked her was to investigate Tamura Shigaraki. I wanted to know everything about him, his story, his past, you know, his origins. Knowledge is power, and I was willing to use that power for victory, nothing more. From the moment Ryuichi heard the favor that Izuku asked the Brava, his entire body tensed, as did Mari. The history of the black-haired family was a mystery even for his own daughter. They both knew that telling Momo, who had plans to become a hero, and when he had already become a hero, that a small sector of his family was on the villain's side could strongly diminish his spirits. Both adults stared at Izuku fixedly, and although they did not want to do it, a cruel thought crossed their minds. Was it perhaps that the boy wanted to extort them with this information? Well, just as the adults had not told their daughter, it was obvious that it was not public knowledge either. Izuku for his part knew that this could be one of the thoughts, so he already had a plan to act, so he continued talking. Ronin, you must understand that if I didn't say this before, it was for the same reason mentioned above. Doing it in the academy would be in bad taste. This is a private matter, and I wouldn't have liked it if by pure luck or coincidence someone heard it, and likewise I didn't do it before because I couldn't find the words to say it. Yaoyorozu, who was listening attentively to her boyfriend's words, was intrigued. What did Izuku mean? Why was Shigaraki's name a topic that made her father tense? And what could be so important that it kept the boy thinking for so long? Yayarozu sorry love, but I don't understand. You said you would tell the truth, but I don't understand. What does Shigaraki have to do with all this? The green-haired man did not speak. He would not be the one to say it because in the end it was a family matter. Raichi understood this, and after giving a tired sigh he knew he had to do the right thing. His daughter was already of age and deserved to know the truth. Raichi, well, Momo, sorry Izuku, but I'll have to interrupt you for a moment. Ronin, go ahead. Mari, daughter, as you know, your father's family background is a topic that we have avoided mentioning most of the time, always giving you excuses. Yayarozu, yes, since I can remember I know about my maternal grandparents, but not my paternal ones. In fact, I don't even know if I have any family on my father's side. Raichi, well, Momo, this was mostly my fault. Before I didn't mention anything out of ignorance. I was a child when some things happened, and some time later, 2 years ago to be exact, was when I finally found out the rest of the story, and I decided not to tell you because I felt that by not telling you anything I was protecting you, although maybe in reality I was protecting myself, although now that doesn't help much anymore. Now I see that protection is no longer necessary. Yayarozu, Dad, what's wrong? Raichi, obviously you did have a family on your father's side. Well, I did have a family, my mother, father and my brother before. We were very close and, well, what can I say? Quite happy. Your grandparents always did their best to make sure we didn't lack anything, and for a while they certainly succeeded. The green-haired man concentrated on listening to his father-in-law's words. It was one thing to hear what happened from Almight's mouth, but it was quite another to hear it from one of those involved. Raichi, but things got rough, because Grandma was a hero, a very strong and brave one, just like you. Momo opened her eyes in surprise at this revelation, but Raichi didn't stop. Raichi, my father, although he was not a registered hero like Mom, he was someone quite brave. I never saw him take a step back or hide in fear. My brother and I knew that there were always risks with respect to Mom, but we also knew that she was not a fool. She always risked her life and came out unscathed, or so we thought. At some point in my memory she told us that she had become a private tutor for a boy from UA, a young promise according to her. She trained him together with a well-known hero, Gran Torino, I think his name was. At first everything was normal. But there came a point where this changed. There were days where we saw her come home beaten up, more than normal. She limped. There were times when she even came shedding and leaving puddles of blood. Insert feeling of pairing by Yuki Hayashi. The black-haired man shed a small tear remembering these cruel events, but his wife did not let him break down, so knowing that he was strong thanks to this gesture, he decided to continue with his story. Raichi, but one day came the day when everything truly went to hell, and it was that we were in the house and someone arrived without warning. It was a villain who managed to find our house and in front of our eyes killed our father. I called Mom as quickly as I could, but by the time she arrived and finished off the villain, it was too late. Our house had become a war zone, and in any war there is always death. We were all devastated, and more so Mom. Your grandmother felt so guilty that she made the most. Well, to this day I still don't know how to tell her. But what I do know is that it definitely wasn't a stupid decision. But well, the fact is that she knew that if they could find our house once, they would most likely do it again. So that's why my mother, your grandmother, made the decision to, I don't want to say abandonment, it's quite difficult to say, but well, although in fact I think that is perhaps the correct word, but the fact is that she did it. She left us, and we never heard from her again. I was the youngest, but I was the one who took it the best. I think I even understood her. She had already lost her husband, and obviously she wouldn't risk us too, but unfortunately my brother didn't think the same as me. He thought I had been a coward, that we were only a burden to her, and that the easiest thing she could do was abandon us to our fate. He began to hate her, and everything related to the heroes. I tried to convince him otherwise, that it wasn't how he thought, but in the end that only caused a fight between us. He was stronger than me, or maybe I was, I guess I'll never know. I didn't want to put my hands in. Call me a coward, but I had already lost my father and my mother. I didn't want to lose my only brother too, but that was my downfall. He neighborhood the floor with me, hitting me mercilessly. The only thing I remember before passing out was his face, which showed no regret. He just turned his back on me and left. In the end I lost him to him. The boy listened attentively to his father-in-law's story, and soon he continued with what All Might had already told him inside One for All. Although it didn't take long for him to notice a detail. The older boy had never mentioned names, either his brothers nor his parents. Momo, for her part, also noticed this detail, although the story her father told her was more surprising to her. Surprising and obviously sad because she did not expect her father to suffer like that in the past, but soon the lack of names was not necessary, and it is that the girl was not for nothing quite intelligent, and it is that just hearing the way in which her uncle died, his family, as well as the detail of hearing that a villain adopted him was enough for Momo to know who it was about. Ryuichi. This guy took him under his command, he gave him form to his grotesque dreams, in the end he turned him into a villain who matured over the years until Izuku. Ronin, I took care of him, I killed him. The brunette looked at her boyfriend in surprise, now she was sure. Ronin, you know me, Momo. You were with me in the fight. You know perfectly well who I killed that day. The astonished girl turned her gaze towards her father, trembling slightly. Yaoyorozu. Pa, Dad, my quirk is creation, which is a variation of yours mixed with Mom's, but then my cousins should be something similar, right? The black-haired man only nodded slightly, agreeing with his daughter, who, slightly scared, continued talking. Yaoyorozu. Something similar, or the opposite of him, destruction, disintegration. There's only one person like that, so my cousin's name. Ryuichi. His name was Tenko Shimura, although you knew him as Yaoyorozu, Tamura Shigaraki. Ryuichi, yes. The man lowered his head, feeling disappointed in himself. Somehow he felt bad, as if he had failed. His wife took his hand and squeezed it, meaning that she was with him. On the other hand, Momo let go of Izuku's and moved away from him, momentarily worrying the boy. Yaoyorozu, so you knew it, didn't you, Izuku? Ronin, I found out in the middle of the fight. Ryuichi, Momo, don't get mad at him. You should be mad at me instead. I only found out about this after the fact and hid it from you for so long. It was my duty to tell you, but I didn't. I was a coward. Yaoyorozu was having a whirlwind of emotions inside her. She didn't know exactly what to feel. Izuku had told her when he confessed the secret of One for All that he had to be the one who would have to stop it definitively if he wanted to stop the chain, and of course at the time the girl had accepted. She knew it was a sacrifice that only he could make, but now that she found out that the villain was from her family, how could she react? Reason told her that Izuku acted well. The villain was too dangerous to keep him imprisoned, and there was no chance for him to redeem himself. It had been too late. There was already a lot of all for one in him, but she couldn't help it. Her heart, her feelings told her that they should try at least one last time. Although once this happened, she noticed another detail, and that is that her father said his real name, and with that his last name, which was Shimura. Momo didn't know exactly where it came from, but she was sure that she had heard that last name before, although seconds later she realized something else. And that is that if her cousin was a Shimura, then her uncle was too, and therefore her father, mother, and she must be by Japanese tradition. But then the Yaoyorozu in her last name came from her mother. But Yaoyorozu, Dad, why? Ryuichi, why what? Yaoyorozu, because if his last name was Shimura, are we Yaoyorozu? I'm not complaining, obviously. I love my last name as well as my family, but why use my mother's and not yours? You said Grandma was a hero, but you didn't even say her name. Who is she? The man was surprised. He knew his daughter was clever, but such a quick deduction left him slightly perplexed. Although he quickly got out of this to talk, he couldn't keep hiding it. No more. He didn't hate his mother like his brother did. If he wanted to do things right, then he shouldn't lie to his daughter anymore. Ryuichi, the reason for this, Momo, is because of my family's problems. In my idiosyncrasy, I thought that moving away from my last name was moving away from problems. And I also did it for you, so as not to put you in danger. I also did it because I didn't want to be given whatever I wanted just because I was the son of a heroine. Now regarding your grandmother's name, her name was... The man wanted to speak, but he couldn't. It was as if he felt a lump in his throat. He didn't know how to do it after years of not mentioning his mother's name. But Izuku noticed this and helped him. Ronin, her name was Nana, Momo, Nana Shimura. Ryuichi, Mari and Momo turned to look at Izuku surprised. One because his son-in-law knew so much, and the other because he finally recognized the name. Ryuichi, surprised, dared to speak firmly, and strongly, getting a little upset. Ryuichi, okay, that's enough. Izuku, how do you know so much about my family? How can someone like you investigate my family like this? What do you want, money? Is this extortion? What do you want? Tell me. Mari, Ryuichi. Yayorozu, Dad, calm down. Ronin, calm down, I told you before, money is not something that matters much to me, I have a good life, this is not extortion either, I would not dare to do it with Momo present and regarding the first thing I know because indirectly I know the history of your family. I know who you are because in a strange way I met your mother. The black-haired man just remained silent because of all the answers he expected, this was not one of them. Momo, for her part, already knew what was coming because just by the name of Nana Shimura she knew what the next topic to discuss was. Izuku cleared his throat before speaking again, asking a simple question. Ronin, do you know the 3 knights? Ryuichi, surprised, yes. Ronin, so you remember the saying, right? All for one and one. Ryuichi, for everyone. Ronin, exactly, doesn't that sound familiar now? Something related to relatively recent events? Ryuichi, in English at least, you mean all for one. Ronin, exactly, now if there was an all for one, don't you think there should also be a one for all? Ryuichi, we're talking about Izuku Tales. All for one wanted the quirks for himself and he could use them at will. The existence of one for all would mean that there would be quirks like that for everyone. Ronin, that's not entirely true, there should only be one quirk. Ryuichi, which is even more illogical, you're talking to me about a quirk for everyone. Ronin, don't take it so literally, there would have to be a quirk, yes, but it would be one to protect everyone since we are talking about the antithesis of all for one after all. Now since you know all this, do you want to know a secret? Ryuichi, what are you talking about? Ronin, that everything I said, everything I just mentioned, it's a true story, a story about 2 brothers and the unleashing of a chain of destructive events. The black-haired man, intrigued by this, let the green-haired man speak and with a calm voice he began the long story. The black-haired man listened to everything, the separation, the creation of the power and how it passed from bearer to bearer for generations, all with a single specific purpose. Ryuichi and Mari couldn't believe what they were hearing, but the green-haired man's face showed no lies at all. Izuku finished his story and Ryuichi, still in shock, could barely articulate a word. Ryuichi, boy, this has to be a joke. Ronin, I would like to say yes but no, just as all for one existed, one for all also rose to defeat him, after all that was the destiny of that great power. Mari, but then if what you say is true and this one for all passes from person to person, it means that it has lived in many people. Ronin, and in case you haven't noticed. Ryuichi, understood, you are the last wielder, the person with the quirk strong enough to finally defeat him. Ronin, exactly, I Izuku Midoriya am the 9th bearer of one for all, the 9th and also the last bearer. Mari, last be you, but shouldn't such a great power be public knowledge? Ronin, you agree with the social and heroic repercussions that knowing this would bring, right? Mari, but still, plus a power like this that increases over time, shouldn't the wielder be the strongest hero of all? Ronin, and who was the number hero and symbol of peace before endeavor? Ryuichi, Almight. Ronin, in his time he studied at UA, and besides that everyone said that he sighed that he was a young promise at the academy. At that moment the pieces of the puzzle in Ryuichi's mind came together. Ryuichi, then if All Might was that promising young man. Ronin, Nana Shimura, her mother and Momo's grandmother, was the 7th wielder of the power that now resides in me. The black-haired man remained speechless at this statement, unable to know what to say or what to think exactly. Izuku obviously knew that it was difficult to believe and assimilate, so he decided to also tell his story, and then show that he was not lying. Ronin, Vera, I know it's hard to believe, but what I'm saying is true. Mari, Izuku, you say you're the 9th bearer, so you met All Might at the academy? Ronin, no, actually it was just before, just when I was thinking of giving up on my dream of being a hero. Mari, what are you doing? Ryuichi, I refuse to think that. With a quirk as incredible as yours, your pyrokinesis, your whips, your flight. Ronin, thanks, but no, originally I didn't think I'd have a quirk. They even took me to the doctor where they told me that I wouldn't have or be able to develop a quirk. Apparently my parents' quirks are so weak, or well, were so weak that I didn't inherit them. In fact, they even showed me the X-ray where it was seen that I had the pinky joint in my foot, something that proved. Mari, lack of quirk. Ronin, exactly. Years later and after two strange events in my life, Almight found me, and with that he made me the strangest proposal of my life, to become a hero and also his successor. So the green-haired boy told his story, the story of how the boy had become the hero he was now. His in-laws listened to him with attention and disbelief. Mari, so you say that your pyrokinesis is your natural quirk but the others aren't? Ronin, exactly. With each wielder the quirk becomes stronger, and even if the wielder becomes stronger, so a one for all, and it also enhances the new wielder's quirk. And I developed my pyrokinesis in Tartaros, and since it's enhanced it's as strong as you just saw, it becomes stronger because of that. But Ronin, as I said before, with each wielder the quirk becomes stronger, and after 9 wielders I'm supposed to have been able to do what was previously impossible. I accessed the interior of One for All. I met the previous wielders because even a part of them remains here. I was able to see their memories, feel what they felt. That's how I met their mother. The black-haired man was speechless. What Izuku was telling him was definitely unbelievable. Even Momo, who already knew the truth, was skeptical. Ronin, and I can certainly tell you something. What she didn't do it out of cowardice, as her brother thought. As you said, she had a duty, and she had to fulfill it. One for all is a big burden, and sacrifices had to be made. Her husband was important to her, but you were her life. She couldn't risk them too. I think that in the end, one for all more than a blessing is or was also a curse. Raichi, but then why didn't he come back when the power passed? Why didn't he look for us? Ronin, because every wielder was destined to die in battle against that monster. It was win or die, they only had that choice. Nana died in a fight protecting Almight. The black-haired man's face was one of total surprise. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Ronin, that's the story. Raichi, boy, is this story real? Ronin, totally, from start to finish. Mari, are you seriously telling me that besides your quirks not being yours, this whole story that seems like it's straight out of fiction is true? Ronin, exactly, and well, as I said, I am the strongest, and in addition to having access to the identities and thoughts of the previous carriers, I also have access to the quirks. Raichi, to the quirks? But then it's like an all for one? Ronin, I don't see it that way, but rather as a storage. I don't have the ability to pass them. The one for all is passed completely through a DNA transfer. Usually it should be a hair, which is the easiest, and that has DNA hihi. In that hair goes the quirk, although it is not as easy as it seems because it has to be done voluntarily. It cannot be forced or snatched. This is a kind of insurance so that it does not fall into the wrong hands. Raichi, I understand. Ronin, as I said, I have access to the quirks of the previous users, but these are enhanced. The boy then stood up and activated One for All, causing lightning to come out of his body. Ronin, this is One for All as the quirk in general. The green-haired man now extended his arm, and his black whips came out. Ronin, this is the quirk of the 6th wielder. Now it was Nana's turn as the boy began to levitate. Ronin, levitating, and I suppose this one needs no introduction, since it belonged to the 7th carrier. Raichi, mom. Ronin, yes, and this one activating his pyrokinesis, this is mine. Raichi, Izuku. Ronin, when I fell into a coma I was able to talk to the previous carriers. They agreed that One for All no longer had a purpose other than to protect people, so they annulled the aspect that allowed it to be transferred and just left it as a normal quirk. I am the 9th and last carrier, the expression of One for All made person. Mari, no, you are One for All. Ronin, exactly. Mari, a hero to protect us all. The green-haired man could only nod slightly, agreeing with the woman who looked at the boy in astonishment. Raichi, you said you talked to the previous carriers, that means? Ronin, it was Nana who convinced the first wielder to leave me the One for All, just as it was she who told me that I had to do this. Talk to you and explain what happened, explain to you the reason and apologize for all the suffering that happened. Raichi at that moment, and unable to bear it any longer, began to shed tears which were both of sadness and happiness. Sadness because he lost his mother, but happiness because he was right. His mother did not abandon them because she considered them a burden. In the end she was a heroine, and did what she considered right. Maybe her only mistake was not explaining why, but now he understood. The man got up and hugged Izuku, who surprised only looked at his girlfriend, who smiled at him, also shedding some tears. Ryuichi, thanks Izuku, this means a lot. Ronin, you have nothing to be thankful for. Nana was also like a mother to me. She taught me a lot and now I understand. Momo inherited that ability to motivate, that willpower and more from her, hee. The brunette stood up and kissed her boyfriend, smiling. Ryuichi, hee, I think so. She looks just like her grandmother. Mari, I remind you that I'm still here, darling. Ronin just smiled as he looked at his in-laws. Ronin, well, now that we've told the truth and all, do you think they'll be able to keep it a secret? One for all is a somewhat delicate subject, plus, well, no one would believe the story, hee. Ryuichi, you kept our secret for a long time, Izuku. Mari, we'll do the same for you, so don't worry, your secret is safe with us. Ronin, thank you. The black-haired man just smiled at the green-haired man, nodding, after which they only exchanged a few more words. The adult couple asked about Eri's whereabouts, to which Izuku replied that because of the talk he would have with them, he left her at her parents' house. The minutes passed, and when the night advanced a little more, the couple had to leave. Izuku and Momo tried to convince them to stay, but Ryuichi and Mari politely declined the invitation since they still had to get to their house. Insert My Love by Paul McCartney and let the scene flow. The couple left, leaving the boys alone, who began to fix the dining room. Momo cleaned the table and arranged the tables while Izuku washed all the dishes, and once finished this both went to the room where they put on their pajamas. Yaoyorozu, and then Ronin, hee what? Yaoyorozu, are you one for all himself? Ronin, hee I think so. Yaoyorozu, well you may be, but Ronin, but what? Yaoyorozu, you are unique to me. The green-haired boy blushed slightly and smiled before hugging his girlfriend. Ronin, hee, shut up, Nana Shimura's granddaughter. Yaoyorozu, well, in my defense I can say that I didn't know he was one, hee. Ronin, well, although you do look a bit like that, looking at you well. Yaoyorozu, really? The girl then stood up and flexed her arms in the same pose as Nana, making Izuku smile. Ronin, hee, you can't deny that it's your family, honey. Yaoyorozu, hee, shut up. Ronin, come and force me. The girl, in response to herself at her boyfriend knocking him down on the bed, starting a short tickle fight against him, which Izuku won, and managed to stay on top of her. Ronin, surrender, I win. Yaoyorozu, never. Besides, I still have one last move left. Ronin, really? Which one? The boy smiled mockingly, but he didn't expect his girlfriend to kiss him passionately, pulling him towards her. Life was good, and they both knew it. Continue playing My Love from where you left off and enjoy. They both began to kiss with passion and love. Momo smiled slightly, and with a very agile and quick movement she turned the green-haired man over so that she was on top. Ronin, so this is your last move? Yaoyorozu, something like that, my love. Ronin, well, you'll have to try harder because this wolf doesn't give up so easily. The girl just smiled defiantly. Yaoyorozu, no? Then I'll have to educate myself more. The girl just smiled maliciously and kissed her boyfriend again with passion, turning this into a war of tongues that neither of them won, more than oxygen. Izuku looked at his girlfriend smiling, and in another quick movement he was back on top of her. Yaoyorozu, hee my big bad wolf. Lemon skipped. Ronin, good morning beautiful. Yaoyorozu, good morning, handsome. Ronin, kissing his girlfriend, it's time for breakfast, don't you think? Yaoyorozu, yeah, but what if you go ahead this time? What do you say if just this once you make breakfast? Ronin, hey, but I always do it. The boy looked at his girlfriend, who smiled, accepting that what was said was totally true. But Momo still had a weapon in her favor, so determined to use it, the brunette just put on a tender look to which Izuku knew he could not deny her anything nor resist. The brunette looked quite tender, plus her tangled hair from just getting up gave her a plus that made Izuku just smile, looking away defeated. Yaoyorozu, please, darling. Ronin, sigh hee, well, what can I do? Okay, but don't take so long, Momo, please. The green-haired boy lazily made the movement to try to get up, although it was somewhat strange because the boy could barely move, therefore getting up was almost impossible. Even when he managed to do so, his legs felt exhausted and heavy, so after taking a couple of steps he fell to his knees, worrying his girlfriend. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, are you okay? Ronin, why yes, it's just that no, I can't feel them. Momo, desperate. The brunette then, who was somewhat sleepy, woke up suddenly and quickly tried to get up, genuinely worried about her partner. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong with you, Izuku? Ronin, I can't feel them. Momo, I'm serious. No, I can't feel my legs. The brunette then, worried and not knowing how to react, tried to get up to help the green-haired boy, but then, and to her surprise, she only heard Izuku's laughter, which confused her a lot, although her surprise increased by the simple fact of seeing how the green-haired boy quickly stood up with a mocking smile on his face. Yaoyorozu, Izuku? You weren't. The boy started laughing, making the girl understand that it was a practical joke on the part of her partner. Ronin, ha ha ha, I'm sorry my love, but I couldn't help it. But look, I'm fine, see? The boy just smiled and lifted one leg after the other, showing that there was indeed no problem, which made the brunette a little annoyed. Ronin, my legs just feel a little tired, that's all, he. The green-haired boy sat down a little on the floor while grabbing his legs, moving them slowly. The brunette still felt somewhat annoyed since the green-haired boy had seriously worried her, but seeing how her boyfriend moved his legs trying to get rid of that feeling made her understand the reason for his joke. So in addition to the vision the girl had, she just began to laugh tenderly, and then wickedly began to think about how to make fun of her boyfriend's condition a little in response to her silly joke. Yaoyorozu, hey, are you sure you don't want a wheelchair, right, old man? The green-haired man just narrowed his eyes in a clear sign of understanding his girlfriend's joke. Ronin, sarcastic, ha ha, very funny, lazy. The green-haired boy relaxed a little, and after a while he was able to get up, to walk slowly, managing to leave the room and letting his girlfriend rest a little longer. The boy leaned a little against the wall, and thus managed to move forward, go down the stairs and walk until he reached the kitchen, where he began to prepare breakfast for both his partner and himself. Izuku did this calmly until he saw the clock out of the corner of his eye, and although at first he didn't give it any importance, after a couple of seconds the green-haired boy opened his eyes in surprise and a touch of fear, his entire body paralyzed. The boy remembered that just as his daughter was with her parents, it was also that day when the Todoroki couple were going to drop her off at her house, and obviously at the invitation of Izuku and Momo they would also stay to eat, in the same way that their friends would also do. The freckled boy turned his gaze back to the clock with some desperation and saw the time, noticing that not only had they slept longer than usual, but it wasn't long before the aforementioned visitors arrived. The green-haired boy was about to run and tell his girlfriend to get ready, but remembering how she made fun of him, he decided that just this once he could allow himself to be the one to play another little joke on the brunette. The green-haired boy, smiling, continued cooking, now being aware that there would be more people in his house, so obviously the amount of food he prepared was greater. The boy concentrated on this until after a while he heard a knock on the door, so the boy, who had already finished his tasks, went to the door and opened it, allowing access to his parents, who were accompanied by Eri, also entering his home his older brothers Natsuo and Fuyumi, Shoto with Tsuyu, and finally also his friends, although to his pain and nervousness his in-laws were also there. This last surprise did make the green-haired boy swallow for obvious reasons. Even the impression was such that the nervous boy began to seriously think about canceling his joke and quickly warn his girlfriend. Ronin, as Mr. Raichi, Miss Marikyu, what a surprise to see you, he. Good morning, please come in. Raichi, sorry for coming without warning Izuku, it's just that we couldn't stay last night, so Mari, and I thought maybe it would be a good idea to come for lunch today, I hope we don't bother you. Ronin, not at all, absolutely not, make yourself at home. Mari, Izuku, you've been with Momo for over 4 years now. Can you stop being so formal, Raichi, that's true kid, calm down, also stop calling me sir, you can call me Raichi with confidence. Mari, and to my Mari, Izuku. The woman smiled, and with that made Izuku understand that almost all of his girlfriend's features came from her mother. On the part of the patriarch Yaoyorozu, he made a serene gesture with a slight smile, making Izuku feel a little more confident. Ronin, okay, Eri, Dad, where's Mom? The no longer small Eri, who was now years old, made her way past the green-haired boy, who only smiled, accepting that he would continue his joke, since it had already started and he couldn't take it back. Ronin, you must be getting ready, daughter. Last night we slept a little late to fix the paperwork for some missions we had and also yesterday's one in which I helped your uncle Shoto. The boy said this and stroked his daughter's hair, who smiled at the gesture. Shoto, did you really just wake up? Ronin, not quite, I even made them lunch, hee. Todoroki, yeah, sure, I mean your pajamas, they speak for themselves. Ronin, this isn't a strawberry popsicle pajama. Todoroki, so? Ronin, don't judge, it's hot, walking teapot. The green-haired boy led everyone to the dining room. Thanks to the modifications and extensions he made with Uraraka's family, the house was much larger, being able to support the number of people there without feeling crowded or uncomfortable. So after sitting down, everyone was perfectly gathered, where after Ibra said a light prayer everyone could have breakfast. The boys made some jokes and comments about the fight the day before in peace. But just when Eri was about to ask for her mother again, some footsteps were heard slowly approaching down the stairs. Everyone looked up, observing better, as it was Momo who was coming down the stairs and at a slow pace approached the table. Although the strange thing about all this was the fact that the girl looked somewhat tired, and although she was dressed up as Izuku had told Eri, it was also obvious that she was limping a little. More noticeable because she was leaning against the wall helping herself to walk. Izuku was able to suppress his laughter in time when he saw the girl, and it is that she is still a little sleepy. She completely ignored the presence of her friends, her in-laws, brothers-in-law, and also her parents. The green-haired boy, for his part, immediately stood up to start walking towards the kitchen. Despite the joke, the boy was waiting for his girlfriend to come down so they could eat together, so his trip was to bring both of their dishes. Ronin, good morning, my love. Yayorozu, yawning, I took a while, sorry Izuku. Ronin, don't worry, come and sit down, I'll go get our dishes. I was waiting for you and you took so long, old lady, hee. The girl just stood up slowly and spoke with some discomfort. Yayorozu, it's not my fault that you've left me so tired since last night. My legs are a little numb and somewhat shaky. You didn't know you're a pervert, right, my love? Although, well, I'm not complaining much. The girl smiled slightly while the green-haired boy stopped abruptly. The freckled boy gulped because that comment was not in his plans. The boy felt a slight cold sweat, while at the same time he could also feel the gazes of all his friends, his brothers, and above all those of his parents, along with those of his in-laws, fixed on him. Yayorozu, for her part, not getting an answer from her boyfriend, looked up to realize that she had made a slightly big mistake. After a few seconds, the girl, like her boyfriend, swallowed saliva, not knowing what was happening for sure until she remembered the lunch they had agreed on. But just like her boyfriend, the brunette was surprised to see her family there too. The atmosphere was so tense that she would have even been able to cut herself with a knife or, in this case, with ice, since it was Todoroki who started talking with Tsuyu. Todoroki, brother, why? Tsuyu, or rather, what Momo was referring to. Jiro, with what he said? Ryuichi and Mari, guys, what did you do last night that we left? The green-haired boy quickly headed to the kitchen, leaving the brunette alone, who, nervous, could only stammer out some quick answers, trying to get out of the predicament, and at the same time wanting to strangle the green-haired boy, who for his part smiled and even took his time carrying his things. When he returned, the atmosphere was still tense, but it was lighter because apparently they had some time to spend, although that did not prevent Izuku from eating, feeling Ryuichi's gaze fixed on him. But once lunch was finished, Izuku asked to speak seriously with his parents, to whom he explained what the talk he had with his in-laws was about. Needless to say, Endeavor and Ray were surprised by the revelation, but after being more aware and analyzing the situation, they both nodded with a slight smile, supporting the boy's decision. The meeting continued a little longer than initially thought, and fortunately the crime rate had dropped so much that the boys could afford to rest for at least a weekend. So knowing this, those present decided that in the purest American style they would do what was known as a barbecue. The boys bought what was necessary, including a grill for the green-haired. The boys returned to find Momo and Izuku's parents talking happily. Ryuichi gave instructions to Izuku so he could light the fire, since he would be in charge of doing this without anyone's help. His friends helped take the table and chairs to the patio of the house. They also took out the necessary dishes as well as obviously the cutlery. They put the tablecloth and helped Tsuyu with the preparation of some things. Izuku for his part was having some problems, and it seems that the boy could not light the grill in any way. The boy tried without giving up, but none of his options worked. It seems he could not get it to light up the fire, which was frustrating for someone with his quirk. Ryuichi looked at this with a smile, ready to help his son-in-law, until he saw how the green-haired man rolled up his shirt sleeves, lit his hands and pointed at the entrance of the fire. "Ronin, I'm not going to turn it on, we'll have that barbecue right now." For his part, the black-haired man broke into a cold sweat but calmed down a little, thinking that the boy wouldn't do what he thought, although seeing how the boy quickly made 2 spheres of fire was enough to make Ryuichi get up quickly. But before he could do anything, the boy threw them and closed the lid. The black-haired man stopped, and after a few minutes the boy opened the lid, showing that his technique had somehow worked, making the man sit down, sighing in relief. Ryuichi, well, I guess that's a good way to do it. Mari, something typical in affection, hee. Complicated for the boy but happy with the result. Izuku cooked the meat and other things he was going to use. Tsuyu helped him as well as Momo and Todoroki. The boy's other friends helped in what they could, and finally after a good wait they were all sitting enjoying the barbecue they had. The weather was perfect. The sodas were kept cold thanks to Todoroki's help. Eri for her part played happily. Izuku and Momo had fun watching this while they were holding hands. The green-haired boy drank happily with Todoroki even making some jokes. Todoroki, so there was never a traitor. Ronin, taking a sip, no, never, just false speculations. Todoroki, well, although they wouldn't deny that it was a bit disappointing. Ronin, why? Todoroki, I mean, it's good that there wasn't one, but admit that a big fight between us would have been great. You know, a civil war, hee. It's more in the hypothetical case that if there had been one I would have bet that it was Kaminari, no offense Jiro. Jiro, you calm down, but why him? Shoji, it's true, do you dislike him that much? Ronin, ha, if that were the case then the traitor would be Bakugo. The boy took a sip of his drink while smiling. Todoroki, ha, hey, it's true. Yaoyorozu, but why would you think he was the traitor, or at least a candidate? Todoroki, well, because no one can be that stupid naturally, hee. The bicolor smiled as he took a sip. Yaoyorozu thought that the comment would offend Jiro, but when she turned to see her friend she found that she was laughing. The violet-haired girl loved the blonde, but she also knew that the bicolor boy didn't mean it that seriously, and she was also aware of her boyfriend's stupidity, so she allowed herself to laugh a little. Momo, seeing this, relaxed and decided that she wouldn't think so much negatively because in the end everyone was joking. The brunette took a sip of her drink and kissed the green-haired boy, who smiled back at her. Kirishima, ha, maybe he could surprise you. Who knows, maybe as a villain he was all serious, cold, calculating, and with a heart full of evil. Ronin, ha, you're going too far, bro. Shoji, who says so? The bad guy is always the one you least expect. Ronin, relax, I feel like you've seen too many movies. You're exaggerating, guys. You imagine Kaminari being the embodiment of evil. I imagine him with his idiot face running and waving his arms shouting, I am Mr. Electric, ha. The green-haired boy made a funny face that inevitably made everyone burst out laughing, so the afternoon continued its normal course, although with some surprises, since even Jiro gave a small concert where everyone somehow collaborated singing their favorite songs, although this was more due to pressure from Jiro towards his friends. Although the surprise of the night was Ibra, who performed a skillet song, making everyone open their eyes. Finally it was Momo and Izuku who closed the concert and ended the evening performing Best of You, earning the applause of their friends and their parents. In the end, her friends said goodbye as well as her parents, each one leaving at intervals of time, making the house end up empty, occupied only by Izuku, Momo, and Eri. The little albino was exhausted and totally tired. She fell asleep on an armchair. Izuku carried her and took her up to her room accompanied by Momo and then put her to bed. Finishing this, Izuku and Momo went to their own bed with a smile. Yaoyorozu, did you like today, darling? Ronin, it was full of surprises, but yes, I liked it a lot. Yaoyorozu, hee, it's quite noticeable the difference between sleeping like this at our house and when we did it at the academy, don't you think? Ronin, hee, yeah, I think so, but you know, no matter where I am, As long as you're by my side, I think I'll be fine. The boy said this looking into his girlfriend's eyes, who slowly smiled and kissed the boy, so the couple could sleep peacefully knowing that the future, although uncertain, both could overcome it because as long as they were together nothing bad would happen. And so the rest of the days passed, which turned into weeks and then months. It was at these moments when the couple made a big decision, and while arranging their documents, the crucial moment arrived, which was to finally formally adopt Eri as their daughter. The girl couldn't believe it, and it was obvious. Tears kept coming out of her eyes as she hugged her parents who, with all the confidence in the world, signed all the papers that were put in front of them. Once this was over, the boys decided to have a small but emotional meeting where the girl finally formally met Suyu's brothers, with whom she got along wonderfully. Although to give her more confidence to live together, both Kota and Katsuma were also able to attend this small meeting. A few days later, Izuku had put a photo of Nana next to his mother's, making a small altar to both. Nana's photo had been a gift from Raichi, since he knew how important his mother was to the green-haired boy as well. So these months passed, and as expected in the end they became 1 year after another, thus fulfilling two, in which very interesting things happened, and that is that their friends ended their lives as boyfriends to become husbands. Izuku and Momo were happy for all of them, and obviously they agreed to all of their weddings without exception. Starting with Todoroki and Suyu's, Izuku and Momo were their godparents and attended with a smile on their faces, happy to see that they enjoyed their life. But not everything was related to his friends, and except for the meetings they had when they were heroes, none of them had met with their former classmates from Class A except during Jiro's wedding, and Kaminari still had contact with the others. But for Izuku this could not matter less, because the boy only went because Jiro had invited him. Uraraka as before tried to talk to him, but the boy politely rejected her. But what Izuku did not know is that it would not be the last time he would see Uraraka outside of the professional field. Some time later the boys would receive another invitation which surprised them greatly, and they were not the only ones to receive it, because they would find out almost immediately that all their friends had received the same invitation. This seemed strange to them because they knew that none of them except Izuku and Momo were missing from getting married. Their surprise was huge when they discovered that it was not any of their friends but Uraraka and Ida. Apparently the boys had invited them, and although it had not been just them, the fact that despite what had happened they would be invited surprised them a lot. Although it was more than obvious that neither Izuku nor Eri wanted to go anymore, not out of resentment but more than anything for comfort, although it was Yaoyorozu who managed to convince them to attend, and once this was done, and seeing the time it was, the whole family went to get ready. Once this was done, Izuku looked at the time, making sure it wasn't too late. The green-haired boy still didn't feel entirely comfortable or sure with the idea, but he thought that now there wouldn't be any problem, so he decided, and before the time that the invitation called them, the boy with his family and boarded the car that David Shield and director Niza had given him, which was none other than a powerful Bugatti modified by Professor Shield himself, which gave him the ability to use it as a regular car and also a battle car, although Izuku didn't use this battle quality since he didn't have to do it, since the boy used his abilities to get anywhere in a matter of seconds due to his incredible speed. The green-haired boy drove calmly, looking at the streets with a slight smile, knowing that now they were much safer. Izuku stopped the car at a traffic light next to a patrol car. The green-haired boy was listening to music and talking to his girlfriend calmly until he turned around and saw how next to him the police were looking at him and his car suspiciously. The boy tried to ignore this until the feeling became overwhelming, so he couldn't take it anymore, and a little annoyed he looked back at them. "Ronin, good morning officers, do you want to see the receipt? Because I have it here." The green-haired boy mimed searching, but the police officers, seeing who it was, quickly turned their gaze, and when the traffic light turned green, the boy started off, leaving the police officers behind. It didn't take long for Izuku to reach the church, where he got off and met up with all his friends. "Todoroki, nice car, you almost didn't take it out, right?" "Ronin, I can use my abilities whenever I want, it's not so bad, it saves gas." "Shoji, a great car, hey wait, come on Izuku, did you really modify it?" "Kirishima, pretty manly bro." "Ronin, it wasn't me, Professor Shield told me to. In fact, I think Melissa will set up an agency here, right? Or at least that's what I understand. That's why she moved to Japan." "Shinso, that's confidential information, silly, but yes, he will make his agency together with May, It will be announced in a few days, but the grand opening will be in a few months or maybe next year. I really don't know. Ronin, you don't know or you don't want to tell us? Shinso, dude, if they don't even know it, I even less. Yaoyorozu, great, congratulations May. Hatsum, hee thanks Momo. Tokage, hey, you had that hidden, girl, hee, you never told us. Hatsum, I wanted to have the surprise, but how did you find out Izuku by the way? Ronin, let's just say Melissa couldn't hide it much like you hee. In fact she's quite excited, even now that I think about it who I'm surprised to see quite calm is you. Hatsum, hee I tried to stay calm, after all I am a professional. The girl made a smile that denoted security and confidence, but behind it Shinso had a mocking smile. Shinso, that's because you don't see her at home every day. Believe me when I tell you that she doesn't stop talking about everything they will do together for the sake of a better future. At that moment everyone could see how the poor pink-haired girl slowly turned red, and when she finished with a slight stutter she turned to complain to her partner, who just smiled satisfied. Izuku for his part just smiled until the bells rang and they knew they had to go inside. None of the boys or girls had any problems even being able to sit together. Eri managed to handle everything better by sitting next to Tsuyu's brothers and talking lightly with her best friend Satsuki Ezuri, and it is that Kota unfortunately had not been able to go since with the Hussycats in action there was no one to take care of him, but even so, as long as the girl got along very well with the frog girl's sister there would be no problem for her. Fortunately for everyone, the mass was quite quick, calm, pleasant and comforting, and when they both said I do, and then kissed in front of everyone, it was an aspect that made Izuku think that this would finally be a sign that Uraraka would finally stop bothering him with everything about his past. Wow, that was a slight mistake. When the mass ended and they arrived at the party, the other former classmates of the green-haired boy were surprised by the freckled boy's car. Since everyone was already inside, they couldn't see him when he arrived at the church, so they were surprised, although in Bakugo's case, he was furious that the boy had a car like that. Bakugo, Deku, you damn bastard, how did you get that bucking car, you little piece of shit? The green-haired boy ignored this because he didn't have to say where he got his things from, much less in that way. The boy sat with his friends, letting his daughter and Tsuyu's brothers play at ease, although the place where he sat was in a position where he had a fairly wide view and where he couldn't lose sight of the children in any way. The party was quite pleasant, even for the green-haired boy, who even relaxed a bit, sitting back in the chair, drinking with his friends quietly and happily. After a few minutes, they saw Nijire, Tamaki, and Mirio approach them in a friendly manner. The smiling blonde challenged and made a few arm wrestling matches with the green-haired boy in which Izuku simply let himself win, and the boy had what he called a gentleman's agreement with the blonde, and they both knew that although Izuku was stronger than Mirio, it was the blonde who was apparently considered the closest to becoming known both for the affection of the people as well as for his position on the table, which was number being only surpassed by Endeavor. But Izuku was no fool, as he knew that even though he was not yet no, and since it was Mirio, it was quite logical that he was destined to become the new symbol of peace. So just as it happened with All Might, this one had to be an unbreakable symbol. He did not have to have weaknesses or fears. Izuku for his part had no problem with this because Mirio was a great friend. He knew that he was not someone arrogant or self-centered and that he himself did not like to boast or abuse his strength unless it was strictly necessary. And this was why Izuku lost every time the blonde challenged him, although it was not so easy for the muscular boy. You could say that even Mirio had a hard time, and the green-haired boy put force at the beginning and gradually lowered it to make it look more credible. Mirio just laughed and tapped the green-haired boy on the shoulder so that after a while and talking enough he turned around to head to your place. Mirio, at least you put up a bit of a fight, hee. Ronin, well, I may be strong and all, but no one could beat the next symbol of peace, could they? The blonde just smiled and taking Nijire by the hand, Sem was followed by Tamaki, who was walking calmly although with his gaze lowered as always. The green-haired boy smiled, but his girlfriend saw him strangely. Yaoyorozu, I thought you would beat him this time, Izuku. Ronin, you know what deal I have with Momo. Yaoyorozu, but all of us here are former students or teachers of the UA, and all of us without exception saw your strength firsthand, and we know perfectly well that you could beat him, or at least I know it. Ronin, not all. For example, there's Ryukyu, the hussy cats. Oh look, they've arrived, hee hee. No wonder I thought I saw Koda's cap. But anyway, back to the point. There's also Gang Orca and Ms. Joke. Heroes like them know that I'd be all for one, but they haven't seen me fight hand to hand against Mirio. They may think that his permeability is the only thing that can defeat me or be my weakness. Remember that only you and our friends know about my predatory sense. Yaoyorozu, true. Ronin, also look, there are a lot of civilians around us, and I remind you that I am not the most loved person in the world. I guess seeing me beating Mirio would not be something pleasant for anyone. Yaoyorozu, my love. Ronin, besides, you already know me. I don't like to boast or abuse my strength unless I have a good reason, Yaoyorozu, that's quite true. The green-haired boy continued eating and had even ordered another plate and a new drink to continue with his feast without interruptions, or at least that's what he thought until he saw how discreetly Uraraka, who was not with Ida, was making signs to him, getting his attention. Yaoyorozu also noticed this but didn't give it importance. The green-haired boy continued eating, trying to think that the brunette was talking to someone else. The boy tried not to pay attention to it until these signs became somewhat tiresome. Even Momo looked somewhat irritated. Yaoyorozu, I think he's calling you honey. Ronin, I think so, taking a sip of his drink. Yaoyorozu, aren't you going? Ronin, I have a plate full of food and a drink right in front of me. I'm not going to waste this just to go listen to more nonsense than necessary and possibly ruin my meal. Yaoyorozu, I say you go. The green-haired boy looked up in surprise because of all the answers he expected Momo to say. That was definitely not on the list. Ronin, what did you say? Yaoyorozu, you should go. Ronin, are you sure you are my girlfriend Momo Yaoyorozu? Yaoyorozu, yes, pretty sure. Look, Izuku, we both know that there is a possibility that he says the same nonsense that he has been telling us year after year, but maybe there is a possibility, however small it may be, that he wants to fix things. He should be aware that he can no longer count on you as a friend but at least as a co-worker. I say it is the happiest day of his life, or at least that is what it should be. I say that he will not ruin it by doing something stupid, or at least I want to think that. You know that I like to be positive on some occasions. The green-haired boy analyzed his girlfriend's response word by word. He thought it over and it was true. His predatory sense was alerting him, but this was because it was Uraraka, and because despite the years, this enhanced sense still alerted him with all the heroes who were present in the room with the obvious exception of his girlfriend. The boy breathed in and devoured the last of the lasagna he was eating. In one gulp he finished his drink and finally stood up. Ronin, okay, I won't be long. Yaoyorozu, I'll wait for you here, darling. Ronin, if it turns out to be a stupid thing, remember that it's your fault, and you're buying breakfast tomorrow. Yaoyorozu, deal. The green-haired boy began to walk towards the brunette, discovering that the girl was calling him from a point hidden from view in the living room. Izuku thought that maybe this was because the brunette wanted privacy and not to be misinterpreted, so trying not to attract attention, he walked calmly until he reached the brunette, who smiled slightly when she saw him and then entered a room. The green-haired boy followed her and also entered this room, which he closed normally and without a lock. His heightened senses did not hear whispers outside the room, nor could he detect the presence of cameras or anything that might seem suspicious or that would give him an indication that it was a trap of some kind. It seemed that everything was relatively calm, although that was what made the boy nervous the most in some way. But managing to calm down, he stood up straight, causing the brunette to have to look her ex-partner in the eyes. Ronin, seriously so? Here we are. Uraraka, yes, thank you for not ignoring me and also for coming today. Ronin, it's nothing, thanks for inviting us all and congratulations on the wedding, I guess. Uraraka, thank you, it's surprising coming from you, although well you know, the ones who were at the altar could have been you and me. The green-haired man narrowed his eyes. This was one of those attitudes he hated and also the kind of comments he wanted to avoid. Ronin, well you know what I think about that, although I won't say it was completely your fault. I suppose it would even be selfish to say so. Uraraka, calm down, I know it was my fault and Ida's too. I think I won't try to excuse myself anymore. Ronin, surprised, wow, now you really gave me a surprise, and just when I thought you couldn't do it anymore, The green-haired man tried to lighten the mood with that comment, although Uraraka, for her part, breathed, trying to lighten her already noticeable nerves. Uraraka, I'm serious. I know I messed up Izuku. I know I hurt you, and I also know that asking for forgiveness is totally useless, but I wanted to say it at least one last time because I want to fix all of this. Try to make things at least normal between us again. You know, like before in the war when the three of us fought together, I felt good. I remembered all those days when we were best friends at the beginning of the academy. All long before we were a couple, and being honest, I want to have that back. The green-haired boy stared at his ex-girlfriend. The freckled boy knew that forgiving her was not as easy as she thought, but maybe there was a chance that they would talk again, at least gradually, because Izuku, although he did not want to admit it, knew how much he had influenced her in her indications at the academy. The green-haired boy remembered how she supported him at the time, even with her hero name. The freckled boy thought that Uraraka had really changed, although sometimes things simply never change. Ronin, wow, that's surprising to hear, Uraraka, and I think. But the girl had other plans. Uraraka, let's go. Izuku stopped abruptly because of the interruption, and then because of the surprise of what he heard from the brunette's mouth. Ronin, what? Uraraka, yes, let's run away, Izuku. I know it's my fault, but now I want to fix it, and I'm serious. I know that you have Yamamoto and I have Itapi, but I'm completely sure of what I'm saying. We can leave together. I have the security and certainty that if we run away right now, there would be a chance to restart everything from scratch. We could go anywhere in the world, change our names, make all the necessary changes, and then things like that. You could be a new hero, whoever you want. Even if you don't want to be number one anymore, it doesn't matter to me. As long as we are together, it's more than enough. The green-haired man took a few steps back, slightly surprised, but then this turned into annoyance, which was increasing. Ronin, annoyed, how do you? Uraraka, yes, I know, but I just can't forget you when I lost you. Even if I acted badly, I couldn't get you out of my head. When you came back, I behaved like an idiot. I know, I'm not trying to justify myself, but then when I found out you were innocent, that feeling became stronger and made me regret not having helped you at the time. Don't you understand? I love you, Izuku Midoriya. I love you like you have no idea, and like I never think I'll be able to love someone else. The green-haired man slowly looked down, clenching his fists. Uraraka, yes, if you say yes, I wouldn't care about anything else. I would go with you wherever you wanted, because I. Ronin, enough. The brunette saw how the green-haired man no longer saw her, but he was also trembling. The girl heard how even the boy seemed to be sobbing. Uraraka, Izuku? Ronin, he who loves you doesn't look for fights but for solutions. He doesn't look for discussions but for conversations, not for problems. You did exactly the opposite. Uraraka, but I. Ronin, Uraraka, I loved you. I truly did, you knew it. I could have given my life for you more than once. I supported you in everything without asking for anything in return. Believe me, I wouldn't have cared about you and Ida. I would have understood. I would have ended our relationship, and wow, I would have even supported you, but you. The boy began to breathe, trying to control himself by keeping his fists closed, but Uraraka did not remain silent either. Uraraka, I was scared, okay. I was a coward and didn't want to lose you. I loved you just as much as you did, but Ida was so sweet that he clouded my vision, filled my head with crazy ideas, and finally he and I. Ronin, stop, please don't continue. You said what you wanted and that's all for me. I'm so sorry, Uraraka. Now I see that maybe it's not entirely your fault like you said, but I can't take it anymore. I was willing to talk again, but I see that you don't want that, and I'm sorry because what you want from me I can't give it to you. Because now I have a family, I'm happy like I wasn't years ago. I have great stability in every aspect and I won't sacrifice that for a false idea or an empty promise. You said what you had to say and that's all. We are co-workers, but in our private life do me a favor and don't look for me anymore. The green-haired boy said this sharply and turned around, heading for the exit, turning his back on the brunette. Uraraka shed a few tears but couldn't stop the boy, who continued walking without stopping to look back at any time. Love is a complicated subject. Some people think it's easy, others not so much. The truth is, it can surprise you, it can give you the strength to move mountains. Or you might even do stupid things because of this feeling. It depends on each person. As Izuku walked, he remembered all the phrases Uraraka had once said to him, all those phrases that had once filled the boy with hope and that were now left behind, burning with each step and with the air carrying away the ashes. Uraraka, hee my cute little green bunny. Deku, my cute gravity girl. Uraraka, did you know my name means cheerful tea girl? Deku, I understood something like that. Uraraka, hee kiss means that well yes I marry you. Deku, hee you would be Miss Green Tea. Uraraka, the cheerful green tea girl, well, it's not that bad to hear, and to be honest it wouldn't bother me too much, hee. To tell the truth it sounds nice. Deku, hee yes, so will you marry me? Uraraka, without hesitation, I would even invite all our friends to see and witness how happy I am with you. Deku, hee I love you Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka, and I love you Izuku Midoriya. I love you like you have no idea and like I could never love anyone else. The boy remembered this as he shed his last tears. The boy clenched his fists and looked up to see his family, which immediately made him smile, comforting him. Eri and Momo smiled happily. The white-haired girl played with Samidare, Satsuki and Koda, while Yayorozu happily saw this. The brunette soon saw her boyfriend raised her hand, greeting him with the same smile on her face. The green-haired boy looked at his girlfriend and remembered his own words from a few minutes ago. Now I have a family. I'm happy like I never was before. The boy just smiled, knowing he had told the truth. He no longer loved the brunette. Now he had a reason to continue, a reason to fight, protect, grow, and mature. Now he had a family. The green-haired man arrived at his place and sat down, feeling the aroma of the food enter his nose. Yayorozu, I asked for another dish to be brought to you. It seems you liked it, although it got cold and I asked for it to be reheated, hee. Ronin, hee you know I could have done it myself. Yayorozu, yes, but my parents gave you the suit, don't ruin it, my love. Ronin, true, in fact, this is the first time I've ever received something, so now I should feel special, don't you think? The boys smiled and continued eating until the music was stopped by the blue-haired former president of Class A, who took the microphone ready to speak before the attentive gaze of everyone. Ida, Buell clearing his throat, thank you all for coming today. It's amazing to be able to gather all our friends, colleagues and acquaintances in one place without any fights, hee. In fact, it's even amazing to be able to gather everyone once again. The blue-haired man said this looking directly at Izuku, who couldn't care less. Ida didn't stop and continued speaking. Ida, saying that this is the happiest day of my life is a no-brainer, I guess, right? Hee, it's a day I never thought would come and one that I still feel is a dream from which I could wake up at any moment today. I want to thank all of you for your presence, and especially my now finally wife for being with me for so long. Thank you Ochako for supporting me, for being by my side and for being my hero. I love you my gravity girl. At that moment both Izuku and Yayorozu and even their friends looked up at the couple in disbelief at the comment, and it was no mystery to anyone that Izuku had called Uraraka that before when they were a couple, and although this could go unnoticed, the truth is that the surprise was also due to Ida mentioning it until now at this precise moment. And he had never done it before. The brunette even looked somewhat confused, but she didn't complain either, even kissing the boy with glasses. Izuku just frowned, but without giving it more importance he simply continued eating. Yayorozu for her part took the boy's hand, making the latter see her. Yayorozu, what did Uraraka want? The girl asked this, thinking that maybe it was all a trap, but Izuku, without giving it importance, simply answered. Ronin, that he was a coward. The boy said this and the brunette knew he was right. For the brunette there was a balance, since she saw how the girl who controlled gravity spoke to the green-haired boy. On one side there was the option of redemption and peace, but on the other side there was the option of everything following a negative course, and unfortunately for her, the balance leaned towards the negative side. Everyone with the obvious exception of Izuku and Momo's friends applauded at these words, and Ida smilingly bowed and then gave way to Uraraka, who now didn't have a single trace of past tears. Uraraka, thanks Tenya, but now what can I say? I think he already said everything important, but well, since he already said it, this is the most important day of my life, the day I always dreamed of, the day I knew would be unique, and well, it is. I really appreciate you all being able to come. I know you have things to do, but the fact that you sacrificed a little of your time to attend this small event means a lot. Thank you very much." People applauded even though the girl had no desire or intention of shutting up, so she continued talking. "Uraraka, with my former classmates from Class A, I went through many things, both traumatic and exciting events. I learned a lot from all of you, and I thank you for accepting me as your friend. I know that maybe I am not perfect and that I have made many mistakes, but although I know it goes without saying, I will do it, and if one day you need something, you can count on not only me but also Tenya, and today our relationship became stronger than it already was. We are no longer boyfriends but husbands. A team that has passed the toughest tests and that will never give up or back down. Tenya Ida, thank you my love for helping me, for supporting me in everything, not leaving me alone, and also for not letting me fall, for being my support in difficult times, for saving my life on countless occasions, and for showing me the true motivation to be a hero today. I am sure, and I can say it with all its letters, I love you Tenya Ida. I love you like you have no idea, and like I could never love someone else." And after saying that, the newlyweds kissed each other, making everyone stand up applauding, even Bakugo, who had a smile of pure mockery towards the freckled boy. But just as happened before with the speedster's words, not everyone got up and the boy's friends stayed still in their seats. Izuku was somewhat annoyed and uncomfortable. Pornlanjebs got up and headed towards the exit. Yayorozu, worried about the green-haired boy. Izuku, where are you going? Ronin, calm down my love, I'll just go out to get some fresh air. I told you before, this suit is like a stuffy penguin. I just need a break, hee, the tie is killing me. The green-haired man raised his tie in a sign of fake suffocation, sticking out his tongue, making the brunette smile, who, although calmer, could not calm down completely. Yayorozu, Shoto. Todoroki, I'll take care of it. Kirishima, seeing this, smiled, showing his fangs, and kissed Tokage, and immediately afterward also stood up. Kirishima, men's affairs, I'll go see what helped. The three men left the room, leaving their partners intrigued with the exception of Momo. Tsuyu, what's wrong Momo? Kero. Yayorozu, he's upset. No, I think tense is the right word, also uncomfortable, that can be seen from miles away, but I know him and I know he won't tell me, so I don't worry, although he already knows that I know. Hee. It's weird, but we reach out to each other. Hee. I just sent Shoto so he doesn't do anything stupid, besides they are brothers. They understand each other. Tsuyu, and Ijiro? Tokage, he just snuck in, hee. The three girls smiled, and the others, seeing this, gathered their chairs together to chat. Izuku for his part left the place quite calm, contrary to what one might think. Although he hated the hypocrisy he had just witnessed, he decided that he would not make a scene or something more serious, because a part of him told him that the blue-haired man only wanted to provoke him, and the brunette to get revenge. But without thinking about it, he relaxed for a few minutes. He did not think that both of them would go that far unless that day. Izuku leaned on a wall that was there with his gaze fixed on the firmament, carefully observing the moon. If he had not wanted to come to the wedding, it had been for a reason, and now he knew it. The boy breathed more calmly. He seriously had to relax. He could not give them the luxury of seeing that their provocations had the effect they wanted. Besides, he came to have fun and not to fight. The green-haired man formed a smile and got up with a much better mood, and then turned around and found his brother and his best friend. Ronin, excuse me, are you queuing for the viewing platform? Todoroki, not quite. Well, I was actually just passing by and saw a dumb wolf. Hee. Kirishima, and I just came to see a friend. How are you? Ronin, I'm pretty okay guys, maybe just a little uncomfortable. Kirishima, and who wouldn't be after what happened in there? Ha. It was quite strange after all. Todoroki, do you think they wanted to provoke you? Ronin, nah, I don't know and I don't care. I made the mistake of leaving, showing my discomfort, but we have to go back in. I won't give them the pleasure of thinking they were right. Kirishima, sounds good to me. Either of you want another drink? Todoroki, perfect for me. Ronin, it's just green tea. I don't know what's so special about it. Todoroki, I like tea by itself. Kirishima, and well, I don't know, it's delicious, ha. Ronin, pair of weirdos. The boys smiled and were about to re-enter the party hall when they stopped upon hearing a loud bang. When they turned around, they saw a column of smoke and fire rising in the distance. The boys quickly changed their minds about re-entering the party because they knew that what they had just seen could only mean one thing. Ronin, an explosion, it wasn't far, or at least I think so. Kirishima, there's trouble. Todoroki, and serious apparently it seems that Izuku is right. Ronin, where do you calculate it? Todoroki, don't mind me, but I'd bet they're in the shopping area of the city. At that moment another explosion made them look to a more distant point. Izuku could barely hear it, but that was why he calculated the distance better. Ronin, this time he went much further into the south. Let's see, that takes us to the pier. Kirishima, sure? Ronin, yes, it must be around the abandoned factories in the city. Todoroki, home of the ancient fishing industries. Ronin, yes. Kirishima, but isn't that place abandoned and almost destroyed? Ronin, they abandoned them years ago when they moved them to another place. Now waiting to be demolished, the whole area is inhabited by vagrants. It is not surprising that criminals take their loot there. Clandestine battles must be good. Kirishima, wait there, Izubro, did you really say the word booties? Dude, what year are you living in? That's old even for you, lol. Ronin, sorry I haven't updated I guess. Todoroki, shut up, both of you two, almost simultaneous explosions. Kirishima, should we notice a pattern? Ronin, 2 robberies, you don't know which one to chase. Todoroki, look at the sky, those are clouds and that smoke, those weren't the first explosions. Kirishima, but we don't hear them. Ronin, that's because we were in there pointing to the living room. I assume the inside of this thing is made so that no outside noises can be heard to ruin the atmosphere inside. Kirishima, absorbent or insulating material? Ronin, does that matter now? There's an explosion over there. Todoroki, we have to go. Ronin, I was already thinking about that, can we ruin the party? Kirishima, wouldn't that be rude? Ronin, I don't think so. After all they did, we would even give excitement to their little party, hee. The bicolor looked at his brother, who after a couple of seconds erased the smile from his face. Ronin, but better not. I thought it would be a good idea, although now that I remember there are civilians inside, and besides I don't think all the heroes present have their hero costume with them. Damn. Well, I guess so, we have to go. Kirishima, and what are we waiting for? Todoroki, decided, let's go. So the boys walked towards the exit quickly and without stopping until Kirishima remembered an important detail. Kirishima, oh hey, but now that I remember mentioning the suits, well, I think it's obvious that I don't have my suit on hand either. Todoroki, that's true. Kirishima, so? Todoroki, what are you looking at? Do you think I have mine? Ronin, well, let's improvise a plan then. Todoroki, please tell me that you do have a suit. Ronin, yeah, a fancy Tom Ford 3-piece 2-button suit my in-laws gave me for this party. Bro, I'm currently an active non-combatant. Now follow me, okay? Follow me, both of you. The boys followed the green-haired boy to his car. The boys waited for him to do something, but the green-haired boy didn't even take out the keys. The boy simply took the door handle and opened it with ease. Kirishima, you know that if you leave it like that they can easily steal your car, right? Ronin, I gave the keys to Momo, but the car has a fingerprint reader. Kirishima, really? Ronin, yes, as well as other security mechanisms, all courtesy of the improvements made by Professor Shield. Now get in, both of you. The boys did as requested, with Todoroki in the passenger seat and Kirishima in the back. Todoroki, hey, but wait, if you said Momo has the key, then how are you going to? Izuku at that moment just took the wheel, smiling, fastened his seatbelt and sat up straight, then took a breath and spoke calmly. Ronin, start car. At that moment the engine turned on as well as the headlights, and on a screen that the vehicle had appeared the security confirmation, the car was on. Kirishima and Todoroki were slightly surprised. Izuku simply moved the gear lever, stepped on the accelerator, and started driving. Ronin voice activation, it's not something special, but it makes things much easier. Todoroki, show off. The boy began to drive with all the speed that the vehicle could give, surprising his friends because they thought that at that speed it would be difficult to maneuver on the streets. Kirishima, Izuku, I'm sure if you drive faster we'll travel back in time. Ronin exaggerated. Todoroki, don't get distracted Izuku, he has a point, but okay, so what's the plan? Ronin, get off, go home, change and go to the shopping area, I'll take the shark to the abandoned area. Todoroki, okay, you tell me when you stop to go down. Ronin, wait. The green-haired boy was driving very seriously until he made a turn and pressed a button opening the door to Todoroki's place. Ronin, now! Todoroki, but you're not even braking. Kirishima, it will become puree. Todoroki, thanks for the support Captain Optimism. Izuku, this is crazy. Ronin, just do it. Use your ice to propel yourself and with your fire side melt the ice behind you. Try not to damage the suit. I don't want the old man or Tsuyu to kill me. Todoroki looked undecided about whether it was a good idea to jump or not, which made Izuku a little desperate. Ronin, your chance is slipping away, either you jump or I'll throw you down. Todoroki, wait a second, will you? You're not the one who's going to jump. Ronin, Shoto. Todoroki, okay. Just don't be late. The boy took off his seatbelt and pushed himself off, raising his hand, getting out of the vehicle and driving away with his ice at full speed. Ronin, well, here goes one. Kirishima, my house is close, CR I think. Ronin, I know. The green-haired man moved the lever and started again with speed, making the redhead hold tightly to the seat. The green-haired man drove quickly until he arrived at Kirishima's house, parking perfectly, although without turning off the engine. Ronin, I'll come for you bro, just please don't be long. Kirishima, thanks Izuku, although I think I could walk. The redhead got out with problems. The boy looked a little dizzy but managed to get to his home. Izuku saw this and moved his car to drive until he got to his house. The boy used his speed and got into his house and changed his clothes quickly. Izuku quickly put on his hero suit, and once this was done he left, and then got back into his vehicle and went for Kirishima, who was already getting out ready for action. The boy with shark teeth sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Kirishima, how do you expect them not to say something to us if we're in a car, well, a civilian car, so to speak? Ronin, do you think this is a civilian vehicle? Kirishima, it seems so. The green-haired man pressed a button and then the vehicle began to modify itself a little, taking on a more aggressive appearance, surprising the redhead. Kirishima, wow. Ronin, I told you so. Kirishima, now this is a car. The green-haired boy smiled and started driving again, even increasing his speed impressively. Kirishima was surprised by the increase in speed, although he was even more surprised to see how, upon reaching the indicated area, Izuku was still far from where he should have been. Kirishima, Izuku the disaster, well you just went through it. Ronin, I know you have your belt on, right? Kirishima, yes? Ronin, okay, I don't want you to get hit. The boy continued driving straight although he turned off the headlights. Kirishima couldn't ask about this because the green-haired boy quickly made a turn which, being so sudden, made Kirishima cling to the seat again as if he were a cat. Apparently Izuku had gone into an alley. The boy turned off the car's engine although Kirishima saw that the computer was still on. The boys were in total silence, limiting themselves to simply looking at the villains, although Kirishima's silence was more out of shock than anything else. Kirishima, catching his breath, WLT, that was new. And now just remind me never to ride with you at the wheel. In fact, I think I feel like throwing up. Ronin, how do you like drama? Todoroki, through the communicator I'm already in position and I have them in my sights. Ronin, so do we. Kirishima, do you think we'll meet on the way if they run away? Todoroki, you'll see. Inside the chaos there were several people running, loading merchandise onto various vehicles, even a trailer. Due to the distance, the darkness, and their clothes, the green-haired and the red-haired could not see their faces, but by the tone of their voices Izuku could easily deduce a great overconfidence. The villains knew they were about to win, and that they just needed to leave quickly, although this feeling of victory did not last long and the subjects did not count on that. As soon as they turned to look to their left side they would see how the headlights of Izuku's car suddenly turned on. The car started again, the engine roared furiously, and that alone was enough to make the villains swallow nervously and start with all their cars. Kirishima, and there goes the surprise factor. Ronin, come on, don't be a bitter bro, and my favorite part of the night is also coming up. Kirishima, which one? Ronin, The Hunt. Insert Do You Bleed by Hans Zimmer. Kirishima, so he asks. The boy waited for the cars to leave, and once he saw this he started to chase them without stopping. One of the vehicles suddenly pulled a turret from the roof and began to shoot at Izuku, who generated a fireball and shot it to the ground, creating a wall of fire and smoke that could cloud the view of the opposing car, which was hit by the freckled man on Kirishima's side, who upon seeing this immediately hardened himself so as not to get hurt, contrary to the rival car, which even flew away, although the green-haired man took out one of his whips and tangled the car, dragging it behind him. Meanwhile, all the other cars in front of them took weapons out of the trunk and the doors, shooting towards the boy's car, who did not stop at all. Kirishima, what the hell? Tell me why we don't explode. Ronin, I have armor. Kirishima, oh right, that settles all my doubts, sarcastically. The green-haired man continued driving until he skidded unexpectedly, which surprised the redhead, but this served to throw the car they were dragging against those who were shooting at them, crushing both vehicles. Kirishima, surprised, wow, hey, how many laws can we break in the same night? Ronin, there's no blood, there are no screams, those cars were empty. Kirishima, so who was shooting at us? The air? Todoroki, through the communicator the old man called me. He has the information on these guys based on police data. They are brothers, 3 to be exact. One can control machines, that obviously includes cars too. The other handles metal, he can mold it to his convenience. That's why cars are classics. Ronin, they have no plastic parts. Todoroki, exactly. Kirishima, and the last brother? Todoroki, creates physical clones. They are much more resistant than those of Twice, obviously, and although they are simple clones, they are tangible, meaning they can hit hard. Ronin, that's how they handle cars that the other brother can't. Kirishima, and the guns fire. Todoroki, exactly. Ronin, well then I'll rule out the killer air theory. Kirishima, very funny. Ronin, smiling, come on bro, where's your spirit of adventure? Kirishima, I'm a hero, not a kamikaze. The green-haired man just smiled mockingly and activated his communicator. Ronin, where are you, brother? Todoroki, taking care of the other freighter. By creating so many clones he can steal multiple points. Ronin, the clones can use the original's quirks, I suppose? Kirishima, isn't that very powerful? Ronin, I guess you must first know the data of the original to create an authentic copy. Todoroki, anyway, I'm also in pursuit here. We have to find the originals and catch them. Ronin, I'm on it, we'll catch the bastards, right bro? Kirishima, yeah. At least you didn't kill anyone. Ronin, I don't care anyway. After all, I finally have this. The boy took out a card in which Kirishima carefully saw that it had both his go-to and his data, but he couldn't read what was on top because of the darkness. Kirishima, what is? Ronin, license to kill, just approved. Kirishima, what do you think, you're a secret agent? Ronin, look ahead and don't get distracted. Kirishima, I'm not the one driving. At that moment they saw how the truck in front of them threw off its roof and slowly, thanks to the weight, it took out a huge turret which began to fire at the boy's car. Kirishima, they want to tear us apart. Ronin, the feeling is mutual. Hey Kirishima, do you really want to be useful? Kirishima, how did it help? At that moment the boy took out his revolver and handed it to the surprised redhead. Ronin, shoot them, you know there's no one there, just damn clones. Kirishima, understood. Ronin, shoot the tires and if you can, the turret even better. Kirishima, understood. Ronin, do you think you can do it? Kirishima, slightly offended, do you seriously doubt me? Come on, dude. I know I don't have your perfect aim, but I know what I'm doing. The bicolor took out his hardened arm and began to shoot, although the bullets were so powerful that only a few were enough without emptying the magazine to destroy the truck, knocking it down, although Izuku accelerated and finished destroying it, passing through the middle of fire and metal. The boy continued driving without stopping, destroying all the enemy cars in front of him. Kirishima quickly reloaded and Izuku now used his fireballs, throwing them with force. The boys continued doing this until only the huge trailer remained. The boys had to go under a tunnel, and when they left this, Kirishima and Izuku saw how the trailer box opened, showing two guys, one with a machine gun and the other with a missile launcher ready to fire. Ronin, there they are. Kirishima, do you think they'll be the real ones? I mean, no more clones? Ronin, we'll have to find out, old friend. The boy was driving, managing to hide from the missile launcher's sights by covering himself with various debris that he created using his black whips and shooting fireballs. Everything was going relatively well until Izuku saw how one of the brothers raised his hand and immediately after closed his fist. At that moment, another trailer suddenly came out with the intention of hitting them. Ronin, damn. Kirishima, they want to kill us. Ronin, glad that's the only thing we can agree on. Kirishima, wait, he's not attacking us, he's just covering his tracks. They don't want to destroy us yet, just deflect. The redhead looked at Izuku, who returned his gaze calmly. Ronin, so we'll have to take a shortcut, don't you think? Kirishima, do you know any? The green-haired man only moved his head a little. Ronin, well, we'll have to invent it, bro. The green-haired boy noticed that next to him there was a wall belonging to an old factory. The trailer managed to come out, completely crushing one of the cars that were abandoned there, causing a small explosion. Izuku saw this wall and quickly turned. Kirishima, no, don't tell me you're going to. Ronin, do you want to end up burned like Todoroki? Todoroki, I heard that. Kirishima, but... Ronin, hold on. Kirishima, oh no, scared. The green-haired man pressed the accelerator to the floor and with great force suddenly entered the building, seeing a ramp that he began to climb and drive quickly. Kirishima, who would have thought it? Ronin, what? Kirishima, so this is what these factories look like on the inside. The green-haired man only smiled slightly before thinking of another idea. Ronin, and in a couple of seconds you'll see it from the outside. Kirishima, great, hey wait, what? At that moment the green-haired man turned the wheel and the vehicle did the same action to now head towards a window. The redhead closed his eyes and activated his hardening in his unbreakable form. Izuku just narrowed his gaze, preparing for the impact. The car didn't take long, and after a good hit he managed to get out to the outside. Kirishima looked down quickly, observing that they were right above the trailer. The car fell and took part of the box with it, and then crashed into another building, piercing it halfway. The green-haired man had hit his face, and the partition had opened. The freckled man raised his face, which was against the steering wheel, and turned to look at Kirishima while his wound closed. Ronin, damn, I never should have done that, it was really painful. Kirishima, I have my unbreakable form and it still hurt. Ronin, well, we lost the armor, the tires were punctured, and we don't even have mirrors. Kirishima, the windows and windshield are also broken. Ronin, let's not forget that, oh god, Melissa will surely kill me. Kirishima, and Momo too, remember this was her means of transportation home. Ronin, yeah, we can't forget that either. Screw it, if I'm going to destroy this thing, I'll do it with style. Kirishima, your way, then smiling. The redhead, who had already been infected by his friend's emotion, just smiled in support. Izuku, seeing this, quickly moved the lever, pressed the accelerator to the bottom and turned the steering wheel once more so that the car would fly out of where they had crashed. The green-haired man was not lying. The car seriously looked in terrible condition, although the surprising thing about all this was to see how even with his last strength he continued to advance with speed. Although they did not have much time to celebrate this, and soon one of the two brothers who was standing in the box raised the missile launcher and fired at the boys. Izuku, seeing this, quickly created a huge fireball and threw it, causing the projectile to explode before hitting them and also filling the entire space with smoke, clouding the boy's vision, which drove out of control until, without being able to see it, he crashed heavily into a column. Although not everything was bad, because fortunately the boys saw how the trailer, while driving also with cloudy vision, crashed equally into a construction. Back in the green-haired man's car, both boys raised their heads because with the strong crash they had also received a good blow to the face. The boys opened and closed their eyes, making sure they were in one piece, and then they bumped fists while catching their breath with a smile. Ronin, well, that could have turned out worse, couldn't it? Kirishima, hee, I think so. Do you think it can still be repaired? Ronin, yes, definitely not, I don't doubt it. Melissa and her father are among the best, even May can help them on this occasion. Kirishima, wow, you're lucky, man. The green-haired man started to laugh until he heard the concrete outside creaking. They both heard it, and before they could say anything they both got out of the vehicle at full speed only to see how the pillar fell on the car, finishing destroying it. Kirishima, and now? Ronin, well, I think that can't be repaired anymore now, I'm done for. They both started to laugh a little until they heard a series of gunshots. Kirishima turned around just to see how they were shooting at Izuku without stopping. Kirishima was also riddled, but in the case of the redhead he was saved by his hardening while Izuku was saved by his hero's suit. The boys were on the ground unable to get up until they looked up and could see how there was an army of clones with weapons with them with which they were shooting at them. The boys breathed heavily but still did not back down. Both young men smiled and looked at each other, and then bumped fists. Ronin, what do you think? You take care of the left, I'll take care of the right. Kirishima, done. The boys, accepting this, nodded their heads and threw themselves against their respective rivals. Their only disadvantage could be that they might not know who the real ones were, but they decided to find out by hitting them. The green-haired boy generated spheres of fire on his fingertips, which he threw at his enemies' weapons so that they would explode. Immediately afterward, the boy threw his powerful whip towards one of the villains and wrapped it around his legs to use it as a projectile, spinning it around, hitting his enemies and then throwing it at another villain. The fight was aggressive. Izuku did not imitate himself because knowing that they were only copies or clones made him unleash himself. The boy broke bones, jaws, ribs. He did not even care about using debris to finish off his already powerful blows. The boy was fighting furiously until he saw how in front of him a huge mechanical/metallic monster was formed. The two boys finished their fight and looked up in surprise. Ronin, right, the stupid Quirk. Kirishima, at least it looks like the originals are here, I think. Ronin, well, it seems so. Kirishima, please tell me what you have against monsters like that. Ronin, MT Lady is on her honeymoon, and I don't have a sword. Do you think, or maybe there is an option to? Izuku thought that using his demon form would be of great help, but that he could even defeat the golem, but before the boy could use his transformation he saw how a huge pillar of ice pierced the monster with a single blow, and from it Todoroki calmly came down. Kirishima, wow, that was amazing, that robot was huge. Todoroki, yes, he looked dangerous. Ronin, it looked. Todoroki, you're welcome. Kirishima, I didn't even say thank you. At that moment Izuku felt they were in danger. The boy used his senses, managed to hear how. In the distance a gun was loaded. The green-haired boy using this managed to focus on his enemies, and pushing his friends aside he quickly received the shots, surprising his companions. Todoroki, brother! Izuku alone grouped to receive the impacts, but he threw his whip in response, making them manage to catch them without problems. The green-haired man attracted them with a single pull, and once he had them in front of him lifted them hanging upside down like fish, which even thrashed desperately to get free without success. Ronin, Taran, how good am I at fishing? Kirishima, better than you are at driving, no doubt. Ronin, squeaky, you like me too, don't say no, you know you can't lie to me. Todoroki, well, the trailer as well, apart from the fact that the driver's part is destroyed by the crash and that the box is missing the top part, you could say it's whole. They treated it with care and didn't use it for their golem. I bet the loot should be there. Ronin, and they call my old man. Todoroki, are you alright? Kirishima, as much as possible. Ronin, healing factor, you know, how are you? Were you able to find anything? Todoroki, enough, multiple cars with money. I discovered that this is how they manage to evade justice. They divide the loot among many cars. Ronin, and everything was taken here, I suppose. No one would suspect anything, and once a week they would have to take it out. Kirishima, but why did the explosion happen? At that moment the patrols commanded by the now police captain Tsukachi Naomasa arrived at the scene. Ronin, that was pretty fast, Captain Tsukachi. Tsukachi, well, thanks to your message and Todoroki's, we acted quickly. I guess those are the suspects. Todoroki, exactly, Captain. Ronin, you are very perceptive, he. The green-haired man released the subjects, making them fall, but before they could try to flee, the police quickly handcuffed them. Ronin, the loot is in the trailer according to the strawberry soba popsicle. Todoroki, and in the cars over there. Wait, what did you tell me? Tsukachi, he thanks guys, good job, now we will do the rest, you can go back and enjoy the rest of the party. Kirishima, thanks. Wait, how do you know about that? Tsukachi, this is Uravity and Ingenium's wedding. Did you really think it wasn't announced with such fanfare? Did you think it was a coincidence that the media was at the church? Todoroki, I thought it was Mina's fault who had told everything to the media. Kirishima, I thought it was a coincidence. Ronin, it was all the same to me, but that's how the villains knew that the media's attention wouldn't be focused on them, and that's why they also decided to act today. With few heroes in the city patrolling different points, they couldn't fail in any way. There wasn't a great risk of them getting caught. Todoroki, but being so boastful they got confident and made a huge mess. That's how we located them. They guided us and all without them realizing it. What luck. Kirishima, I bet that as soon as Ida and Uraraka find out about everything they will claim ignorance about this, he. Ronin, ignorance is not the same as innocence, bro. Although in any case at first they can't do anything against them since they really didn't know this would happen, and also they can't go to prison because they are the great heroes of the city. The green-haired man said this in a mocking tone, making the red-haired man and the two-colored man smile. Tsukachi also smiled a little, and after taking their statements and talking crazy with them, the boys left. The green-haired boy spread his wings and rose next to Todoroki, who did the same with his eyes. Kirishima was attached to one of Izuku's whips, hanging although with some fear of falling. Ronin, nice view, don't you think, bro? Kirishima, why yes, but just concentrate please and don't let go of me. Ronin, ha, now if you wanted to go by car, right? Todoroki, we could have gone in one of our cars if only that person hadn't wrecked it. Ronin, they gave it to me for walks as well as for missions. This was something that was going to happen sooner or later. The boys advanced at such a fast speed that without realizing it they had already arrived at the place. The boys were fast using their quirks, and that was why Todoroki saw something that made him slightly nervous. Todoroki, hey bro. Ronin, what's going on? Todoroki, remember what I said about your car? Ronin, yes, and I already told you it was something that was going to happen one day, Shoto. Todoroki, I have it perfectly clear, but what about them? The bicolor pointed and Izuku looked down, watching as his daughter and his girlfriend standing in the viewing area stared at him. The green-haired boy felt the penetrating and slightly annoyed gaze of the brunette. The green-haired boy for a second almost let go of Kirishima, who if it weren't for him holding on he could have gotten loose. The redhead with this action reminded the boy that he was there too, although he was also a little nervous because he realized that Izuku was not the only one being watched by his partner. Kirishima, I wouldn't celebrate much if I were you, Shoto. Todoroki, damn. Tokage and Tsuyu in turn also looked seriously at their respective partners who landed cleanly. Yayorozu, you just came out to get some fresh air, right? Ronin, well, if I had known the fight would be better than the boring party inside, I would have called you. Besides, you have the girl with you. I didn't want you to risk her, much less leave her here. Eri, I'm not that young anymore, Dad, I'm. Ronin, Eri, you're not helping me. Yayorozu, okay, so since the party is over we can go, right? Ronin, slightly nervous, exactly, it's time to go home now. Did you take the centerpiece or something to eat? They may be bad hosts, but they served excellent dishes as well. Yayorozu, and the car? At that moment the green-haired man knew he was screwed. Ronin, I assume you've already gone to see Yayorozu, Izuku Midoriya. Ronin, okay, I took the car and used combat mode, but I had to do it. Come on, Momo, they gave it to me for a reason, right? Yayorozu, you could have flown away. Ronin, I would damage the suit your parents gave me. Yayorozu, so you took the car and went home to change. Ronin, okay, you know it. Let's not fool ourselves, I took the car and used it for pursuit. I took Kirishima, and although we caught the villains, the car was destroyed. The green-haired man took off his hood and mask, making his girlfriend look at him completely, realizing that he was telling the truth. The girl stared at her boyfriend until she simply sighed. Yaoyorozu, it was a great car. Ronin, I know. Yaoyorozu, so it's destroyed? There's no way it can be repaired? Kirishima, pulling it out of the rubble and seeing what part is still usable. The redhead answered animatedly until he felt the gaze of his girlfriend and the green-haired man making him shut up. Kirishima, sorry, I thought it was a question for everyone. Yaoyorozu, izuku was our means of transportation. I know it was also a combat vehicle, but… Ronin, Momo, don't worry, I'll fix it. It was my fault, and I'll take care of it. Yaoyorozu, really? How? Ronin, well, I can buy a new one, right? Let's go to the dealership and I'll buy one that you like, and that's exclusively for family use. I mean, I can still fly, right? Hee. The green-haired man gave a smile to the brunette who, although she couldn't resist, had to maintain an image of elegance, although at that moment the one they least wanted appeared. Ida, what's up, guys? Trouble in paradise? Ronin, no, calm down, it's just a matter of mobility, transportation, a family issue, friend. Ida, oh, I see. Uraraka, no wonder you argue. It's weird to see you two argue. I guess being boyfriend and girlfriend at the academy isn't the same as being boyfriend and girlfriend in real life, is it? Living together and all that? Yaoyorozu, no, it's not the same, actually, and I'm sorry to say this, but I can bet, even I could say it's better. I don't have to hide it from anyone. The Midoriya/Yaoyorozu family became serious. Even Izuku took Momo's hand as well as Eri took her father's. For his part, Ida approached Uraraka, but before the brunette or the speedster could say anything, the brunette continued talking. Yaoyorozu, but well, if there is nothing else to talk about or celebrate, then we will go and retire. Thank you for your hospitality. The party was good, and congratulations on the wedding. Ida, but you're going to walk? Don't you think it's too dangerous at this hour? Ronin, well, Ida, we are a pair of heroes now. It would be foolish not to take care of ourselves. Yaoyorozu, also calm down, no. Ida, no, I insist, they are my friends, my guests, and they are also going with little Eri. The blue-haired boy tried to approach the little girl, but she squeezed her father's hand and only took a couple of steps back, causing the green-haired boy to discreetly get in the way, stopping Ida. Ronin, she'll be fine, she's not a weak girl, you should know that by now. Uraraka, but Tenya is serious, we could take them or lend them one of the cars we recently bought. Ida, or if you prefer, I can call a taxi if it bothers you so much. Todoroki, it's not necessary, if you want I'll take you, it wouldn't be a problem, or would it, Sue? Tsuyu, no, after all we are family, Kero. Yaoyorozu, thanks Tsu, but no, we don't want to bother you guys, in fact we could take advantage and travel the old way, you remember when we were in the academy, right honey? Ronin, hey, if it's true, even now we can take Eri, you've always wanted to know what it feels like to fly, right dwarf? Eri, yes. Ida, but don't you think it's very dangerous? Uraraka, yes Eri, your father can go very fast, and you could fall. Eri, I don't think so, my dad is always very careful and I'm not stupid enough to fall. Ronin, do you really think I'd put my own daughter's life at risk? It seems you don't know me well enough, Uraraka. Uraraka, but… Yaoyorozu, but nothing, Uraraka, you better worry about yourself and your family and stop me from taking care of my daughter's safety. The brunette was forceful with her words, silencing the brunette immediately. Her posture was clear. The brunette had adopted her mother's posture of seriousness and elegance to perfection. Ida, wait, they said she was your daughter? You didn't know you had already adopted little Eri? Ronin, yes, we already did it. We didn't decide to announce it because I didn't think it was necessary. I think for those who know me and Momo it was already obvious that it would happen. Uraraka, I see. The chestnut said this in a slight sad touch but imperceptible to everyone. Yaoyorozu, yes, my daughter is already years old, and she will be in October. But well, it gets later, and it will be dangerous. Besides, tomorrow you have school, miss. Looking at Eri, we're leaving. Thank you for your hospitality once again. The green-haired man took his girlfriend and carried her like a princess, then bent down, getting the white-haired girl with a little horn to climb on his back so that she was immediately covered by the whips, avoiding any incident that could put the girl at risk. Ronin, everything ready? Are you comfortable? Yaoyorozu/Eri, yes. The white-haired girl looked light and visibly excited. The green-haired boy stood up from the ground for half a meter slowly. Ronin, see you later, guys. See you later. Eri, goodbye, Uncle Shoto, and see you, Uncle Ijiro, and Tokage. Todoroki, be careful. Kirishima, rest. Yaoyorozu, likewise. See you later, Momo. Kero. Tokage, goodbye, girl. The green-haired man made a slight farewell sign with his fingers and rose at high speed, leaving the three couples alone. Todoroki, well, I guess it's time to go too, don't you think, Tsu? Tsu, yes, see you tomorrow, guys. Thanks for the invitation, Uraraka. Congratulations, and I hope you are very happy, Kero. Uraraka, thank you, Tsu. Ida, that's very kind of you. Todoroki, don't thank me, it's from the heart. Now we're leaving. Are you coming, Kirishima? Kirishima, yes, I left the car behind. Yours, by Ilda, by Uraraka. Tokage, goodbye, guys. The two couples left, leaving the newlyweds alone, who then went back into the living room. Back with Izuku and Momo, they were in the air flying at a normal speed. Izuku would let his daughter enjoy the flight while she could. Yaoyorozu, so we don't have a car anymore. Ronin, no. Yaoyorozu, but you caught the villains. Ronin, yes. Yaoyorozu, well, at least you made it. Ronin, but now we have a problem because of the lack of a vehicle. Yaoyorozu, don't forget that it was a gift from Principal Nizu and Professor David. Ronin, well, we have two problems. Eri, Dad, who will take me to school tomorrow if we don't have a car? Ronin, okay, we have many problems. Yaoyorozu, calm down, honey, you can solve it. Ronin, next weekend we'll go get the new car, okay? Yaoyorozu, I would like a van, they are more spacious. Ronin, deal. Yaoyorozu, what do you think if tomorrow afternoon the two of us talk with Melissa, her father and the principal? Ronin, and tomorrow I take Eri to school? Yaoyorozu, you see, we already fixed the world, and you're thinking about so many problems, Izuku. Ronin, sorry, the old habit. Yaoyorozu, okay, but don't forget that besides being a couple, we are also a team. Together we will find a solution as we have always done, darling. The green-haired boy smiling agreed with his girlfriend and continued his flight calmly, even rising a little higher, allowing his daughter and his girlfriend to touch the clouds while smiling in amazement. After some time, the green-haired boy managed to distinguish his house, and after making a slight maneuver, he slowly lowered himself until he reached his address. Momo elegantly got off her boyfriend's arms while Eri jumped, totally excited and with her hair disheveled. Eri, that was amazing, Dad. Can we do it tomorrow? Ronin, only if you get up early so we don't get late, okay? Eri, understood. Yaoyorozu, okay, miss, but that's been too exciting for you now. Now brush your teeth and go to bed, okay? Eri, yawning, yes, see you tomorrow, I love you. Ronin/Yaoyorozu, and we to you, little one, in a moment we will go to say goodbye. Eri, aren't I too old for that already? Ronin, so you want us not to go up? Eri, I didn't say anything, I waited for them. The girl just smiled and quickly went up, making her parents smile. Yaoyorozu, you go up and take off your suit, do you want some coffee? Ronin, thank you very much, my love, it would help me a lot. The boy removed the device that deployed his mask and unzipped his jacket to immediately remove it along with his forearm protectors. Yaoyorozu, why didn't you talk to me to help you with the mission? Ronin, taking off his shirt under his suit because you were very comfortable inside, you were playing with the girl and I didn't want to bother you, besides they had already started with their evil deeds, I had to act quickly, I only did it on an impulse, I think it was something stupid, Yaoyorozu, No, Izuku, you did your job and possibly saved a few lives. You were a hero and I'm happy for you. The girl turned around and caressed her partner's face to kiss him slowly. Yaoyorozu, hey, look at me. I'm not upset, just a little worried. After what that idiot said and seeing that you didn't come back, I thought something had happened to you, honey. Ronin, calm down, Momo. After all, I went out with the boys. I was just a little uncomfortable, but I'm much better now. I'm with you. Yaoyorozu, what did she say to you that made you so tense? The green-haired man no longer had the upper part of the suit, leaving his torso naked and just the pants next to the boots. The rest of the suit was hanging on his arm. Ronin, what? Yaoyorozu, honey, I know I may not have your super senses, but I think I needed to tell you something to make you so uncomfortable. The green-haired man just sighed as the girl looked at him intently. Ronin, forget it. After all, it was just nonsense. She still loved me and was willing to run away with me anywhere in the world if I asked her. Yaoyorozu, you must be joking, incredulous. Ronin, this is my truth-telling face. Yaoyorozu, damn, I knew it would be stupid, but running away? Did she really say that? Don't you think it was a bit of a stretch? She's already married, after all. Ronin, exactly, that's what I thought, but oh well. Yaoyorozu, hee, but when would that blessed escape be? Ronin, I don't know, maybe at that exact moment or whatever. I would probably do it discreetly, as if something like that wouldn't attract enough attention, ha ha ha, but it's over now, honey, and you know what my response was. Yaoyorozu, a no? Ronin, well, I saw it more as a resounding go to hell, but you sounded more polite, hee hee hee. Yaoyorozu, yes, although to be honest I did expect it, hee hee hee. Ronin, anyway, I'd better go up and put this back, honey. Yaoyorozu, of course. Ronin, you don't want to come? Yaoyorozu, hee hee, you are a pervert. Ronin, hee hee, I was talking so we could see the girl too, but if you don't want to. The green-haired boy went up smiling, but after a couple of minutes the brunette followed him, although before this, as the brunette had said, she put the coffee in the small pot they had. The green-haired boy put away his suit and put on pajamas like his girlfriend, who took off the beautiful dress she had and also put it away. Once this was done, the boys went to their daughter's room, giving her a kiss on the forehead, turning off the light and closing the door, then going back down to the kitchen and then to the living room where Momo turned on the television, seeing that they were talking about the case of that night. Izuku served the 2 cups but left them on the table and then went to his girlfriend, hugging her from behind and slowly starting to kiss her neck, making the girl smile. Yaoyorozu, quiet, gentlemen. Hee hee. Ronin, hee hee hee, and what will you do if I don't stop? Yaoyorozu, hee hee, I'm serious, my love, the girl could hear us. Ronin, hee hee, that's true. The boy stopped, although he continued hugging his girlfriend, and then turned his gaze towards the television. Ronin, and what do you see? Yaoyorozu, they talk about the fight from earlier. Ronin, wow, the picture is clear, news travels fast. Yaoyorozu, yes, although you already know how the news goes. Dangerous villain stopped by Shoto and Red Riot. Ronin causes more destruction to the city in a poor attempt to help. Ronin, the same as always, at least on this channel. Yaoyorozu, yes, but well, at least it's the only channel that thinks that. Ronin, they couldn't have looked more impartial, right? Yaoyorozu, hee hee, calm down, champion. Ronin, and why are you watching this channel? Yaoyorozu, I was going through all the channels to see what they thought, and if I found something else. I don't always like listening to the news, but there isn't much to choose from. Plus I confirm that this is the only channel where, as I already told you, they keep saying the same thing about you. Ronin, for all I care, do you want me to make your coffee? Yaoyorozu, please. Ronin understood. The green-haired boy prepared his girlfriend's coffee and sat down to drink his own. After finishing this, they went one last time to check on little Eri, making sure she was okay. Once this was done, they tucked her in again. Finally, after this, the two went to bed. The next day, and as agreed, Izuku took Eri to school, surprising everyone by the way in which the albino arrived. Later at the agency, Izuku and Momo called Nizu and David, explaining everything that happened, although of course both adults already knew it. Maybe they did not see the video of the incident, but they knew Izuku and knew that one day it would happen, so as soon as they found out about the accident they knew that it was only a matter of one of the two confirming it. Although David regretted it a little because he only improved the car working on it when he should perhaps start one from scratch, Izuku took the blame for his actions and also told them not to worry. That he did not want a new car for combat use since he did not need it for his abilities but rather one for personal use, which fulfilling his promise also as he bought it that weekend with his family. The chosen vehicle ended up being a large black truck, quite similar to Endeavor's, who also gave a big surprise to everyone, and it is that months later he gave a great statement to both heroic and civil society. Insert just another hero in its instrumental version. Endeavor. Ing Todoroki, the hero Endeavor in full capacity of my faculties and assuming my responsibility both as a hero and as a civilian, want to offer my resignation to my heroic work. I made various mistakes throughout my life and one of them dragged my family, so today, not being able to keep it quiet any longer, I accept my guilt, and I promise that I will assume the punishment that the pertinent authority wants to give me for the crimes of domestic violence, psychological torture, and then also for being the main cause of the suicide of my own son. The man confessed everything he had done in the past with his family as well as the death of his son, surprising everyone without exception. The man announced with this his retirement without anyone being able to do anything. The authorities, still incredulous, acted according to the law, but as a small show of respect towards the hero they gave him house arrest, with the difference that he even put a device on his knee to ensure that something did not escape that was not in the plans of the man who was determined to pay for what he had done by dedicating himself completely to his family. The news of Endeavor's resignation surprised everyone, but they also knew that it would bring many changes to the system, so now the JP Heroes chart had to change urgently, and sometime later the answers to many unknowns would be resolved. But what no one imagined was that in addition to this great event taking place, more than one surprise would occur. And so, with anticipation killing everyone, the days went by until the big day arrived. Reporter. And well, we are here today at the new hero billboard chart JP, where after the sudden announcement and retirement of the previous hero Endeavor, this is going to look something impressive. Although the truth is that we are not at all nervous, because now we can boast that we have great heroes at our service. In the same way, I believe that even for those skeptical of my words, the facts of their fights won are things that support what he said, and obviously they have shown it to us. All their victories resonate under the names of Lemillion, Sun Eater, Shoto, Ground Zero, Red Riot, Ingenium, Kriati, Froppy, Nijire-chan, Earphone Jack, Iravity. Among others, simply the incident a few months ago, where Shoto and Red Riot demonstrated their fighting ability, was proof of this, and also. At that moment the lights went out and a row of spotlights turned on, starting the event and silencing the reporter. Reporter: oh great, it seems to me that it's finally starting. Presenter: what a joy that everyone could be here gathered today. I know this is sudden, but recent events forced us to do this. We know perfectly well that professional heroes are a great support for the people and the shield of society. They provide their unconditional support, and clearly without them on the front lines of the battle none of this would be happening. And although we have made mistakes when choosing our greatest savior, and there have also been many setbacks, I must say that today's ranking has great emotions, personalities and surprises, since today, in addition to presenting the new heroes, we will also inaugurate the hero ranking in the female range. The crowd applauded, and then 2 tables were displayed on the big screens, showing both rankings. In the chairs opposite, the aforementioned pro heroes were applauding in surprise. Presenter: and although after All Might's retirement and Endeavor's resignation everything seemed dark and sad, the truth is that it wasn't, because today we have some big surprises. So let's get started. Everyone applauded, and then the heroes in the front row stood up waiting to be called. Each one had different reactions on their face. In Mirio's case, the boy had his arms crossed with a big smile on his face. Tamaki was so nervous that he covered his face with his suit hood. Todoroki had a serious face, while Kirishima, like the blonde, smiled, showing his sharp fangs. Bakugo finally had a sadistic smile of superiority, because the blonde thought that that day would finally be when they would crown him as the role that was rightfully his. On the girls' side they all also had different reactions. Uraraka looked visibly nervous, Miruko smiled challengingly, and finally Momo kept a serious and serene face, although with an obvious touch of nervousness. Presenter. At number is everyone's favorite speedster, always arriving in time to save whoever needs him. That great knight in shining armor who keeps his family's legacy alive, Ingenium. The blue-haired man walked up, raising his eyes, greeting everyone present and bowing deeply when he was in front of the microphone. Ida, thank you all for your support. Presenter. In 9th place, a silent but multi-voiced boy, the mysterious but great hero Shinso. Shinso, how much noise? The purple-haired man walked at a leisurely pace while taking off his voice-altering mask. Presenter. 8th place is a simple but very strong boy, the born fighter tail man. The blonde walked visibly nervous, scratching the back of his head. Ojiro. Hee, this is a little embarrassing, you know. Presenter. In 7th place we have a giant hero, the heroic octopus and great fighter for justice, Tentacle. The huge gray-haired man walked while raising his fists. Shoji, this is a great honor. Presenter. 6th place goes to the king of the night, the dark hero and protector of the night, the powerful Tsukuyomi. The bird boy moved forward while his wife encouraged him, causing a slight red tone to form on his face. Tokoyami, this is too much, don't you think, Dark Shadow? Dark Shadow, I believe it. The shadow nodded slightly, supporting his companion. Presenter. 5th place. Maybe our judges were wrong with this assignment because this is an impressive hero, everyone's big favorite, the sensation of the moment, the king of demolition, the lord and master of explosions, the great and powerful Ground Zero. The blond man moved forward, although he looked incredibly annoyed despite the praise. Mina, for her part, supported her partner by giving loud shouts, which instead of supporting irritated the pale-haired boy more. Bakugo, stupid, I know. Presenter. 4th place is a shy but valuable hero, the one-man zoo and more, the mythological hero, the villain-eater Sun-Eater. The boy walked visibly nervous, even covering his face with a wing that he quickly created. Tamaki. Quite nervous, they're just mammals with clothes, don't think about them. Host. 3rd place is the wall of this society, the unbreakable tower, the symbol of manhood and masculinity embodied Red Riot. The redhead stiffened his arms and collided them, sparking with a big smile. Kirishima, come with me and let's settle the score, villains. From her place in line, Tokage looked at her husband, moved and completely in love with the boy. Presenter. Secondly, just as his father did at the beginning, a cold hero but with a burning fighting spirit, the flame that lights the path of all of us, the hero Shoto. The two-colored man walked slowly, greeting the crowd. Todoroki. It's a lot of noise and his favoritism is also noticeable. Presenter. And now 1st place. Insert Lemillion theme. The place went completely dark and then the screen lit up in a big yellow color with the number, in red letters. People got excited and applauded knowing who it was. Presenter. An incredible hero, an excellent human being and who has shown us that even the strongest falls but can also get up, the strongest of all the heroes of this new generation, the one who could have even defeated All for One if the opportunity had been given to him, the one whose smile shows us that we can surpass All Might if we try hard. The burning sun-made person, the powerful Lemillion. The blonde appeared passing under the stage using his quirk, and with a big smile to take a breath and shout loudly. Mirio, power! The blonde landed on the stage and raised an arm pointing to the sky, causing the people to erupt with screams, applause and cheers. Presenter. But that's not all, ladies and gentlemen. As we said at the beginning of this event, today we're also inaugurating the female ranking. And what better way to do so than by starting with number, a newlywed from a humble family but with high ideals, someone capable of carrying tons of weight without showing any signs of exhaustion. Feminine power in a tender package. Let's welcome the incredible Uravity. The girl moved forward slowly and raised the visor of her helmet, showing a tender smile, then raised her hand making the peace sign. Uravity, this is a great honor. I will try hard to climb more positions. Presenter. In 9th place we have a girl of few words but great skills, the heroine the size of an ant but with blows that hurt like a crash rule. Yui walked calmly with her face neutral, although somewhat annoyed by the final nickname. Presenter, now in 8th place, a heroine who follows the divine path, with great abilities that rival both her beauty and her faith, hope and prayer for a better tomorrow, Vine. The religious girl walked with a serene step, clasping her hands. Ibra, God's path led me here. I will not let him or you down, and if I continue moving forward it will be his will, not mine. Presenter, okay, well, in 7th place comes a woman who refuses to retire from the chart, a great girl who despite the obstacles continues to fight daily against the evil ones, climbing at full speed giving powerful jumps, the lucky bunny Miruko. The Morena heroine walked with a smile on her face despite her prosthetics caused by the loss of limbs in the war. Miruko, damn villains, now I'm more deadly than before, I'll kick you to the bucking end of the world. Presenter, but if we talk about daily fights, we have a girl who is capable of completely separating herself from her body in order to win. Her smile proves it. There is no villain who can beat her or person who can die under her watch. In 6th place, and ready to continue advancing in the ranking, is the lizard heroine, the powerful Lizardy. Tokage walked quite excited with a smile that showed her sharp fangs. Kirishika from her place winked at her, and raised her thumb, making the green-haired girl blush slightly. Kirishima, well done, my love. Presenter, and continuing with the top line of fighters, beautiful and deadly, we have a girl who with a single punch can make us see stars on a sunny day, the pride of the sport, and debuting in 5th place. Let's welcome the strong Battle Fist. The orange-haired girl made some fighting movements before advancing, and once she was on stage in front of the microphone, she bowed to the people in gratitude. Kendo, I will strive to prove that my place here is worth it. Thank you for supporting me. Presenter, but obviously if we talk about mortal girls, we can't forget that in 4th place we have a girl who shows that rock can end evil, the girl who is both dangerous and loud as a hero and also talented and incredible as a rock star, someone who shows us that being two things is not impossible with effort. The loud rock heroine Earphone Jack. The girl entered the stage walking calmly, as if nothing out of this world was happening. The rocker was used to walking on stage, but that didn't stop her from feeling like her jacks were tangled in her fingers, trying to calm her slight nerves while everyone thought the girl was calm. Jiro, hey, it's true what Shoto said about your favoritism. Presenter, in 3rd place and already entering the most popular top, we have the only girl who is capable of being both tender and deadly, the angel of yellow waves, the cute and powerful Nijire-chan. The blue-haired girl flew in and landing elegantly. She looked up so that everyone could see in amazement how during her flight the girl ended up writing a thank you in the air with her waves, leaving all the guests, and even some of her companions amazed. Nijire, I'll try my best to keep going. Winking tenderly. Presenter, in 2nd place we have a girl just as inexpressive as Rule but just as impressive. Deciphering her is a mystery, but as long as she does her job it won't matter what Karo says. The powerful and agile amphibian girl, the incredible heroine Froppy. The frog girl walked calmly, and although she looked somewhat uncomfortable with the comments made by the woman, she did not say anything, at least not explicitly. Tsuyu, wow, he's really clever with words, Karo. Once past the frog girl and with emotions a little calmer, everything happened the same as with the boys' ranking, because just as it happened before with Mirio, the lights went out and the screens turned red with white. Insert Momo Yayorozu theme. Presenter, and now to close this event, in 1st place debuting this ranking and with us hoping it stays that way for a long time to come, we have the girl capable of doing great things just by thinking about it literally, the one who can fight and at the same time help whoever needs it. Belonging to a great family, and although her partner is not to everyone's liking, we do not care because she shines on her own, the girl who will always create more than one chance to win, the incredible heroine Kriati. The girl, adopting the pose of elegance and seriousness characteristic of the Yayorozu, advanced calmly while her face maintained a serene but at the same time focused expression with a slight smile. Presenter, well Kriati, since we are here, I think everyone would like to know your opinion about what you think of this new ranking. The girl just smiled and walked towards the microphone. Yayorozu, thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon everyone, hehe. Honestly, my opinion is supportive. It is something good in my opinion, and today I promise everyone present that I will strive to do my job 100%. Today in front of everyone I promise that I will not fail today or ever. For the sake of a better future, I will always strive. Presenter, we know that. Yes, thank you for those moving words, and now, well, now we all know what it means that Lemillion is number one, right? We don't have to say it, but it is my duty, more than anything, as a mere formality. Today, before everyone present, I have the honor of granting the hero Lemillion the title of the greatest protector of all, the champion of champions, protector of the innocent and terror of villains. Today, on behalf of the government of all Japan, this great hero officially becomes the symbol of peace. Everyone clapped happily and excitedly while Mirio smiled somewhat embarrassed. The blonde scratched the back of his head as he approached the microphone ready to speak. Mirio, well, it's a great honor. I'll also say that just as my companion said, I will always give my best so that we live in a world of peace, and although I appreciate the gesture, I can also take this opportunity to say that I think that we shouldn't exaggerate things. There are certainly heroes stronger or more capable than me. My companion Ronin is the perfect example of this, and also that. The blonde could have continued speaking if it weren't for the fact that his microphone had suddenly turned off after mentioning the word peace, making the rest of his words unheard except for his companions who were there accompanying him and who looked at the presenter, who had a somewhat gloomy and superior smile. Presenter, well, that was quite concise but beautiful. Thank you for sharing such beautiful words, Lemillion. And now we have nothing more to say goodbye to this great event other than thank you for your presence, and for making this a reality. Thank you for coming, and see you. The presenter was going to continue speaking until her microphone, just like the one that happened with Mirio, mysteriously turned off. Everyone was in confusion, even thinking that it could be the attack of a new villain until they began to hear noises coming from the speakers. It was music that slowly increased in volume. Soon people managed to recognize the song because it was AC/DC. The theme? Nothing more and nothing less than Shoot to Thrill. Insert AC/DC's Shoot to Thrill. Presenter, what is? Then a voice began to be heard, also coming from the speakers, an unmistakable voice, with a characteristic mocking tone that made Momo smile as well as her friends. Ronin, what happened, miss? Did the mice get your tongue? Or did you forget about me? Everyone turned around in confusion until they saw him land, placing his fist against the ground, and seconds later stand up. His black wings covered in fire extended and then folded back, instantly going out. The black jacket with hints of green was an obvious indication of his identity, but the fact that he took off his hood, leaving only his mask on, only confirmed it. Izuku Midoriya, Ronin, had entered the scene, to the surprise of everyone. Reporter B-Boo Butt. Ronin, sorry for the rude interruption, miss. Well, honestly, you did the same thing with Mirio, but anyway, forgive my delay, but I forgot my invitation at home since I was late and your guards are very rude, besides that. The boy, while saying this, searched in his jacket until he found a soft object and took it out, seeing that it was the invitation envelope. Ronin, look, I already found it, let's see. Dear sir, your presence is hereby requested on the day X marked on this envelope so that you receive your classification in the hero ranking. I would have shown this instead of entering like this. Sorry, but I forgot that I had it in the suit. At least I found it, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter now, or does it? Besides, why did they do it? I'm not even in the top, so I don't understand why they would have to come. Is it just to make fun of me? Expect me to make a scene of fury and make me look bad in front of the entire nation? Turn off my microphone when it suits them like they did with Mirio so they can accommodate my words? The green-haired boy just sighed tiredly while his friends smiled. Bakugo, Uraraka, and Ida looked slightly uncomfortable, although in Bakugo's case he was not only uncomfortable but also felt furious, although he also smiled mockingly, demonstrating his superiority over his eternal rival. But Izuku didn't care and simply ignored him. Ronin, anyway, it's good that I came because today I want to make an announcement, and taking advantage of the creation of the second ranking, I think it is appropriate to say it. Presenter, and that's it? Insert Justice League, the animated series intro. Ronin, well, it's something that has been going around in my head for a long time. I've thought about it a lot and seriously, and it is that since I became a professional hero, no matter what I do, I have always been and will always be pointed out for my past mistakes. They call me a threat, they say I do nothing right. That I only hinder my companions, and well, you know what? I'm fed up, and the truth is that yes, maybe you are absolutely right. Yes, I am a threat and a danger, but not for you, but for the villains. I have been here actively as a hero for years, and all I have done so far is help, but now I want to take this a step further, and that is that heroes really do not need recognition to be able to act. We are supposed to be heroes by vocation, not for money, fame, or prestige. We are heroes because we saw evil in front of our eyes and we did not want anyone else to go through that torment. The green-haired boy looked up and removed his mask, allowing everyone to see his face, which showed that he was not playing. The boy was completely serious. Izuku, on the other hand, saw the people without fear, although at that moment, and among the crowd, he could see his mother, Nana, and the other carriers of One for All, who smiled, supporting him in his decision, and to his surprise, next to the green-haired boy, he felt how both Edge Shot and Stain appeared, both taking him by the shoulders and showing that they would always be with him as his mentors. These visions were enough for the green-haired boy to take courage and speak again. Ronin, that is why today, in front of everyone present, I, the hero Ronin, renounced the Billboard JP Hero chart as well as the benefits that come with it. The green-haired man was blunt in his words, but that didn't stop people from opening their eyes in total surprise. Even his companions, with the exception of Momo, looked genuinely surprised, although Bakugo for his part quickly went from being surprised to furious. Did the green-haired man think he was such a big deal as to get on top of him like that? The people who were detractors of the green-haired boy thought in a bad way, starting to distort the boy's words, so Izuku, guessing this thought, continued talking. Ronin, I hope my actions don't cause more controversy than I already think they will. Please understand that my words are not to sound superior to anyone, far from it. I don't want to be considered someone who is above others just because of this. I made my decision thinking about what I said before. A hero doesn't need recognition for his work. Knowing that people are safe is payment enough. Knowing that I'm doing the right thing is payment enough for me. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Did the boy never stop surprising people? Ronin, now excuse the scene. It's time to leave, and well, I think I can't say much more than just one last thing. The green-haired man breathed, smiled, and raised his arms slightly, clenching his fist. Ronin, just watch me. The green-haired boy was forceful, and that was necessary for the entire room to remain in complete silence, although after a couple of seconds applause was heard, applause that came from his girlfriend Momo Yaoyorozu and then from his brother Shoto Todoroki as well as his wife Tsuyu Todoroki. The boy smiled and spread his wings, lighting them up and then taking flight, disappearing from sight easily with his incredible speed, also supported by the fact that at that moment a blackout left everyone in the dark, thus ending the great meeting. After that, all celebration was overshadowed by the boy's comments. All the news tried to decipher the reason for his actions while his detractors did everything possible to make him look bad. But that did not matter anymore, because Izuku knew what he had done, as well as his family, and for him only that mattered. Late at night and in the privacy of his home, the boy put on his pajamas while his girlfriend waited for him in bed with a funny smile. Yaoyorozu, so this can confirm that you are seriously no longer interested in being number one? Ronin, I think that was very clear today, don't you think, my love? Yaoyorozu, that was impressive. Honestly, I didn't even expect it, Izuku. Ronin, nobody, I guess. I didn't tell anyone, and you see, only Hatsum knew that I would show up and interrupt the signal and the event like that. In fact, she created the device that hacked everything. Yaoyorozu, I'm not surprised. I already expected it from her. Everything that is a challenge for her, she investigates. Ronin, although to be honest, I was a little nervous. I didn't know how everything would turn out. Yaoyorozu, well, I think it went pretty well, honey. But now tell me, what are you going to do? You're no longer in the rankings, so what's the next move? Ronin, keep fighting, baby. Just because I'm no longer registered in that nonsense doesn't mean I'll stop fighting for justice, truth, and that kind of thing. I'm still a hero. I didn't give up on that, and I never will. The brunette just looked at her boyfriend, smiling. Yaoyorozu, well, at least you won't be completely poor yet. Ronin, I think that's the only thing I didn't think through. Yaoyorozu, I see it. Well, then you should feel better knowing that the many rankings out there are not connected to each other. Ronin, no? Yaoyorozu, no, The hero's one is the most important of all, but luckily for you there is still another one, and there you are number one, my love. The green-haired boy looked at his partner confused, and it wasn't until she threw her phone at him that Izuku understood. The green-haired boy caught the device, and when he saw the screen he smiled when he discovered what it was about, because smiling he could see the title of the ranking in front of him, which was none other than Ranking: Heroes Who Look Like Villains. Ronin. The green-haired man kept his smile even growing bigger when he saw how below him were Tokoimi, Shoji, Kirishima, Gang Orca, Hawks, and finally Bakugo. Ronin, haha wow. Yaoyorozu, the pay isn't like the number in the hero rankings, but we can survive together. Ronin, hee hey, if the three of us can live well, I'll be happy. Yaoyorozu, really? Ronin, well, you already know me, hee, a simple visa is all I ask. The brunette just smiled, agreeing with her boyfriend. He then went to bed, kissed the girl, and managed to fall asleep, cuddled with the woman he loved. So more and more days passed. The green-haired man was quite happy with his life, as were his girlfriend and his daughter. One day the boy was completely sweeping his house. He entered his old room, which now belonged to little Eri, and without touching anything of the white-haired girl he continued with his quiet work. The boy continued with this until he saw a contact in the wall that apparently did not have any cable attached to it. The green-haired boy was surprised but approached. Apparently the contact was not even screwed in. The freckled boy was even more surprised, so he took the plastic plate and pulled it gently, taking out what he now saw was not a contact but a perfectly covered safe. Izuku was quite surprised by this discovery until he had a memory of the past that made him drop the broom. The boy opened his eyes but quickly picked up the broom from the floor and continued sweeping. The green-haired boy put the box in his pocket, and once finished this walked to the living room. Izuku had little time. Momo had gone to pick up Eri from school, and now he had to prepare something to eat. The boy decided to relax a bit and left the box on the bookshelf. The freckled boy prepared the food right on time because after a couple of minutes her partner came home quite happy. The two women came home happy, although in Eri's case the little one was visibly very excited. Ronin, hey, what's going on? Did I miss something? Eri, Dad. Ronin, what happened, Eri? The girl only had to see the green-haired boy to start running towards him, hugging him tightly, missing the freckled boy who looked up, observing his partner who had a big smile of pride. Yaoyorozu, well, it turns out your daughter got the highest grade in all her grades. Ronin, surprised really? Yaoyorozu, yes, maximum academic achievement, a perfect grade and even recognition. The amazed green-haired man carried his daughter around a few times, making the white-haired girl laugh. Ronin, that's my girl, yes. Way to go, Eri, I'm proud of you. Yaoyorozu, I even beat Koda. Ronin, and Koda is a genius too. Well then we'll have a special katsudon for dinner today. Yaoyorozu, and what about food? Ronin, it's the weekend, my love, let's order a pizza to celebrate. The little girl just nodded happily, making a face that convinced the brunette, who smiled accepting this. The boys ordered their food and later had dinner. The little albino went to her room while Momo and Izuku rested in the living room of their home while watching the news. But it was then that the green-haired boy remembered the matter of the box, so his change of mood was quickly quite noticeable to his partner, who was surprised by this. Yaoyorozu, Izuku? What's going on? The green-haired boy turned to look at his girlfriend, and then sighed tiredly. Ronin, sighed Momo, well today something happened today. Yaoyorozu, what thing? Ronin, well, do you remember that today was my day to help with the housework? Yaoyorozu, yes, it's part of our mutual agreement plan. Ronin, exactly, well, it turns out I was sweeping up what corresponded to our division of tasks. I went into the girl's room and I found something. At that moment Momo's maternal alarms went off at the same time that Izuku stood up and picked up the secret box. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, what is that? Ronin, calm down, it has nothing to do with Eri, but rather with me and the past. Yaoyorozu, intrigued Izuku. Ronin, Momo, you know perfectly well that the girl's room used to be my room, right? Yaoyorozu, yes, you no longer occupied it, and although we offered Eri the new room, she wanted it to be that one. Ronin, Well, there's something I didn't tell you, Momo. Yaoyorozu, what's wrong, Izuku? Ronin, that's good. Actually, I didn't do it because I had forgotten, but the fact is that it has to do with what happened to me before I was Ronin, before I was arrested, you know, when I was still with Uraraka. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I don't know where you're going with all this. Ronin, sorry, we did so many stupid things at that time. We thought our relationship would last forever, boy. Were we young and stupid? We even thought about a wedding. Yaoyorozu, boy, you were a bit silly. Weren't you too young to think about something as big as that? Ronin, we were, Momo, but I guess love or the false illusion of love made me do stupid things at the time, because now that I think about it, boy was I an idiot, ha ha ha. Yaoyorozu, but I don't understand, darling, what do you mean with all that, Izuku? Ronin, I mean, Momo, that in this box I have proof of that as well as something else. Yaoyorozu, surprised, what else? Ronin, you weren't there at the time. In fact, I think you were still in the room when I said it. Yaoyorozu, but at what point? Izuku, speak clearly please, I can't understand well what you mean when. Ronin, the day I was arrested. The brunette at that moment remained in total silence. The boy's response had left her speechless because although she had participated in the arrest, she did not really know how things had been from the beginning. The brunette decided that she would not ask any more questions and would let her partner speak, who thanked her with a serene gesture. Ronin, that day was when I found out that Uraraka was with Ada because I saw them kissing in the classroom. Immediately after, Aizawa took me to the office where all the teachers were gathered. There they read me my rights. I tried to plead for my innocence, but it was useless. The decision had been made. Almight forced me to give him one for all, and then I knew I would be lost, but then I reconsidered. I couldn't give up so easily, unless when I knew there was proof of my innocence. The green-haired man said this and looked at his girlfriend, who was surprised. Yaoyorozu, what kind of test? Ronin, I told you, Momo, back then, besides being madly in love with Uraraka, I was also an idiot. I didn't think clearly, and by talking so much about a wedding I thought I could get ahead of everything. I got jobs. There wasn't just one because I wanted to be fast. Hurry up and show her how much I loved her. The thing is, I was saving my pay slips, and in this box you'll find all of that. All the receipts signed and dated. Each one of them perfectly covered the days that I supposedly met with the League, and also in case they still didn't believe me, the people in charge of the places where I was could confirm my presence without any problem, and also in the days before the events at Overhaul I had everything in my favor, since at Stain, Gran Torino could have argued for my innocence since I was with him all day. Yaoyorozu, for our internships. Ronin, exactly, and before the attack on the USJI. Yaoyorozu, you were in the living room the whole time, we saw you. Ronin, yes. And after that I was in the hospital. There was no way to incriminate me. The receipts were just the rest of the evidence I needed. The boy began to take out all the receipts and give them to Yaoyorozu, who with each receipt she read confirmed what her boyfriend said. But then something rattled in the cash register. When Izuku took out the last of these papers, it was something hard enough to make an echo. Yaoyorozu looked up and saw how Izuku lowered his head, slightly sad. Yaoyorozu, that's not the only thing in the box, right? Ronin, no, like I told you, I thought everything with Uraraka would be perfect. I was completely blind. In addition to my payments, I also stopped buying Almight figures. I sold some, and even my mom lent me money thinking that I wouldn't do it, or that I would have it saved for the future. How stupid I was. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, tell me what's wrong. Ronin, I bought it before, and when she died I still couldn't return it. There was a deadline for returns and I still hadn't met mine no matter how much I begged, but I still feel that even if I had done it the money wouldn't have been enough. Anyway, the fact is that I went back to work, and that's why I was absent for so long. The expenses were many. I even thought I wouldn't be able to make it. Yaoyorozu, yes, a funeral is much more expensive than people usually think. Ronin, I discovered it at that moment. Fortunately Todoroki helped me. Honestly, I don't know what would have become of me without his support at that time. Yaoyorozu, well, you were his best friend, now his brother. It was logical that he would help you. Who I'm not surprised about is Ida, you know. Ronin, yes, but Uraraka never offered either, and well, I don't blame her. In fact, even when Todoroki asked me why, I justified her because I knew about her situation at that time and I didn't want to force her, but the fact is that when I got it back I kept it here, because I still had hope. Hope that everything would get better in the end. What a fool I was. Yayorozu, but what did you keep, Izuku? The green-haired boy extended the little box and Momo took it, being able to see inside and instantly surprised. Ronin, before I thought that everything would be much easier than it was. I thought that it was just a matter of training more than the others, of defeating all for one in an epic battle. Going back to study freely and once graduated train and strive to be the symbol of peace as I always wanted. You don't know how wrong I was. Although well, once you know that, I'll tell you the truth. What I did in the past was save up money, everything I could to buy what you're seeing. The green-haired man looked at his girlfriend who, still in disbelief, took out a still shining engagement ring. Yayorozu Izuku. Ronin, I worked hard and tirelessly, but like I told you, when Mom died I had to try again, this time beyond percent, and the rest you already know. But now that I have that thing in my hands again, honestly I had already forgotten about it, but now I feel like it has been with me for many years, by my side, in my pocket so to speak. When I saw it again it made me think so many things, and well, I know it has an obvious meaning with my past, but now sigh. The green-haired man dropped his weight on the couch, giving a big sigh and making his girlfriend look at him carefully. Yayorozu, it's an expensive ring, Izuku. I'm still surprised that you have it or that you've kept it for so long, but now tell me, what do you want to do with it? Do you want to sell it or maybe throw it away? The black-haired girl looked at the ring carefully and managed to catch Izuku's attention, who took his eyebrows with his fingers before speaking again. Ronin, no, I couldn't. It's more, in fact, as I told you before, darling, that thing made me think a lot. Yayorozu, think? About what? Ronin, well, when I was in prison, after processing everything that happened to me, I had decided that love was shit, that I would not fall into that again, and I had even adopted that way of being that you saw to keep everyone away from me. Yayorozu, Izuku, but what do you mean? Ronin, in prison and also being around them for so long, I think it made me start to forget how to act like a human being. That's why when I got out I would deceive people, threaten them, hit them, lie and make jokes about everyone and everything, and I didn't do anything to evade the truth of my feelings, because the idea of letting someone get close to me again at that level was terrifying to me for obvious reasons. The green-haired man began to tremble and even shed some tears, surprising his girlfriend, who didn't know where all this was going. Ronin, but you were so different from what I believed. You were stubborn and stayed by my side despite all my flaws, despite how badly I behaved with you, and yes, I admitted I was an idiot, but it was because of this that I couldn't help but end up lost in your gaze and have feelings towards you. I think it's kind of silly to say that it made me happy to know that you understood and felt the same as me, but I was also still afraid of losing you, that the same thing would happen to me as last time. I was afraid of not being good enough for you or not being able to give you everything you needed, but the truth is that with everything that happened. The boy lowered his head, but Momo lightly lifted his face and made him lift it. The girl took his hand and squeezed it tightly, then gave him a light kiss on the lips, which was enough for the green-haired boy to continue talking. Ronin, with everything that's happened to both of us and also, with those sweet gestures you make Momo no longer well, and I can't imagine waking up without you by my side. Yayorozu Izuku. Ronin, you know the truth, I love you, Momo. Yayorozu, and even though I've said it many times before, I can't help but feel panicky right now, panic because what I thought when I found this old trinket was something that could ruin everything between us, and that scares me. Yayorozu, fear? But why would you be afraid? The green-haired man took the ring from his girlfriend's hands and stared at it. Ronin, because this ring, despite everything I told you and the past it may have, I feel that it also has great potential and meaning for my future. The brunette looked up upon hearing the last thing, taking a good look at her partner, who now had a slight smile, determined to go for it once more. Insert maybe I'm amazed by Paul McCartney. Ronin, and now that you know why I bought it in the first place, well, to be honest, I don't expect you to ever use it, and I understand, but I want to share it with you. No, I wouldn't like to throw it away because, besides the money I invested in it at the time, the truth is that I would like, well, obviously. If you want it to, I would like it to represent our future together. The boy looked at his girlfriend, who with each word opened her gaze until her face had a natural expression of being totally impressed. The poor brunette was completely speechless. Izuku had taken her by surprise, and it was for this reason that at that moment Momo did not know what to say exactly, because although obviously the girl already knew what was coming, she also knew that this was not the typical normal marriage proposal. Yaoyorozu had her mind working at full speed, and before she could realize it, or even avoid it, the brunette began to shed tears, because even knowing the above, she also knew that her boyfriend was not joking, and she also knew what answer she would give exactly. Ronin, since I found this, I thought a lot and decided, I know that maybe it is not conventional and that it is definitely not what you expected, and I'm sorry for that, but today I heard you. I want you to be my wife, so Momo Yaoyorozu, do you want to marry me? The girl felt her heart clench. Her eyes filled with many more tears, but she still smiled, and after a few seconds she could only manage to say one thing. Yaoyorozu, why yes, of course I want to be your wife, Izuku. The boy could only exhale with a smile, while his girlfriend watched him totally happy and excited. Ronin, thank you very much for saying yes, I was actually quite nervous. The girl just smiled and slowly wiped away the tears that ran down her eyes and cheeks. Yaoyorozu, shedding tears, oh please, you know me very well and you already knew I was going to say yes, Izuku, Ronin, no, not really, after so many years you're still a mystery to me. Yaoyorozu, really? Ronin, yeah. The boy just smiled and then gave the ring to his girlfriend, who took it and looked at it before putting it on the finger that corresponded to it. Yaoyorozu, the past doesn't matter anymore, darling. Like you said, this will represent our future and I want to share it with you, that you are in it. No matter what happens, we are a team and nothing can separate us. In good times and bad we will be together, because I love you, Izuku Midoriya, like you have no idea. The green-haired boy, crying, kissed his girlfriend, who responded to the kiss with all sincerity, while, like her boyfriend, she shed pearly tears. The next day the little albino woke up with this happy news, which obviously made her cry with joy, and if she was already happy before, now there were not enough words to show her emotion and happiness. Her friends were also surprised, and the boys told her in a meeting where obviously their parents were also there, and they were surprised. Mari and Ray had one thing in common, and it was that it had been the only time that, although her partner did not want to admit it, they were crying with happiness. And after this, if their days were not exciting enough being heroes, now with the planning of their wedding everything had become more exciting. The boys looked together at every possible aspect for the celebration, the hall, mass. Even Jiro had agreed to be the one in charge of the music, so happily they had that aspect covered. Momo had the cooks from her family, so they also had that point ready and covered. Soon the intelligence of both was able to solve all the problems they had regarding their wedding. They handled everything discreetly without boasting or making a scandal. Only their friends, family, and other guests had knowledge of this celebration. The only thing they did separately was what concerned their dress and suit, each obviously supported by their friends. After this and finally came their bachelor party, although contrary to what one might think, there was not a great celebration. In fact, quite the opposite, since to everyone's surprise Momo and Izuku celebrated it together, going to eat calmly, remembering all the times they did it escaping from the academy. And finally, after so much planning and nerves on both sides, the big day arrived. All the guests were in the church, ready to see how the strongest of their friends finally joined his life with the woman he loved. Izuku was standing in his corresponding place, and although his serious face did not show it, the boy was slightly nervous. The green-haired boy had trimmed his hair a little, making a ponytail and combing the rest of it back, and although it had not been as tidy as he wanted, at least it did not look bad. For his part, and behind him accompanying him as his parents, were Ray and Genji, who smiled happily. Genji had achieved this, not a special permission, because it would be his son's wedding day, and he did not want to miss it. Meanwhile, Ray could not avoid shedding tears while her warm smile clashed with the coldness of his quirk. Ronin, nervous, what if he doesn't arrive? Endeavor, what? Ronin, turning to look at his father, and what if he doesn't arrive? Isn't it too late for him to regret it? I mean, hasn't it been a long time? Besides. The boy's habit of muttering reappeared after a long time, which made his parents smile. Endeavor took the boy by the shoulder and shook him lightly, making him see that he was still in the trance he had gotten himself into. Endeavor, look son, It's normal that you're nervous. After all, today is a very important day. But both of you came very far. I don't think she was going to throw it away just like that. Momo loves you and I think you should know it. You have no reason to doubt or fear. After all, what is life but a big risk? Ronin. I don't know if I'm ready for this. I don't know if I'm good enough for her. Endeavor, you'll have to figure it out on your own, son, because what is life but a constant question? But look on the bright side. Despite having to discover and answer your own question on your own, you're not alone anymore. She'll help you as much as we can. Family always supports you. The redhead smiled at the boy who smiled back. Ray, also, don't be exaggerated, it hasn't been long since it started, it won't be long for sure. The green-haired boy just smiled, thanking the support, and just as the white-haired girl said, minutes later the large doors opened, and at that moment Izuku opened his eyes as much as he could in shock because there was his girlfriend in a beautiful white dress. The green-haired boy stopped looking at the others because his gaze rested only on the beautiful brunette, ignoring everything else. The girl looked beautiful and dazzling. The smile on her face only made her shine even more. Accompanying Momo were Eri and her parents who, like Izuku's, stood behind her when she arrived at the front waiting for the mass to begin. Yaoyorozu, whispering, "How do I look?" Ronin, whispering, "You are as beautiful as the first day, my love." Yaoyorozu, "Yeah? Hee, do you think so?" Ronin, "Well, you know I don't lie, especially at a time like this." Yaoyorozu, "You look very handsome." Ronin, "Really?" Yaoyorozu, "Yes, you know I don't lie, especially at a time like this," hee winking. The boy smiled, corresponding to his girlfriend's smile. Yaoyorozu, "I was quite nervous, Izuku." Ronin, "At least I wasn't the only one, hee for a second I thought you wouldn't arrive." Yaoyorozu, "Shut up, I almost ran because I thought it was too late, hee Izuku, this is a very big step." Ronin, "I think the biggest one finally, right?" Yaoyorozu, "Yes, I think so, although only one would be missing." Ronin, "But wow boy, we've come a long way." Yaoyorozu, "Do you regret it?" Ronin, "What about?" Yaoyorozu, "About all this, you know, about you and me, about us, about our family." The mass had already begun, so the boys whispered discreetly and without turning to look. Ronin, "I only regret one thing." Yaoyorozu, "What about?" Ronin, "If I hadn't realized before what a wonderful person you were, Momo Yaoyorozu, if I had seen it before, maybe you would have found me less broken." Yaoyorozu, "Really?" Ronin, he of course. The green-haired boy smiled, keeping his gaze straight ahead. Momo, upon hearing her partner, also smiled, trying to control a tear that managed to escape, but was quickly wiped away by the black-haired girl. Ronin, "Do you regret anything?" Yaoyorozu, maybe just one thing." Ronin, "What about?" Yaoyorozu, "If I hadn't been able to be there for you from the beginning, maybe everything would have been different after all." Ronin, "Yeah, maybe, although you know I don't think I can complain too much about the future I'm living in." Yaoyorozu, "Oh no? And why?" Ronin, "Because I lost my humanity for a while, but you made me recover it. I had hit rock bottom, but you taught me one thing." Yaoyorozu, "What?" Ronin, "That when you hit rock bottom, there's only one thing left to do, and that's to climb up. You taught me that. Momo Yaoyorozu, thank you. Thank you for saving me and being my hero." Yaoyorozu, "You don't have to thank Izuku. After all, even the strongest heroes need help from time to time." The green-haired boy smiled, as did the brunette. The mass continued its normal course without interruptions, although with tears in the eyes of Mari, Ray, the green-haired boy's friends, as well as some guests. After a while the mass was about to end when Momo had one last doubt. "Yaoyorozu, Izuku?" Ronin, "What's going on?" Yaoyorozu, "Aren't you afraid?" Ronin, "Fear? And what exactly would love have?" Yaoyorozu, of the future we are about to face now, aren't you afraid of that?" Ronin, "Honestly, Momo, I would be lying if I said no, although thinking about it I would also be lying if I said yes, he. The girl could only raise an eyebrow in confusion. Yaoyorozu, confused, what do you mean?" Ronin, "I bet I'm not scared at all, it's more of a strong desire to see what happens. All this is exciting, to be honest, We already took this step and now I want to know what else is coming although while also being superheroes, what will happen? The brunette looked at her boyfriend and his smile made her feel safe. The girl knew that the freckled boy was right about everything, so now, without any doubt inside her, Momo Yaoyorozu looked back to the front, confident, and without fear of anything. After a while, the father made the boys turn around so that they were face to face. Father, Izuku Midoriya, do you take Momo Yaoyorozu as your lawfully wedded wife? To defend her, support her, be with her in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, until death do you part? The green-haired man opened his eyes and whistled, impressed. Ronin, wow, that's a lot of responsibility, The boy after this just smiled mockingly, which made the equally smiling girl give him a light punch in the stomach. Ronin, the truth is that you and I know that the one who always gives and will give the most problems is me, and if you have accepted me like this then I have no reason to refuse. I love you, Momo Yaoyorozu, and I would accept you 1,000 times over. The redhead adopted a light crimson color on his cheeks as he said this, making the brunette smile because she knew that the boy did not always turn red, so those small moments where she could witness him like that were special to her. Father, okay, so tell me, Momo Yaoyorozu, do you accept Izuku Midoriya as your lawful husband? To care for him, support him, and motivate him in sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, until death do you part? The brunette looked at her boyfriend who was smiling slightly, and then a memory of the past came to her. Yaoyorozu, Izuku you me. Ronin I. Ronin / Yaoyorozu. Like / you like. Yaoyorozu, wait what? Ronin, I already knew it. Yaoyorozu, boo but I boo okay but how? Ronin, because that's the same way I feel about you. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I'll be honest with you, I really like you. I know that saying I love you is a big step, that love isn't something that easy, but I'm willing to find out if you're by my side. Ronin, it's not like I have anywhere else to go, princess. Yaoyorozu was about to shed a tear and burst into tears of joy, but she caught herself in time and took a breath before answering. Yaoyorozu, you are the strangest person I have ever met. Sometimes you are still a mystery to me, and trying to stop you is one of the few things I know I will never achieve. But I love you, Izuku Midoriya, and that is not something that can be said lightly, because when you love you are constant, you do not love one day yes and one day no. I love you too much, and I will always be by your side, not only in the good times and in the bad, but also in the best and in the worst. No matter what happens we will solve everything together, and that is why today I agreed to be your wife. The brunette smiled as did the green-haired man, and they held hands tightly, looking into each other's eyes. Father, then by the power invested in me and before both civil and heroic society I declare you husband and wife, you may now kiss the bride. Insert something by the Beatles. The green-haired boy approached his girlfriend and pulled her towards him to immediately kiss her carefully, but then Yaoyorozu excitedly grabbed the back of his head, pulling him towards her. Izuku was surprised, but reciprocating the black-haired girl's feelings he took her by the waist to be able to carry her lightly, and it was with this that his friends burst into applause and whistles for the happy couple. After this came the party where everything was a dream for the brunette. There was no incident that could ruin her happiness, only moments full of joy and memories that would never be erased no matter what happens. Izuku and Momo knew that the wedding would merge the two most important families in Japan and that it would also elevate the Midoriya surname, but that was not important to them because they knew that their path would be the one they themselves would mark as they walked. Once the party was over, the boys' lives returned to their normal course. The future for both of them seemed dazzling, and without any wait for them, Izuku forgot the nightmares and Momo lived her life with joy. As the months passed, things changed. Izuku, who was now years old, knew that his future couldn't look better. Although there was something that would surprise him, and that is that one day the boy was informed. Apparently there was an escape from the Tartaros prison, and although they managed to contain the riot and catch the villains, it seems that Garu had escaped. The police and the heroes went on red alert and searched for the hunter but never found him. On the other hand, and some time later, the brave and Gentle served their sentence, thus managing to leave freely. Gentle was somewhat worried about his future and that of his partner, but this was temporary because one day they received a letter inviting them to the offices of Izuku and Momo's agency. Their both subjects got a big surprise, and that is that both the brunette and the green-haired offered them employment. Gentle's quirk would be useful in the rescue efforts, and the brave technological skills were undoubtedly exceptional. Obviously both accepted immediately, thanking the couple, who smiled happily. Also, having another tea connoisseur besides Momo helped Izuku, because there were times when he didn't understand what his now wife was talking about. Endeavor, now a retired hero and having also served his sentence, got a job at the academy as a teacher of the heroic classes thanks to Nizu, making the redhead return to work and also being supported by his wife, who was in charge of the new Class A. Some time later even Chisaki left. His help in the war had been the cause of this helping in his sentence reduction. When he left, Izuku spoke with him and offered him a good deal, which was to work with him. Without a doubt the brown-haired man's knowledge was invaluable regarding quirks, and their applications were invaluable. Although Chisaki doubted it for a second, because knowing his criminal history he did not think it was a good idea. But then he thought about it much better, analyzing the pros and cons for a few days, until finally without any doubt he accepted the offer. The brown-haired man knew that he had already left his old life behind, so now he decided to start a new one using his knowledge for something better. Life in Japan was brighter than it might seem, and Izuku was happy about that. The green-haired boy was walking through the city patrolling quietly until he decided to visit the old Dagoba beach, which was still as clean as he remembered, although what he didn't expect was that when he landed someone would already be waiting for him, a guy that Izuku already knew with white hair and an expert in martial arts, a human monster. Ronin Garu. Garu, what's up, kid? Ronin, you should have waited until you were free, fool. Garu, shrugging his shoulders, me, I told you that I could escape without problems whenever I wanted. I just showed it to you. Ronin, your skills are impressive. Look, in your city you couldn't be a hero, but here it can be different, and you know it. Garu, with mockery, ha ha ha, you want me to be a hero? Do you really think I could be a hero? An idiot in tights like you? Stupid companions? Who just struts around among the people calling for attention like a simple jester? Ronin, no, I never said that. Garu, thanks, I was starting to get worried. I started to believe that maybe I don't look as threatening as before. You saved a lot of lives, brat. Ronin, don't be silly, you might not be a hero but… Garu, but what? Ronin, you can be an anti-hero like Stain, get a license like me, a permit to kill villains, monsters, you know, feel young again. Garu, you know, now that I think about it, the offer sounds quite tempting. I think I will take it, but it will be under my own terms. I won't have a license. Like you said, I will follow the legacy that the idiot Stain left, although don't think I will dress like him. Ronin, ha ha ha, you're not that stupid. Garu, you know me. Ronin, it's a good decision, although risky. Garu, I know. Ronin, I'm serious. I warn you, Garu, if you take the path of illegality you will be sought by many heroes. Garu, they are not a big threat, and it wouldn't be the first time. Ronin, I might be coming after you. Garu, I've had many fights in my life, Izuku. I'm not afraid of you. In fact, believe me when I tell you that if the time comes I won't make it so easy for you. Ronin, I know, otherwise you would take away the excitement of the fight. The boy and the assassin stared at each other, but after a few seconds they smiled. Both approached and shook hands with confidence because Izuku knew that the hunter would leave. Ronin, take care, Garu. Garu, you too, boy, are a great hero, don't forget it, and by the way, take care of that girl and your daughter. If I find out that something happens to them because of you, I'll kill you, hee. Ronin, if something happens to them because of me, it's a deal, hee. The hunter turned his back on the green-haired man and began to walk away from the place. Garu, by the way, give my regards to Gentle and Chisaki, they both owe me money, they didn't believe I could really escape. Ronin, I'll tell you. Garu, goodbye, Izuku. Ronin, goodbye, sensei. The green-haired boy saw how his sensei left the place along with the afternoon reflecting in the sea. The green-haired boy only smiled one last time before leaving. The boy continued with his afternoon/evening as if nothing had happened. So more and more months passed until at the beginning of the year the freckled boy noticed a strange behavior in the brunette. The girl seemed anxious, as if she wanted to say something to the freckled boy but couldn't. Izuku, who was somewhat confused, thought his movements carefully until determined took advantage of their movie night as a couple to be able to talk. Ronin, well? Yaoyorozu, what? Ronin, what's wrong, Momo? I'm serious. Yaoyorozu, and me? Nothing, darling, I'm just trying to watch the movie for. Ronin, because it's funny that you mention that because throughout the entire movie you haven't directed your gaze at the screen but at the floor and also at your legs, which are moving very quickly, clearly indicating nervousness. Yaoyorozu, that's not true. Ronin, Momo, I know you better than anyone. Also, remember that I trained to discover the truth. That includes reading body language, which in your particular case is very obvious. The brunette internally cursed this ability of her partner, and quickly tried to leave, but the green-haired man calmly stopped her. Ronin, I know I'm probably being indelicate, but understand that I'm worried about you. Tell me the truth, honey. What's wrong? We're a team, like you said. We solve problems together. The resigned brunette only breathed, accepting that Izuku was right. Momo had to be honest with the green-haired man if she wanted everything to work, but the problem is that she didn't know how to do it. Izuku, for his part, seeing that his girlfriend remained silent, released her, breathing heavily. Ronin, sigh, okay, I won't force you to stay and tell me, go to sleep if you want. I stayed up watching the movie, it's Friday the part, I thought it was one of our favorites. The boy left the brunette and took the bowl of popcorn to start eating. Momo stood up again and was about to leave when she saw the green-haired boy and then clenched her fists. She had to be brave like her partner. Besides, it was true. They were a team, and what she had involved both of them. The girl breathed, controlling her nerves, and still standing behind the green-haired boy asked the question that would start the big change for both of them. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, are you happy? Izuku heard this and turned his gaze confused, seeing his partner standing. Ronin, excuse me? Yaoyorozu, are you happy with all of this? With your life with me as your wife, with the house, with Ari as your daughter, have you ever regretted even a little of everything we achieved together? Ronin, what is the reason for the question? Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I love our life, I love you and I adore Ari, but I don't know if you. Ronin, I told you when we got married, my love, I love you like you have no idea. Momo, I'm happy like I never was before. I love my life and well, being honest, I don't know what else to say to make you believe me, hee. The brunette smiled a little and more animated sat next to her partner. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, I'm also very happy by your side, but it's just that sometimes things happen that I don't know how to explain. They're exciting, but they also make me nervous, and now being honest, I'm scared, Izuku. Ronin, worried, scared. But why? Yaoyorozu, it's that now I'm afraid of not being enough, of failing at the worst moment, and not being there for you and the girl. The green-haired man just looked at his partner, but, determined to make her feel better, he hugged her while smelling her hair. Ronin, you know one of the things I like to do sometimes is smell your hair. Yaoyorozu, surprised, what? Why? Ronin, I don't know, it has a characteristic smell. I don't know how to explain it. It's something that relaxes me, and that's better when you just took a shower. You come out fresh and your aromas increase in a way that I adore. I think I can even say with certainty that there is nothing I dislike about you, hee. Yaoyorozu, really? Ronin, yes, because believe me, I've tried, and look at me, I'm still here, hee. The girl in response slightly hit the green-haired boy. Ronin, ouch, hee, although if I'm honest, the truth is that I already gave up. Yaoyorozu, what? Ronin, I'm serious, Momo, I swear I've already given up. Because even though I searched and searched, I can't believe there's nothing I don't like about you. Yaoyorozu, you're so cheesy. Ronin, I'm serious, Momo, but now you're going to tell me what you have or not? Yaoyorozu, it's just that sigh, well, when we talked about the future you said it was exciting because you didn't know what could come in. Ronin, and to this day I maintain it, Yaoyorozu, well, yes, and me too, but it's just that I'm excited too, but I don't know. Do you think we can live like this for long? Ronin, my love, honestly, I'm always striving to achieve the impossible to see you happy. Plus we both work. I think that if the three of us can live well, I'll continue to be the happiest man. Insert I Can't Smile Without You by Barry Manilow. The jet-black girl looked at her boyfriend, who smiled slightly, looking a little at the sky. The girl could only smile, and then she was sure of what she was going to say, so she took her partner's hand and then said a simple word. Yaoyorozu the Four. Ronin, what? At that moment the green-haired man looked at his girlfriend with his eyes wide open, totally surprised. Ronin, what did you say? The smiling girl just held up 4 fingers and wiggled them while smiling. Yaoyorozu, there will be 4 of us living in the house, my love. The green-haired man was speechless, even thinking that he was about to faint. Had he heard correctly? Ronin, why you are? Yaoyorozu, I'm going to have a son. Izuku, you huge, clueless wolf, you're going to be a dad. Ronin, am I going to be a dad? The green-haired boy remained silent, and then Yaoyorozu, nodding, began to kiss him while both shed tears. Flashback. Apparently it had all started because of Mei, because it was the girl who had discovered this during a battle. The brunette was about to be hit, but Mei with her armor hit the villain away from the girl, but as soon as she touched the girl's belly, the pink-haired girl opened her eyes in surprise. Mei, Momo, are you pregnant? Yaoyorozu, surprised, what? No, it's not true. The pink-haired girl understood that she had no idea about her condition, so the inventor raised her hand, reminding the girl that her glove had sensors while looking at her with a smile. Mei, yes, it is. After this, the brunette took many pregnancy tests, and to her surprise, they all came out positive. The girl was excited but also nervous and above all terrified because she didn't know how Izuku would take it. Mei had become her confidant in those difficult moments, always supporting her. Mei, I know you're nervous, Momo, but I'm sure Izuku would be an excellent father if you told him. And Yaoyorozu, will you shut up, Mei? And take your damn hands away. Flashback end. The jet-black girl's world had turned upside down because of all this, and that was the reason for her strange behavior. But as soon as she saw Izuku's excited face, she knew that her best friend was right. She didn't have to be afraid. Izuku would be a great father. Now with this issue resolved, Izuku knew the reason for his partner's strange behavior, and although at first he was happy, much later this emotion came with more, because the green-haired boy had many doubts afterwards, the biggest one being the one that didn't let him sleep. Would he be a good father? Izuku had some excellent father figures as well as his adoptive father, but his biological father was always absent his entire life, so the boy was a novice in that sense. The freckled boy did not know how to be a father or what to do with a pregnant woman so willing to correct him, and without wasting any more time the green-haired boy bought how many books there were about how to be a father, and although at first this might seem like a good idea, the truth is that doing this only made him much more nervous, and all the books he had bought contradicted each other at the slightest opportunity. The days passed and Izuku did not know what to do. The books did not help at all and the contradictions only gave him headaches. The green-haired boy did this without his wife and daughter finding out, so as not to worry them, since the green-haired boy did not want them to think he was ignorant on the subject, so determined to learn and not give up. The freckled boy took advantage of any opportunity he was alone to be able to study, even if this meant not sleeping, studying and reading in the early hours of the morning. The boy he read on the internet with the intention of finding more options, but even this that at first could seem like a good idea ended up in the same thing, and even confused him more. Finally, and after a few months with a Momo whose belly now visibly swollen, an unequivocal sign of her condition, the green-haired boy felt completely defeated. The boy was now sitting on the sofa in his house. The boy was desperate. He didn't have the slightest idea how to be a father, and although there would still be months to go before he met his son or daughter, this didn't prevent the pressure on him from being enormous. Ronin, it's official, I surrender, collapsing on the coffee table. At that moment Momo entered the house with Eri. Both came from talking to the brunette's parents and giving them the big surprise, but at that moment they were the ones who were surprised to see the green-haired boy in that state, as well as they were a little impressed to see the enormous mountain of books, although it was thanks to this that they both knew the reason for the boy's problem. Yaoyorozu, Izuku, are you okay? Ronin, do I look okay? Eri, Dad, how long has it been since you slept? Ronin, 2, 3, or maybe 4. The green-haired man raised his hand and began to count, causing both women to open their eyes. Yaoyorozu, days, right? You haven't slept for a few days. Ronin, what? No, I've been like this for months, although I don't even count them, Eri. In fact, I've been like this since your mother told me about your brother or sister. Yaoyorozu. Izuku, are you seriously going to tell me that this is how you did your hero work? The green-haired boy only looked at his girlfriend to blink slightly. Then the boy looked at Eri, who looked just as worried about her father as the brunette herself. Ronin, Eri, am I a good father? Eri, surprised. Okay, that's weird coming from you, Dad. Yaoyorozu, why are you asking the girl that question? Ronin, Momo, I don't know how to be a good father, and these crappy books only confuse me more. The green-haired man stood up suddenly and put his hands to his face. Ronin, that milk should be lukewarm, that it should be hot, that I shouldn't sleep, that one thing that contradicts another is true, and then another idiot goes and contradicts the previous one. Either whoever wrote these things had no idea how to be a father, or the idiot is me. These books are more convoluted and more complicated to understand than a math book and the Bible combined. The green-haired man finally literally exploded, as light flames even came out of his body, burning part of the books. His partner, for his part, only smiled slightly. Yaoyorozu, hee, so that bad? Ronin, don't make fun of it, Momo. It's more complicated than it seems. I feel like I won't do a good job, and that scares me because I really want to do this well, for you, for Eri, and for our son. But I don't know where to start, and I feel bad because I don't understand how I can be a great hero but probably a terrible father when I feel like it should be the other way around, and you don't deserve either of the or, well, all of them. The green-haired man collapsed again against the table before the anguished gaze of his family. Eri, Dad? Yaoyorozu, Izuku. Ronin, sorry, but I want this to really work. I want our son to know that his father will always be there for him even if he is not by his side all the time because of the missions. Yaoyorozu smiled because she knew that her husband was totally excited but also nervous like her, and that made her feel more secure. The girl sat next to him and took his leg gently. Ronin, I don't know what's wrong with me. The green-haired man bent over, putting his elbows on his knees and holding his face in despair. Yaoyorozu, you know, taking the boy's hands away, making him look at her when I was born. My father was just as nervous as you. He didn't know how to act, how to feel. Mom says that many times she saw Dad sitting without knowing what to do at the dining room table. Ronin, hey, that's true. Now that you mention it, why aren't you nervous? Yaoyorozu, I don't know. Although, well, it's not that I'm not nervous because of course I am. Although I don't know how to explain it. In fact, it's really as if I already knew that everything is okay. I don't know how to feel it, and much less describe it. It's strange. Although according to my mom it's my maternal instinct already developing, but I don't know. Like I told you, it's as if somehow everything was in order, Ronin, lucky, Yaoyorozu, you know, in fact I think what made me most anxious and nervous was telling you and my parents, and now that they know, well, it's like I feel like I have less of a burden, Ronin, it's true you went to tell your parents. How did they take it? Yaoyorozu, pretty good actually. Mom was in tears and Dad, well, he's excited, but for the moment I don't think it's a good time for you to approach him, Ronin, yeah, I already imagined it, smiling. Yaoyorozu, now I recognize my love for you, and tell me, what about your parents? Yaoyorozu, I'm surprised coming from NG. Ronin, Mom had to shut him up. I think she already knew that he was already very nervous, Yaoyorozu, mother's instinct. It also works with adoptees, I guess, Ronin, wow, this is complicated. Yaoyorozu, but back to the main point, Izuku, no one teaches us how to be parents, honey. We learn as we go, and the only thing we can do is hope for the best of everything. Besides, you said it at our wedding, we are heroes. If we can control a world of chaos and fight against an enemy that has lived for centuries, then we can also control a baby, which is supposed to be easier, Ronin, but don't forget that it would be a baby with superpowers. Yaoyorozu, he sounds cute, a super baby, The brunette smiled and a glow was reflected in her eyes that captivated Izuku. Eri, well, I can help you with that. After all, I will become your older sister, smiling. The green-haired boy smiled and looked at his daughter, who didn't seem that nervous either. The boy just turned his head confused. Ronin, now that I think about it, why does it seem like I'm the only one in this house who's close to having a heart attack and dying of nerves? Eri, well, Mom had told me a little earlier that Dad told you. Ronin, little traitor, narrowing eyes. Yayorozu, I didn't tell him exactly, love, I just handled it as a hypothetical case. Eri, but I'm not stupid, I just had to put the pieces together seeing Mom's symptoms and that's it, although it's obvious that I got emotional. In fact I still am, but it's just that, well, you are my parents, I've always seen you focused and stuff. I think it was thanks to that I was able to try and control my emotion, and instead of showing it openly and distracting myself or distracting you, I focused on the fact that it was better to help you. Ronin, clever girl, stroking her daughter's hair. Eri, and also answering your question, Dad, I'm totally honest when I say that I couldn't ask for a better father than you, and I know my little brother or sister will say the same thing. The little girl made a smile that made Izuku and Momo smile too. The two women hugged the green-haired boy who knew that his wife was absolutely right. They would learn together. Ronin, thank you both, I really needed this. Yayorozu, I think so. You better clean up this mess. I'll make dinner. And Eri, I'll take care of the table. Yayorozu, that's what I call great teamwork. Now get the broom and sweep the ashes off the books. Izuku. Ronin, smiling as you ordered. The green-haired boy stood up and began to pick up the books to arrange them and put them on the table. The boy had perfectly understood everything his partner had told him, and with that, a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Ronin, Momo, since I can't return the books in this state, do you think I can sell them? Yayorozu, if they are still legible, most likely yes. Ronin, well, they're not that burned, some of them weren't even touched by the fire. Yayorozu, then we could do the test. Ronin, let me think who I could. The green-haired man began to think until he had an idea. Ronin, hey, I can sell them to Shoto. Yayorozu, did you see how you looked and now you want to give them to him? Honey, that's cruel. Ronin, hey, they could be a good tradition, Yayorozu, don't even think about it. We'll see what to do with them. Izuku, now arrange them well. Ronin, okay, party pooper. The boy began to arrange until out of curiosity he took out a book that he remembered belonged to his mother. It was a photo album. The boy began to leaf through it until a photo slipped out of the back. The green-haired boy didn't remember that part being occupied, so confused he picked up the photo, and when he saw it his eyes opened wide in surprise and total disbelief. Your mother is a good person. She reminds me a little of my teacher. Really? And why? Her hair. As her hair? These words echoed in Izuku's head as the boy smiled happily. The freckled boy put the album back in its place but kept the photo and placed it so that it could be seen but also without the fear of it falling and getting lost. The boy just kept smiling and walked away, ready to continue with his work. The photo was larger than a conventional one, and in it you could see Nana Shimura posing next to Inko Midoriya, both women smiling and making the peace sign. Inko had her hair in the same style as Nana, but now it was the heroine who had her hair loose. Flashback. Izuku, hey mom, you've never changed your hair tie. Inko, did you notice? Izuku? Izuku, why? Do you want me to buy you another one? They're not that expensive. The woman saw her son and laughed softly and tenderly, then stroked her little son's hair. Inko, no need, son. In fact, this league is a treasure. Izuku, really? Excited. Inko, yes, it was a long time ago. I was sad, I don't remember why, but it was then that she appeared. It was about a heroine. Apparently she was on guard with her son, or so I remember. She found me, saw my situation and comforted me. She told me that everything would be okay, and she even gave me her hair tie. It has been with me since that moment. It is my good luck charm, and I promised her that I would never take it off, and it is a promise that I have kept to date, because she was my hero at that time, and this is my way of honoring her. Flashback end. So the Midoriya family got organized, finished their chores, had dinner and started their days with Momo's pregnancy, which were slightly increasing the level of intensity, and although the first months might seem quite normal, the ones after this were the most intense. Because at first a visit to the doctor ordered Momo to stay home, which obviously was not very well received by the brunette because now her mobility was being very limited. The mother of the brunette and the green-haired man offered and went to take care of the girl, while Izuku did his heroic tasks, which now were also slightly interrupted by the continuous calls from Momo, who greeted the boy sending him kisses or asking for a craving. The green-haired man had to go home to take what his partner asked for at an impressive speed because the girl's sudden mood swings made her more dangerous than she already was. Besides that, they did not have a specific order and much less could be predicted. Izuku could arrive and find the Raven girl was crying because she had missed the boy, even though it was the second time that day that she had seen him, or angry because he took so long. It even got to the point where the girl was so irritated that the poor green-haired boy had to eat in the kitchen because the Raven girl was bothered by the simple noise of hearing him chew. But all of that was worth it for the green-haired boy, who never complained at all because he had understood that this was normal, and even when his girlfriend's belly was more swollen, the brunette let him get closer so that he could talk to her, because they had even noticed how with the green-haired boy's voice the baby began to kick. "Ronin, hello in there. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm your dad and I just want to tell you that I'm already excited to see you. I love you and I want to have you in my arms, he rest." The boys spent their days peacefully. Even Izuku had decided to take some time off to dedicate it purely to his family, Eri, and he went out of their way for the brunette as well as the couple's friends who went to see her. Jiro and Tsuyu, her best friends, were the ones who were there the longest, always making sure that Momo was comfortable. But it was one night that Izuku, Momo and Eri as a family made a difficult decision. The months passed and passed, fulfilling the necessary time of pregnancy but being a torture for the entire social circle of the boys because they had asked them to stop visiting them. The boys wanted everything related to their baby to be a surprise, and even the day that Momo was relieved, everyone received a simple message from Izuku which only said 3 things. "It's a boy." And now, almost a month later, without knowing absolutely anything about their friends and with concern in its purest state, one day all their friends and family received an elegant letter where, after opening the envelope, they could see the handwriting of Momo, Izuku, and obviously Eri. Nobody doubted this, but there was a doubt that surprised them, and that is that the letter only said a date, a time, and the words, "We'll be waiting for you at home, please don't miss it." Everyone was surprised because for a while they had not heard from the boys, and now that the letter was so mysterious did not make it better, but willing to get answers from the mouths of those mainly involved. No one was missing, and on the appointed day they arrived at the home of the green-haired man and the jet-black girl, where they found the door open. So with surprise and thinking the worst, they entered the house, where they did not find any of the inhabitants. Everyone was intrigued and even a little worried, but it was just at that moment, or maybe a couple of minutes later, that they could hear the engine of a car and how it was parked. Those present in the house were on guard, thinking the worst, and seeing the door, which was beginning to open slightly. At this, Endeavor lit his flames and Todoroki activated his 2 sides, but the answers they wanted were shown at the same time that the door finished opening completely, because it was then that at that moment the green-haired man, the jet-black girl, and the small but smiling white-haired girl finally appeared. The Yaoyorozu family, Todoroki and the boys' friends, were impatient, but to the amusement of the young couple they took their time to enter their house and then closed the door. After this they advanced towards their guests with the same tranquility. Eri, who was already a little older, walked calmly next to her parents, who now smiled with harmony and peace. The big surprise was that Momo was carrying a small bundle which was covered with a blanket of the former fire hero Endeavor, surprising the redhead. "Endeavor, oh, they're finally here." "Todoroki, for you too, the concept of punctuality doesn't exist beyond what is written, right?" "Ray, it's good that you were able to arrive safely." "Mari, there were no complications, right?" The boys were a little surprised because this was not the only thing. Their friends and parents also asked them more and more questions. In the end, there were so many questions that the poor couple had been a little stunned. Izuku raised his hands, asking for calm so that both could speak, answering the questions calmly. "Yaoyorozu, we didn't have any problems. It's just that Izuku drove very calmly. Too calmly, I would say, even for him. It seemed like he didn't want to wake the little one up." "Ronin, I'm not going to take any risks driving. After all, I have a baby on board." "Todoroki, wait, is he really a boy?" "Ronin, yeah, you didn't get my message, teapot?" "Todoroki, I thought it was a joke." "Kirishima, Ha ha ha, I knew it. Now he's paying dearly. The bicolor took out a couple of bills which he passed to the bicolor who kept them, although both smiled at Izuku's negative look which made them swallow saliva. Ronin, did you make a bet with my son? Neither of them responded, but the green-haired man quickly calmed down. He knew it was normal because after all it had been a long time since they had heard from each other. Everyone hid it perfectly, but the truth is that they were impatient to see the little one because neither Momo nor Izuku had sent them any photos of the child during their absence. Not even Eri, who was the best friend of Tsuyu's younger brothers, had shown them her little brother, although she always talked about him. But the truth is that none of those present other than the infant's parents knew anything, and that was why Momo moved forward a little, willing to give all the answers, but stopped abruptly when she felt a quick movement on the part of the baby. Izuku approached his wife, as did Eri, and it was then that everyone present could hear how the little one began to sob, and as the seconds passed this sob turned into crying. And although everyone was already used to seeing the green-haired boy worry about his family, the truth is that the boy gave them a great surprise, which was seeing how both parents did the impossible to calm the baby. The brunette rocked him slightly, and Izuku made both funny faces and figures with his whips. Once this was achieved, Izuku made a face that denoted happiness and also satisfaction. The boys continued advancing, and with just a few steps they were both in front of their elders. Endeavor, you're already a father-son. Ronin, thanks Dad. Endeavor, so? What's your name? Yaoyorozu, okay Dad Mom. Ronin, well we want you to formally meet our son. The green-haired boy was totally nervous, but his girlfriend took him by the hand, as did Eri. The boy breathed, remembering the day his son was finally born. Flashback. Izuku was walking towards the store in a hurry because in addition to his partner having given him a long list of cravings, the green-haired man knew that it was a matter of days until his son was born, so now he was just waiting for the big moment. The boy was about to arrive at the store when his phone started to vibrate. The green-haired man took it out and quickly answered when he saw his wife's number reflected on the screen. Ronin, Momo, what's going on? Yaoyorozu, Izuku come. Ronin, I'm on my way, I'm calling the ambulance. Yaoyorozu, come on, hurry up because the baby is on the way too. The green-haired boy only heard his girlfriend scream and then used his demon form, gaining a speed boost so great that it even left a mark on the ground. Upon arriving, he found his daughter, who had already called the ambulance upon seeing her mother's condition. The green-haired boy and the white-haired girl quickly took their jackets, and seeing that the ambulance was already outside their house, Izuku carefully lowered Momo. To his misfortune, they did not let the green-haired girl enter, but the boy carried his daughter and flew with her until he arrived at the hospital, where the green-haired boy was able to enter to see his wife. The boy put on the necessary equipment, and was by Momo's side throughout the delivery. The boy saw how his wife suffered and screamed loudly, but the boy never left. Izuku spoke to her, held her hand, and showed her that no matter what happened he would always be there for her. Ronin, almost there my love, almost there, you can do it Momo, just a little more. Yaoyorozu Izuku. The girl did as her partner asked, and after a couple of agonizing minutes they both could hear a baby crying. Insert John Lennon's Beautiful Boy and enjoy. The brunette, with her eyes half closed, disheveled and about to fall asleep from exhaustion, could only see blurry images of her son. The doctors cleaned him up and with all the care in the world passed him to Momo, who carried him still in disbelief. The green-haired boy was crying with happiness as he watched his son open his eyes slightly, and then look at the freckled boy closely. The green-haired boy just smiled as he breathed heavily and shed tears of happiness. Ronin, hey little one, you remember my voice, don't you? I'm your dad, my son, you're the most amazing thing I've ever seen. At that moment, and to the surprise of both the green-haired boy and the doctors, the baby gave a slight smile, making the poor green-haired boy almost faint. Ronin, yes, that's right son, I'm your dad and I swear that I will protect you for the rest of my life. Nothing bad will happen to you while I'm here, I promise. At that moment the brunette managed to react a little and consciously turned to look at Izuku with a smile. Yaoyorozu, Izuku P, can I see the baby? I want to know what our son looks like, hee. The brunette only heard the green-haired man's sobs before he could speak. Ronin, of course, look little one who's here, it's mommy. The green-haired boy passed the baby to Momo with all possible care because the boy thought that the slightest touch or breeze of the air could break the baby as if it were the finest and most fragile porcelain. As soon as the brunette had the baby in her hands, she felt like a totally new world opened up for her. The brunette managed to sit a little better with the help of Izuku, allowing her to have a better view. The girl, like her husband, was breathing heavily, and with great care she caressed the baby's cheek. The brunette didn't know when exactly she had started to cry, but she couldn't help but smile. Yayorozu, hello my love, welcome to the world, hee hee. I am your mom, you are just like in my dreams, my beautiful baby. The green-haired man approached his wife and hugged her carefully. Only Eri was missing, but there would be a chance for the girl to see him. The freckled man slowly kissed his girlfriend, who returned the kiss with all the love possible. The scene was extremely tender until it was inevitably cut short by a nurse. Nurse, sorry to interrupt you, but we have to take the baby to the incubator. Yayorozu simply nodded and kissed the baby on the forehead. Nurse, although well, something that nothing, and just to be able to sign the document, I would like to know if you have already decided on a name for the little one. At that moment Momo looked up and saw her Izuku, and after a couple of seconds both turned their gaze down, seeing the baby, who saw his parents maintaining this innocent smile. In the end, the freckled boy looked at his partner, who in addition to passing him the baby also nodded slowly, confirming it, and then fell asleep. Izuku for his part stood up and nodded slightly. Ronin, seeing his son, yes, we already have the name. Flashback end. After remembering this, and with the show of support given by his family, Izuku was able to continue with complete confidence. Ronin, and his name is Tuya Midoriya, with a big smile. At that moment, and as soon as her husband finished speaking, Momo Yayorozu slowly opened the blanket, letting everyone with a look full of curiosity see the little baby, who was the perfect and unequivocal mix of both parents. The little one had black hair like his mother, the freckles and green eyes of his father. It was as if life had taken the best of both and had united it perfectly into a single being. Everyone looked totally tenderly at the little one, although for their part both Endeavor and Rei were in shock upon hearing the infant's name. Endeavor, Izuku, did I hear well? Rei, hi son, what did you call him? Ronin, just as you heard it, our son's name is Tuya, and then I named him after his son. At that moment, and for the first time in their lives, Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yayorozu, and those present in that place could see how the serious, intimidating and imposing Endeavor shed tears as he approached the boy to hug him as only a father could do. Genji, Izuku, thank you for everything, and above all thank you for giving me a second chance. Ronin, responding to the hug, you have nothing to thank Dad, rather I think it should be me who should thank you, and Mom, thank you for trusting my dad, I will never have a way to repay you. The boy said this while also shedding tears without being able to hold them back. Endeavor, you don't have to do it, son, after all we are family and family always supports each other. Genji slowly separated from Izuku, breaking the emotional hug to go still with tears towards Momo, whom he hugged carefully not to hurt her or the child, and finally the big man approached the little Tuya, who was awake. Momo opened the covers a little more without uncovering the baby, but at least enough so that he could see well. The infant opened his gaze as much as he could and looked at his grandfather. His small eyes stared at the adult, and even to the amusement of Izuku, Momo, and Eri, the little Tuya tilted his head confused. Ronin, he calm down, Dad, he does that with everyone. The redhead, far from being bothered by this, just looked at the happy child. Genji Todoroki smiled and with the greatest care in the world, brought his hand towards the baby's cheek to caress it gently, and then he also caressed his hair. Genji, hello little one, I'm your grandpa Genji, and yes I know I'm ugly, but don't worry, because as long as your grandpa is here nothing bad will happen to you, just like your father I will protect you, I promise. At that moment, and in front of everyone, the little black-haired boy sketched a small smile that later turned into a tender childish giggle. The baby, even and to the surprise of his parents and sister, extended his arms, causing confusion in the older one, who did not expect this reaction, but for his part, and after coming out of his astonishment, Izuku smiled. Ronin, looks like someone wants to be hugged, Daddy, The surprised redhead turned to see the freckled man, and after a few seconds he understood what his son was referring to and put his arms crossed in front of him. Genji, what? No, I couldn't. The bitter memories of his past actions made the older man flatly refuse to do this. The man did not want to hurt his grandson in any way, but Izuku was not going to take no for an answer in any way. Ronin, hey, it's your fault, Dad, hee, now pick him up. You can't leave him like that or he'll cry, and then you'd be a really bad grandfather. At that moment Momo picked up the little one and with great care held the infant towards Endeavor, who didn't know what to do. The black-haired boy looked so fragile. In the eyes of the former fire hero, the baby looked so innocent. The man thought that even just touching him would be bad for the baby. The man turned his gaze to see his wife, but then Ray looked back and slightly nodded, telling him it was okay. Genji, still with some doubt, could not refuse anymore, so accepting the request, and with all the care in the world he carried the little one, who smiled tenderly. The fiery redhead in tears went with his wife, walking as if he did not want to disturb the child. Ray observed this and smiled at the baby, who then smiled back, causing the woman to shed tears of happiness. Ray, hee, hello little one, yes, I am your grandmother. The baby continued smiling, totally amused, so that later the redhead passed the baby to the white-haired girl, who after playing a little with it passed it to his maternal grandparents, who repeated the presentation scene with the baby, who did not stop smiling amused. That was how the brunette and the green-haired boy were put in the background, being observers of how their friends saw and played with the baby, who at no time cried because everyone did the best they could so that the little one had fun. Yaoyorozu took Izuku by the hand and gave him a short kiss, which the green-haired man had no complaints in returning, while he hugged his wife by the waist. Yaoyorozu, so? Is this what you thought your life would be like in the future? Ronin, hee, no, I must admit that my vision of the future was a little more chaotic, hee, but this is much better than I expected, much better. The couple hugged each other, and then hugged the little white-haired girl, who smiled, infected by her parents' good humor. Eri, I love you both. Ronin/Yaoyorozu, and we to you, daughter. Eri, happy, promise you won't change your favorite? Ronin, hee, calm down, Eri. Yaoyorozu, we love both equally, darling. There is no favorite son or daughter here. Eri, hee, I know, although I wouldn't complain if he were to be there for a few days. After all, he's my little brother. We have to take care of him. Ronin, we'll take care of him together, daughter, and you'll help him, right? Eri, I always wanted to have a family, a brother. Now I have him, I couldn't be happier. Dad crying with happiness. The green-haired boy's friends were happy for the couple. Shoto hugged Tsuyu and caressed the already swollen belly of the pregnant frog, feeling how they gave light kicks. Apparently there would soon be another member of the Todoroki family. The presentation lasted as long as necessary, and there was a lot of celebration. Everyone regretted not bringing a gift, but Izuku and Momo said that this was not necessary, and it was true because the boys had already previously arranged the empty room, managing to adapt it for the little one with everything the child would need, although they knew that the first days little Tuya would sleep with them, even having his crib ready in his room, and although it had been an incredible effort to bring everything necessary, now they knew that it had been totally worth it. The little black-haired boy had fun playing with Jiro's jacks and with Tamaki's transformations, although the little one sobbed slightly when he saw his chimera form, which was enough for the blue-haired boy to go to a corner totally depressed. Tamaki, I'm no good at babysitting. The little one's parents went to the baby's aid, managing to calm him down and comforting the blue-haired boy, who after a few minutes rejoined the celebration. The boy's friends returned to pamper the little one, who smiled happily while having fun with Shoji, who confused the little one with Hagakure, Mirio, and Tokage. Yui for her part made the little one very happy by making a teddy bear she had grow bigger. Tsuyu balanced the little one next to Kendo. Pony for her part used her horns to walk the child through the air with the help of Nijire, who also made figures with her waves capable of astonishing the infant, and thus all her friends showed their affection towards the little one. Finally Mei took out her camera and, gathering the happy family, took what would be the first photo in the great family album of a hero who never gave up despite having everything against him. A hero who sacrificed his dream for a greater calling. A hero who for his family would return from hell again and again. For the last time, insert Foo Fighters' Best of You and enjoy. A hero whose story would become a legend, and the good thing about legends is that they never die. The day has come when I will look up at the sky and make a sign of peace, because I will sing to the sky in anticipation of my strange future, and in the meantime I will make my own story, and together with Polaris I will create my own star.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.